They want to go farm QRS instead, rotating up to this top pad. They all want to be pushing onto it. They do manage to isolate Zero Aura. It's now just down to what defense this tree can put on. We do see the dive in from the Brave Bird, and the Flame Sweep takes up 4. That was everybody from getting Gambit pushed off the pad. Try and push this pad. Look at the Trevenant trying to catch out whoever they can on the pad. They do manage to find one with the Legion. Then there goes the Flame Sweep again, finding another 2. Talonflame with a triple KO. Can you stop this bird? The answer is no.
But it's going to be Leafeon falling first here instead. The Umbreon dropping as well is not going to be good for 777. Do not have a whole lot of HP left on this side. Now the Hoopa going to have something to say about it though, trying to stay with this Mimikyu and support as well as they can. And I mean, Hoopa is just got everything, even able to put out some damage. A KO streak of 4 for this Mimikyu now.
They have to try and shred it because they have to try and deal with this Umbreon who ends up coming in with their Midnight Breath, being able to just sustain this fight. And that is going to be a complete team wipe on the side of Stamina Esports.
Coup de grace comes out and sends Zoroark scrambling back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax goes down. This Aegislash is just slicing through Amaterasu. 10 seconds left. Is Amaterasu going to be able to get any points in? Komai might need to detach. That's only going to be 6. Ooh. That's not going to be enough. 12 points. That's not going to cut it. Are they going to be able to find it? Connect on the Umbreon. They're going to steal some shields with their Unite move. The Infinite Cyber out from the Mewtwo, but Mewtwo goes down. More Unite moves fly. 3 members down for Enigma. This Aegislash is going to try to go on in once again. Hoopa brought the team in with the Ring Zone Bound, but nobody is there to go in. It's just the Hoopa.
Have you got what it takes to win?
Hello trainers and welcome in to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown Finals weekend. So hyped for this one. I'm Spartan Tano, joined by the incredible Magical. How are you doing today, buddy?
I am doing fantastic. I am ready for some Unite action. We had some amazing games yesterday, but we are moving into the bracket stage now. And so what normally we kind of look at these early bracket stages and be like, they're usually one-sided, but across the board, these look like they're going to be exciting games to start off the Summer Showdown bracket.
It's one of the reasons why these showdowns are so hyped, Bubby. We get all these amazing teams from all these different regions, and now coming into this, I mean, the first round games here, we'll show you the bracket shortly, chat, but they're just insane. Komai Esports, you need coaching. Nouns, Orange Juices, Magical. This is incredible. These are the type of games that people wait to witness at these later stages of this Unite Championship.
But fear it, dread it. The Orange Juicers versus Nouns Esports matchup and the very first round always is going to be there for Unite. It just happens every single time. I don't know what it is about these two teams. They have to face off very early into any bracket, and then they'll face off later after double eliminations in some weird way. They always end up matching up against one another, one after another, and it's so exciting to watch it, and we are starting off with that, but I do want to touch on some of those other ones, like you talked about. Komai Esports versus You Need Coaching. Komai almost lost. Like, they ended up going 3-0 in their bracket, in their group. They almost lost that last best of 3 to Collab. It was down to the wire in game 3, where Collab was able to take it to them and make it a much closer series than you would have thought from a team that was 2-0 going into it, and the other team being 0-2 going into that.
Well, hopefully that means they'll have a better day 2, because usually with Komai Esports, if they have an incredible day 1 and they breeze through it, day 2 is where they struggle. So hopefully that's a sign that they've had to work through a couple of things in day 1 and they're going to come into day 2 feeling like a very strong team. I'm so hyped to see these matchups. We are going to be able to bring up the group stages just to show you what happened, where the stats are, what's currently going on as we have a look here. Group A, so Orange Juicers, expecting them to come in 2-0. They lost a game, so they're coming in 1-1. So they're coming into this Nouns game here, Magical, with a bit of a vengeance to get those quick wins.
Normally, this is where we see the Orange Juicers and Nouns Esports. They play after that very first game, the very first one in the bracket, and then one of them gets knocked down. Then they face off later. But we're starting right out of the gates here for the Summer Showdown with these two titanic teams facing off against one another. Is Sazouzou taking that 2-0 in the 3-team Group A, making sure so they are the top team, and EU getting represented by Group B as well, with Nouns Esports doing the same thing with their 3-0.
Yeah, very comfortable position for them to be in over on that Group B. Version 1 just missing out there, 1 and 2 on the board, and T-Gang with that 2-1 victory. It's pretty even in the midfield there alongside Group B with Nouns really separating themselves. Hoenn, Plaga, unfortunately, someone's got to lose all games when you've got a 4-group there, buddy. So, good effort by Nouns to come out on top, but again, coming up against Orange Juicers is not going to be an easy task in this first round. Such a massive team to take on, and you know, a couple of times throughout these seasons, but they've had their number.
And then it's going to be T-Gang facing off against Sazouzou, so having those teams face off as the top groups for Group A being Sazouzou, and then the second team being T-Gang. But moving on to Group C and Group D, we see, I was talking about that, Komai Esports, they have 3-0 next to their name, but it was close. It almost ended up being a 2-1 because Collab with Breezy and Ame got so close. Game 1, I felt like they had it in the bag, and it was a Rayquaza fight that just ended up giving that over to Komai. And even if they did make it so they went all the way to Game 3, it just wasn't enough for them to actually take the series off of Komai.
Yeah, well, if anything, that tells us how close that group is, buddy. Look at the rest of the stats. I mean, Pocket Rocket's there with 2-1. If Komai did end up losing that, it would have been a joint 2-1 there. So it's a pretty close group in the side of Group C. We'll have to see whether Komai can keep up that momentum coming into today. Their first game is going to be up against You Need Coaching. As we have a look at Group D here. Nemesis, very comfortable coming through that Group D there. They've got a 3-0 victory, but You Need Coaching very close on the heels with that 2-1.
And for me, with You Need Coaching, we got to see how they face off against Stamina Esports, because it was all important to find out which team was going to make it through the group stage into the bracket stage. And You Need Coaching just showed a great understanding on how to accomplish the meta and how to use your macro to your advantage. Constantly running around Stamina Esports and being this team that was in control throughout the entirety of the game, which I love to see from these teams. I love seeing a team that, even if they don't necessarily have the best comps that they draft into these ones, they have great macro sense in how to pilot those compositions to find wins regardless.
Yeah, no, 100%, buddy. I mean, it's one of those as well where you're coming into this day now and you're so close to being able to put yourself in those top levels of names of who wins this. It's literally all down to today, and you do have the opportunity of going down into the loser's side if that happens, but every team is going to be looking to have that advantage of being in this top bracket. As we bring it up for you now, chat, we've been talking about it. This is the state of our bracket for this top 8 so far. Sazouzou is going to take on T-Gang. Nemesis versus Pocket Rockets. Nouns Esports versus Orange Juicers. That's the game that we're going to be bringing you. And Komai Esports versus You Need Coaching to kick us off here.
It only makes sense. We are on Ghatlue's channel. We might as well start with the Nouns Esports game. It feels like that is just the tradition here for Unity Clash. We always want to see if we can get that representation from our EU squad and from Nouns Esports to start taking these tournaments and looking so strong throughout Pokemon Unite.
We'll have to see if they can get a good, because the thing is, one of these teams is going to be going down into the loser's bracket straight away, mate, and then they are going to be the team to beat down in that loser's bracket side. So it's one of those where if you do go in that loser's bracket so early on, it is so tense and so much Pokemon Unite. You have to play right on the edge to get yourself back into those finals later on. So probably not the position that either of these teams want to be in so early, but then again, knowing the Magical, they might just want to get it on out, have the most heated match to begin with, and see where they end up.
And sometimes you see teams get knocked down into the lower bracket early on, and it feels like they get that fire lit underneath them, and they start being an absolute terror throughout all of the games, making the gauntlet run all the way to the finals. So you never know what's going to happen, especially for our top teams. But we do have some fun stats for everyone. is we get to see what our most banned Pokemons were for day one. Alcremie, no surprise there. Very strong support that we've been seeing. But to me, it is surprising to see Inteleon take that second spot away from Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably because, or at least in my own region here in EU, I know there's some incredible Inteleon players, and it's one of those where it's one of the easiest Pokemon to build a good comp around because it does a ridiculous amount of damage, not that easy to catch, and if you just have that as your one ranged attacker, that's pretty much all you need magically. You don't need anything else, so I think it probably just slightly edges out the Galarian Rapidash, but I do love to see how much this Pokemon has come back into the meta and the style that these teams are playing it as. It's kind of Greedent-esque in the way that you're just going in, harassing people as much as you can and getting out, and it does a decent amount of damage as well, so I'm pretty hyped with that. And then no surprise, Umbreon and Snorlax still being up on the top of that ban area, but a Snorlax I would have expected to edge out Umbreon slightly. I think it's probably a bit more suitable as a defender at the moment, but I'm surprised at Blaziken here, Magical, and I think this is the Pokemon that continues to sneak through in these games with these really good players, and it is just ridiculously good.
I said this yesterday with the cast with Lobo, and I look at Blaziken as one of those insurance policies. Yes, we have that as an item you can have, but also just how it plays into the late game. Because you can fall behind as the Torchic, as Combusken. You can be absolutely useless for the first 8 minutes of the game. It does not matter. As long as you have the Fire Chicken ready to kick a Rayquaza in the face, you're always going to be a threat. And we have seen time and time again that Blaziken, the secure it has on neutral objectives, is just pretty much uncontested by pretty much every Pokemon.
100%, mate. And I don't know whether it's because, you know, everybody has somebody that can play Blaziken, so rather than banning it, they're going to take it themselves or that kind of style. But yeah, I just think it offers a bit too much. Now, as we have a think about it, do we expect to see some more bans coming in today? I mean, of course, we're going to continue with the Alchemies, the Inteleons, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're having a look at the top most played here. I would expect to see, as we see it, that we're just sneaking in on that bottom there, top most played. Armarouge is kind of like a sneaky pick that people are going for recently. Always the Fire Spin, always for that sort of brawling all-rounder style. And I think it's one of the best that's going under the radar here, Magical.
And another good point that Lobo brought up yesterday is that the Fire Spin Armarouge is kind of like the greatest counter to all-rounders because it does a lot of damage to these all-rounders diving on top of Armarouge, who's already now playing more of that all-rounder style. So you're getting free damage on everyone around you as though you're actually landing those armor cannons in the first place. So something that I definitely want to keep our eyes on, but to me, the big ones are the ones at the top. Snorlax, I'm surprised as the only one that is so far ahead because you have other Pokemon that are really strong, like that Psyduck that are up there. Suicune, Leafeon is up there, but even looking at some of these Pokemon that might like replace some of the elements that get banned, we see that Alcremie is not even here because so many bans have been levied at that Pokemon. I thought Blissey would be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Blissey definitely a surprise they're not higher on the bans. I mean, it is a bit crazy with if you're not going to have access to the Alchemy. I see people going for the Blissey. It's either or, right? You're going to go for those shields or the choice for the healing, and I think that's what those two Pokemon really do capitalize on. The Snorlax is just it continues to dominate these boards, and that's why I was so surprised that it wasn't banned more, Magical, because it just has so much capability. Of one, it can be an absolute nuisance. I've seen teams really go for invades from the get-go with Flail-Lax, but also Block is so good for just pushing and disrupting and just being able to get that shields and diving in. I mean, bruv, one of the best Snorlax players that you'll see on this Pokemon, and we might see it coming into this first game here. But it's interesting how there's such a divide there between the top and the bottom, and we continue to see these Pokemon come on through. I mean, Umbreon's like, what, top 4 bans, what we saw, and still on here as most played as well. So, you know, we're in a good stage of Pokemon Unite where there's plenty of Pokemon that need to be banned, plenty of Pokemon that are very strong. But this is going to be the state of our field for today as well, I think.
and only 2 bans for each team, but I'm even looking at the win rates. A big one to me is Aegislash. I feel like more teams are starting to put priority onto this all-rounder because how much you can do, how you can really cut through a lot of these defenders really quickly as Aegislash. And look at that, a 73.3% win rate. An absolutely monstrous win rate for any Pokemon, let alone being an all-rounder.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, mate. And next, what we're going to do is we're going to bring up these team profiles. Everybody knows it's going to be Nouns versus Orange Juicers. We got to show you how these teams got here, who is currently in it. The EU champions here are Nouns Esports. They've got a Desu, Ghatlue, Bruv, Toonslim, and Inder. And they were 7th in the Summer Showdown 2024. So they will be looking to get that #1 spot here today. Don't really need to do any introductions. Everybody knows and we're on Ghatlue's channel here, but these are their match results. This is how they ended up here, buddy. They got 2-0 victory over Hoenn Plaga, a 2-1 victory over T-Gang, and that 2-0 victory over a strong version 1 team. A good showing here for Nouns Esports.
But now they gotta face off against the Orange Juicers, and if we recall last year, just going back to the last Summer Showdown, I believe it was a matchup against the Orange Juicers that knocked him down into the lower bracket in the first place. That ended up getting him out at 7th. So Orange Juicers, you look at this team, you know, your NA regional champions, runners up for the Summer Showdown 2024. They have Zugrug, Roland, Flareons, Kratos, and OG. Rounding out the team for Orange Juicers, ready to take it to Nouns Esports.
I can't wait to see how this game's going to go, buddy. And then let's have a look at how they got here on the side of Orange Juicers, of course. 2-0 victory over Tuzzy Esports. The 1-2 loss to Sazouzou
so
is the upset. And it is definitely not a position Orange Juicers wanted to be in, but it does mean that they're going to open these gates here versus Nouns Esports.
So it makes me wonder what Orange Juicers are cooking, getting ready for these games, and what they can bring, because we see a team like here, Sazouzou, the team that was able to take them down, and having a lot of amazing players across the board that you definitely are going to recognize. Reisu, Yutao, Megu, I always mess up this one. Kranishi, and Nachos for the team of Sazouzou.
One of the best players in Europe. I mean, all of them are very strong players, buddy. Of course, there's already people on that team that have qualified to the World Championships in August, so no surprises that this team is feeling pretty comfortable coming into this today. Winners of the Summer Showdown 2024. They are coming off a victory and wanting to defend that mighty title coming into today. Let's have a look at their match results and how they got here. So match 1, it was a 2-0 victory versus Tuzzy Esports. And there's the 2-1 victory over Orange Juicers. So they're going to be taking on T-Gang to kick it off today.
And they're going to feel happy that they took down the runner-ups from last year already, being able to have that little bit of power going into the bracket stage. But we have to look at T-Gang, the team that will be facing off against Sazouzou, and wants to now upset them here in the bracket stage.
Oh, what a team here, T-Gang, buddy. 5th in the NA Regionals and March Cup. Pretty good position for them to be in, and it's going to be these are their results. 2-0 victory over version 1, a 1-2 loss to Nouns Esports, nearly managing to sneak that one away, and Hoenn Plaga, a 2-0 victory over them. These first stage games are just incredible for the round 1 here, buddy.
And going to keep things really close with how you look at each one of these teams. This is kind of why we were talking about looking at this bracket stage, at being so close. Because these teams, any one of them can realistically win. We've already seen enough upsets going into this one. So for Komai Esports, they almost got upset by Collab in the group stage. Yet, they're able to hold strong, take that 3rd game, keep themselves at 3-0, and we can look across how their matches went for themselves. It was a 2-1 victory over Infamous, a 2-0 against the Pocket Rockets, the other team that was able to make it out of the group stage, but then that 2-1 narrow victory over Collab.
This is going to be the game to keep a close eye on. Komai Esports versus You Need Coaching. We're going to have to see whether Komai can keep up that momentum they built in day 1, as we have a nosy at You Need Coaching here. Of course, Lutano, JL, Vin Diesel, Machizzle, and Uguay, or rather known as Joey. 3rd in the NA Regional Championships, but 5th in the NA UCS Championships. These are their results: a 0-2 to Nemesis, who dominated their group, a 2-0 victory over Las Caducados, and a 2-0 victory over Stamina Esports sees them take them on.
And then our last teams, what we can look at here for our final group. Well, we have Nemesis first that we have to go over. The team that was able to take that top spot in the same group as You Need Coaching with a dominant 2-0 victory over You Need Coaching. Got Rex, Metallic, Zealot, Kira, and Burreach here to represent Nemesis. Third right now on the NA UCS 2025 leaderboard. Even if they only got 6th place last time in the Summer Showdown, they are looking a lot stronger going into 2025.
That they are. I mean, this is it though. They're going up against Sazouzou, who want to go and really repeat what they did last time. If You Need Coaching want to take this away, they're going to have to take down the current champions, Orange Juicers, who have a little bit of vengeance to go into this, coming second last year. So 6th position, they definitely want to improve on that. They're top 8 right now, and to improve on that, they're going to have to go past Komai Esports.
So seeing how these teams are going to match up, and I think our last one that we have is going to be the Pocket Rockets, our next second seed coming out of the group stage. Being able to make it through, it was a hard-fought battle for them to get there, but we see that we have Putti, Sapphires, Etle, MA, Cranberry, and Falsoon here to represent the Pocket Rockets, and they've won 2 underdunks, there we go, 52 and 53 recently, so having really good performances as of late.
Yeah, runner-up on the Autumn Showdown Season 5 as well, buddy. So they're coming off a little bit of confidence here on the side of Pocket Rockets. They know what it feels like to win tournaments recently, and that can be huge coming into this. I mean, a 2-1 victory over Collab. They did fall to Komai Esports 0-2, and then a 2-0 victory over Infamous Gaming. So Pocket Rockets as a team are going to be in a to win this today.
But this is why we say that any one of these teams can take it, because you look at who they're facing off against, you're like, oh, that's a strong team, but then you see Pocket Rockets are facing off against Nemesis in their first round, so it's like, that's a tough one. You have Sazouzou taking on T-Gang, Nouns Esports, and Orange Juicers, a classic rivalry from NA and EU respectively, and then Komai Esports and You Need Coaching. Literally any team could win.
Oh, I feel like my screen may have just frozen. Let me reset it. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I am here, and so is now Juicers. Now, as we were looking at the picks on this band, I want to see a little bit of a shit coming into this. Of course, we know what these two players like, but to be honest, I want to see some more of this Armourouge. I think it's one of my favorite Pokemon to see out on the field right now. I want to see someone force another team to ban them off that Armourouge.
See, for me, it's not even the Armourouge. I feel like Armourouge is a good pick, especially with the all-rounders that we're talking about. But I'm more curious to see how they're going to tackle these bans, because All Creamy has pretty much been entirely banned through most games, sometimes sneaking through, but you hit it really well. Looking at that Snorlax and how versatile it can be, especially with how it can separate a lot of these fights with block or flail. I'm expecting much more of the block builds, just because how much it can do to disrupt a lot of these fights. And this is why I feel like Umbreon's always been something that no matter what you do, Umbreon will always be useful, because it's a disrupting tool in a lot of these fights. So it's how you build your comps around those bans, and if you're willing to leave open the Snorlax and take the Umbreon, or flip it around, ban Umbreon, take the Snorlax for yourself, then what do you pair to make sure that you're getting built up by said defender?
Yeah, well, I mean, the defenders are in a pretty good position in Pokemon Unite at the moment, and I actually hope, and I know Komai use it a lot, that we see a lot more of this Ho-Ho coming out, buddy, because that has been a bit of a rise recently. And, I mean, as we go on into this game, Desu has locked in the Galarian and Rapidash from the get-go with that Assault Vest on it, buddy.
And look at that, Snorlax, Armourouge on the other side for Orange Juicers the moment they saw that those two were open, saying, fine, you take the Speedster. We will have the pseudo all-rounder in Armourouge plus that tank for Snorlax. Well, it is a Blissey and Leafeon, so double Speedsters out of Noun.
Wow, coming out of the gates with a double speedster comp is ridiculous here from Nouns. Let's see what they've got up their sleeves, buddy. I'm excited for it. Orange Juicers look like they're going to try and round this one out with even more bulk Looking like Rolling's going to lock in the Clefable here. OG's going to go for the all-rounder. Lucario gets a lock-in. That is not an easy team for double speedsters to take on, mate.
Not one bit. I was curious to see what OG was going to lock in here. Lucario, I was almost thinking it would be a Blaziken that would fit really well in here, but Lucario kind of functioning very similarly to how Blaziken wants to be, especially with the secures that you have later into the game. Plus, you are a little bit more likely to get Snowball on your side with something like Armarouge. And looking at the other side, that is a squishy comp. Despite having a Blissey and Psyduck, they are going to be very susceptible to this Lucario and Armarouge damage. And if that ends up being a Zoroark or any speedster here for Kratos, they can dive into the back line and remove Pikachu from the Thea Sky Ruins.
I mean, exactly the same with the Alolan Raichu, a perfect target here. I mean, this is not the kind of comp I was expecting to see in Game 1, Magical. Of course, very squishy on the side of Nouns Esports, and realistically, you're going to have to double up or use those Unite moves on the side of Nouns Esports to lock in really any of these targets that isn't Kratos on the side of Orange Juicers, because Flareon's, you can bet, is going to be going Fire Spin here, and they're going to take all that damage from those speedsters all day long.
But even, yeah, looking at the build, it is Rocky Helmet. I was looking to see exactly what was going to be built here by Flareon. So it is going to be far more on that tankier side, be able to survive from some of the burst. But the big thing for me is looking at these two compositions. And right now, it feels like Nouns have a slight advantage, very slight advantage, when it comes to those first evolutions and how they can snowball from there compared to that of Orange Juicers. The problem, though, for Nouns is that is only a small window for your success, because if it fails, if you aren't able to get that lead over Orange Juicers, they have quite a powerful mid game.
Yeah, when you think about the mid to late game here, all Orange Juicers needs to do is survive the early game. So it really is on Nouns to get those early evos and get that pressure onto Orange Juicers as soon as you can, which wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit of sharing in the central area as we go on into Game 1 here. Nouns East side, Orange.
And kind of, to me, it is only fitting that this is how we start with Orange Juicers, have an orange for themselves going up against Nouns Esports. But we are seeing how they are separating across the map, sending the two Pikachus, well, actually just the one Pikachu down in the bot path, and the other Pikachu that will eventually be a Alolan Raichu into the central path. But nice knockout already from Ghatlue.
Yeah, that's a great lock in there. That's the power of Leafeon coming in so early. Now Gatlue's going to look for some early stacks as well, whilst Indy is going to continue to put disruption onto OG here. Stealing the farm away from Orange Juicers is a good shout to get even more early stacks for Ghatlue.
And this is what I said. This is that window that Nouns have. Ghatlue punishing effectively in this top path, making sure they're getting lots of points and even securing the Bunnelby that was nearly stolen away by Orange Juicers.
That's all the farm they were looking for, but EOG hasn't managed to hit level 5 on Lucario just yet, so it's definitely gone Nouns Esports' way, but the Alolan Raichu is now here. Kratos is going to come on in. OG's going to push them away. Good dive in there with Gatlue's Razor Leaf. Managed to take quite a bit, but they do manage to get a lot of experience on the side of Orange Juicers.
4 in the top path, looking for the dive onto Nouns, already getting damage on to Ender, pushing him back mid, so onto Ghatlue, trying to survive, eating the berry, and then getting back, allowing the dunks to go through for Orange Juicers, knowing they cannot defend that in a 2v4 situation.
Yeah, that was a good approach by Orange Juicers. You need to get some sort of advantage with what Nouns were doing down in the bottom side. So they do. They get the points in. They get the experience. Zugrug's just trying to keep them all here whilst Orange Juicers continues to get some farm in this top side. OG now managing to hit level 6 on Lucario.
Was okay with getting knocked out there, but Ghatlue still getting back into the top path, making sure that they are staying even with OG. Not going to fall too far behind, especially this Lucario. If it can get out of control early on, then this Leafeon, this Galarian Rapidash, the ability to be able to get into that backline is going to be completely hindered by just Lucario's presence.
It's just a really good back and forth between these two teams so far, buddy. 1 point between them as the 720s are not too far from coming up. Levels-wise, pretty even. Of course, you've got the carries that have hit level 7 on both sides, so it's as close as it could possibly be in the early game. And we mentioned it, if Orange Juicers can survive the early game, the mid and late game should realistically be theirs.
And right now they're doing not just surviving, they are doing well at thriving in this situation. Even there, pushing back now and putting them low, but Zug taking a lot of damage for it. While they try to get the fire spin to make sure they can lock down control onto the Altaria camps, they got taken low by this Rapidash diving into the flux zone, but that is a little bit too far as they take down the pony, putting him back in the stables while a dunk comes through from Bruv.
Definitely looking for the KO there. Unfortunately, Snorlax has a passive. One Citrus Berry is going to make it feel mighty healthy and unable to go down. Regirock is down here in the bottom path. We do see a dive in there. Bruv manages to find a cheeky KO onto the Alolan Raichu. The Psychic as well to put pressure onto Rollin here. But it is just the two of them. The supports down here trying to lure the attention away from the Regirock as we see the dive in on the Galarian Rapidash. They just need to cause enough disruption. But this Regirock is going to respawn, buddy. They have gone in, got a bit of damage onto Rollin, and Toon maybe caught out with a block against the wall. The damage comes in from Flareons, but they do manage to sneak away with it.
So close to having Rapidash fall, but not knocked out. Instead, still surviving with a push back onto Orange Juicers, keeping them low as that Regirock, it reset. It's at 50% again. They try to dive onto Bruv using the block, but now they're into the back line. Level 8 for Rapidash, not getting the knockout. It's going to be Flareons finding the first one, but low on Armarouge. Just needs one more tick, one more bit of damage, but the heals, keeping them going. And then with Lucario showing up, we'll scare them back over to the flux zone as they try to see if they can defend their pad. But it is going to be Orange Juicers collapsing down with a Triad Blitz getting some damage, but not enough to find any knockouts. And with Psyduck too late to be a hero, they are only going to dive to stop a couple points being dunked by Orange Juicers.
I mean, this is a showcase from Toon on how Galarian Rapidash is really effective. They are managing to dive in there, get a decent amount of damage, but they just won't go down, buddy. Flareons refuses to be KO'd. The healing that they're getting from Rollin is off the charts. Emerald two-step comes in from Ghatlue, does manage to find a KO there on the side of Raichu. We're going to see the Thunderstorm coming out from Pikachu. It's a double KO for Ghatlue, and finally with the team being here, Nouns Esports has a bit of an advantage as they find a couple of KOs. Zugrut, though, trying to defend this T1 pad, manages to sneak some scores in on the side of Indy, but this Snorlax might be a bit too much for them to handle as the rest of the team show up. We say goodbye to Lucario, and Nouns Esports finally makes a retreat.
And all of that was because Ghatlue showed up into the bot lane, the true hero for Nouns Esports. That turned the entire fight around. It looked like it was going to be Orange Juicers continued dive and taking down the pad and bot path. But once Leafeon was there, finding knockout after knockout, we saw the Orange Juicers suddenly were the team on the run, trying to get back to their own pad. But so much control now that Nouns have found across the Thea Sky Ruins. Even if some points are going to be collected elsewhere by Orange Juicers, a lot of that play, we see this mid game that normally would be powerful for Orange Juicers suddenly falling to the wayside.
Yeah, no, rightly so. And we do see a dive in here on the side of Rollin, trying to see if they can get a bit of disruption. Not able to find the KO with it just yet. Surfs from Bruv, trying to cause that onto the side of Orange Juicers. Zugrut's trying to sneak in a 24 dunk here. It's going to be disrupted. And now comes Ghatlue with the Emerald two-step. Goes up against the Aura Cannon. Can't find the answer. The heavy slam from Zugrut takes them down. Thunderstorm paired with the Triad Prism here on the side of Orange Juicers. Locked down, but still plenty of health. There goes the Thunderstorm aerial, but it's going to come on through from the side of the Fable, buddy, as they look for more KOs here. OG backing on up. They get the double. Orange Juicers trying to put some dominance into this bottom lane, but Nouns will not go down every time they keep coming in. Full power Sai coming out to reduce that damage from Bruv. They do get a couple of points in, but here comes Ghatlue once again. They've done what needs to be done to defend this goal.
But Regice is going to be the real prize as Toon finds a knockout, taking out the Alolan Raichu. It is a trade, while the dive with the heavy slam from Zugrug tries to go into the back line, but they have low health targets. Everyone trying to dive. It's a double knockout for Lucario. OG making sure they have control of Regice. They will take the neutral objective while Nouns have nothing they can do. They have to watch and wait for the rest of the team to respawn.
OG showing what the OG all-rounder is all about, buddy. Lucario had so much dominance on Pokemon Unite for at least a year of this game being out, and that is exactly what we're seeing from OG now, showcasing how Lucario can be so disruptive. Now it's trying to see if they can get a sneaky bit of points here into this T2. They want to continue to push this lead. We've got 20 seconds before Rayquaza is in, but with final stretch, them points mean absolutely nothing right now.
Exactly. Nouns might have the lead, but we've seen that Orange Juicers have been looking really confident in these team fights. Which one will prevail at Rayquaza? At the moment, it seems like Orange Juicers getting early control, getting a little bit of damage onto Psyduck, forcing him away. But Zugrug, even if you put a lot of attention, it is a Snorlax. He can take a nap, he puts up the block, and pushes back Ghatlue, so they get the knockout, while Rapidash a little bit late. There's the dash back in from OG, as OJ still survive. There's the power nap shield, keeping them alive, as they've got the burst with the Triad Blitz, trying to take down the back line, but it's not doing enough damage. Armor is still alive. The Fire Spin helps the knockout go to Lucario, while Adesu, the next target, doubled up for Kratos, and guess what? Rayquaza time. They're looking for the dragon.
Oh, we do see Ghatlue coming back in, but look what Zugrug's doing, buddy. They're right there, preventing anyone from coming into that Rayquaza pit. The lock-in from Orange Juicers is there. Hundo Burgers are going to rain on in. And yes, it was all down to the fact that they didn't have enough damage to deal with the shields that were put up on the side of Orange Juicers. The Power Nap and the Clefable, giving shields for days onto the side of OJ.
Game one going over to Orange Juicers unless an absolute miracle can happen here for Nouns. They have been pushed all the way back to their home pad while Orange Juicers, yep, there it is. The surrender vote will come out from Nouns, understanding that that was Orange Juicers' game.
Yeah, I mean, I understood the plan for Nouns Esports, buddy, and they put up one heck of a fight throughout that game. It was just in that final moment at Rayquaza, the pick on Ghatlue meant all the difference because Toon had to go in, but if Toon doesn't have the backup of more damage from Ghatlue or an Emerald two-step, it isn't going to work that way for them. There was too much shields, too much healing coming out from the side of Orange Juicers. Look at Rolling there with 130k recovery, buddy. It just shows the shields and the heals. Too much for Nouns to break.
Unsung hero there, rolling, keeping the team rolling through the game. And for me, I look at this game, and there's two big moments that we kind of saw what was wrong with Nouns Esports comp. The first one was the confidence they got from a false fight where Ghatlue showed up late, and they win that fight. It gives them the confidence thinking that they have this moment, they have the momentum. But it's what we were talking about before. The problem with their composition was that they have this small sliver, this little window where they are going to be most powerful, and they utilize it there, but the window only lasts for so long. Eventually, Orange Juicers, they are going to survive those burst damage scenarios, even from Ghatlue, and they can throw it back. You're a lot squishier than they are, especially with that Snorlax, the power naps, the shield, then you add in the Clefable on top of it. You're never getting through those defenders.
Not to mention some of the held items that they've got as well that gives them shields. I mean, Flareons just would not go down, buddy. They were so different. And this is why I like the Armourouge pick so much, because you have to use a great deal of resources to try and get that. As we see here, we've got the cooldowns out from Ghatlue. We've got the Thunderstorm out from Pikachu. So they've used a lot of resources just to lock in on Flareons. And that just means it's going to be a better fight for you because you have the more Unite moves.
And right there, we saw that's the moment I was talking about, where it gives them that false hope that they have the power. But here it shows. That was an Emerald two-step doing negative damage to Lucario. They healed more from the fight than the Emerald two-step did.
The Aura Cannon being a bit of a savior for them, but you're absolutely right, mate. It just honestly felt like, yeah, there were these moments where they're like, okay, now we've got the advantage, let's push it. But then again, Orange Juicers was right back. And to be fair, OJ are doing the same here at this moment. They were pushing this pad for quite a while, and it was literally down to just the supports holding off on the side of Nouns Esports until the rest of the team managed to get here, and then they had that confidence that they could take that objective. But OJ were back, and they were managing to find some quick KOs.
And here we see that final fight where you're not getting through that power napping Snorlax. Just look at how much he heals back. Was taken down to 25% and now back at full. so the rest of the team can then turn. They get rid of Rapidash. They had already gotten rid of Ghatlue's, Leafeon, and everything from there was cleaning up the house.
Yeah, good effort by Orange Juicers. It was all about that Rayquaza fight, and they definitely locked in and got the right target. Now, will we see, I mean, we're going to have to see some sort of adjustment from Nouns Esports here. They're not going to want to go down to that loser's bracket with a 0-2 loss straight out of the gate. So a little bit of tweaking needed, and I think just a bit more frontline from the side of Nouns Esports at least.
Agreed.
The speedster play isn't the issue necessarily. It's the fort that was there, magical, and I like the fort that they had. They just need to build around it a bit better.
I agree. I feel like lacking on a true defender in their own composition made it so much easier for OJ to have this composition that they could absorb all the damage that was dealt by the speedsters, then throw all that damage right into the face of Nouns Esports to take that game. So when I look at the draft right now, Inteleon and the Armorers, they do ban it. They are too threatened by it.
No surprise. Hey, Flareon's is like, yeah, of course you are. Of course you're going to ban it. I don't blame them. I predicted it, mate. I just think it's one of the most underrated at the moment. We do see the Galarian Rapidash getting a ban here as well over on the side of Orange Juicers. So, Nouns, what are they going to do? A Snorlax pick would be huge here for Bruv. And I feel like with the comp that they had, buddy, they just needed some disruption. Whether it was the Suicune that we've just seen them lock in, that's what I was thinking. The freeze, if you get the freezes and you pair that with the speedsters, that would have been the difference to be able to get that damage through.
So now Orange Juicers, yes, they do. I was wondering if they go back to Snorlax now that is open. They grab that and make sure that that is not going to be in Nouns Esports' hands, because if they have a Suicune and Snorlax, there's so little you're going to do in those compositions. And this is that fire chicken that I had asked for in the last game. I loved the Lucario. I think it was great there in game one. But having this late game insurance, making sure that they have the secures on Rayquazas, they're looking to take this 2-0 victory over Nouns Esports with it.
I thought Ghatlue was going to treat me to a Gengar then, but of course not. Bruv locks in the Mamoswine, and Odessu's here with the Mewtwo Y. So they're back on the conventional picks here, buddy. Nouns Esports have definitely made the changes. They want to lock on in, and they've got a really good core to their comp already with those first 3 picks.
Roland, go back. Get the Sableye in here. Come on. We saw it yesterday, and we saw how effective it can be, but they go Eldegoss. A lot more of a standard type support, but this is with Blissey, Psyduck still being open. They could have easily grabbed either of those, but they want to make sure they are defending this backline. Flareon's Mew is going to have a lot of protection in front of him.
I mean, that's exactly why they banned Mew in the first side of things on the side of Nouns. And we do see the Aegislash coming out here with Toon locking it in. What was it, a 76% win rate or something like that? So
yeah, 73.3% win rate on Aegislash in 15 games. That is a lot of games to have that kind of win rate. And Toon grabbing that with Ghatlue on a defender. And I'm not expecting this to be a defender Blastoise. No. We have been seeing far more of the damage built, go for the rapid spin, hydro pump, get into the backline, disrupt everyone while dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, I mean, people are going to call it, but I love the pick from Kratos here as well, going for that Cinderace, because, I mean, look, you talk about late game. There's not many Pokemon in this game that can drop more damage and be harder to catch than a Cinderace. When you hit that level 12, 13 area, it does ridiculous damage so quickly. Got to be careful to make sure you're not hitting Toon, of course, when they throw up that wide guard and give them those boosted. But it's going to be very easy to rip down these tanks on the side of Kratos when you hit that late game.
But I want to see how these two teams pilot very different compositions from what we saw previously. I have a lot more much more frontline here for the side of Nouns Esports. I actually have ways to play around defenders, diving into the backline too with Aegislash and Suicune, plus the Mewtwo Y to get free damage from range. While we see that Orange Juicers, they are indexing for the late game. They are looking at objectives, Regielekis, the Regis in bot, as well as Rayquaza Central. That is what Orange Juicers want. They want a 2-0 victory to knock Nouns Esports down into the lower bracket right away.
Well, objective control is one way to make sure that you can win a game. As we go on into the second game here, Orange Juicers currently 1 up. They're still here on your orange side, and Nouns Esports are going to take your purple side.
As we have our lineups so far, seeing the Suicune in top path with Squirtle. Ghatlue, they get a little bit of damage, but a nice dodge away from the Torchic. As they continue to fight for control of Bunnelbees. The moment, this seems kind of like what we saw last time around Nouns Esports, having a powerful top path, getting these early bits of pressure back onto Orange Juicers. Well, Orange Juicers, we're seeing already kind of playing a bit more passively in bot path. They have gotten the farm for themselves, which is nice, but they haven't tried to push the issue despite having already Kratos go for a gank into the bot path and forcing out eject buttons.
Yeah, that's rightly so. And to be honest, the Swinub's not easy to take down, buddy. Bruv has got that thick fat. They've got that capability of taking a lot of damage in the early stages. And that's why, again, on this top side, you've got the Suicune paired with the Squirtle. Very difficult for you to handle, which is why Orange Juicers are going to rotate up the rest of their team here. Kratos has arrived. We see Flareons as well, but they're going straight for the farm here, and they managed to grab it on the side of Nouns Esports whilst they were trying to get the KOs on the side of Orange Juicers. Indy refuses to go down. The shield preventing that damage coming through.
As well, stealing away some of the farm, making sure they secure that while we have a bit of a tank battle in the bot path. Swinub versus Snorlax, not necessarily what we'd expect. It usually would be the Piloswine that we're looking towards in this battle, but still, bruv, not deterred on the Swinub, getting a lot of pressure, forcing out an eject button from Zugrug.
Yeah, that was pretty huge. I think they managed to get the focus band off him as well, so that's going to be on cooldown. Good position for Bruv to be in. And we've got Mega Mewtwo Y here. Desu is going to use all that to grab the farm from the side of Nouns Esports. And looking at these levels, buddy, definitely more comfortable on the side of Nouns. But Orange Juicers managing to grab majority of that central bit of farm. A good hit with the side strike onto OG. They're going to get heals from Rollin here, though. And both teams are now going to rotate into this bottom lane, looking to see if they can get some KOs. They have to defend this pad on the side of Orange Juicers. They push up the flux zone from Bruv, trying to cause disruption here. Looks like they are going to fall. Did open a bit of space, but Orange Juicers are going to continue to push this pad.
Big thing, though, is that they only got Bruv. Bruv got so much attention and allowed Toon to get out, get the evolution to Ageless Slash from the Blade, and surviving. Nouns now can get back into this. See that Piloswine already reset for the next.
That's what defenders are there for, buddy. Bruv making sure that they know how to do their job. First objective's about to spawn on in. Desu's continuing to be a nuisance up here for Orange Juicers, trying to see if they can sneak this away, but it's taken. And the OG Evo comes on in, and now they're on the back foot up here. They've got 3 of them on the side of Orange Juicers. Desu knows they're going to have to go back to the pad, but it does open up this space for the Regirock to be taken by Nouns Esports. Looks like they want to approach the T1 here, whilst Orange Juicers are trying to alleviate that pressure. Magical grabbing the Lecky from the top side.
I was thinking maybe there was going to be the YOLO steal from Desu, use that infinite cyber to take that away, but not even going to attempt it. Regilecky secured, traded for the Regirock in the bot path, but we see already the bot path taken, destroyed by Nouns. While that Regilecky has about 15 seconds left, there's still a lot of points that are needed for Orange Juicers if they want to destroy the pad as well.
Well, it's like they're going to let Blaziken OG continue to get these stacks and then rein in the 30 burgers. So that's a 15 over cap on that T1. Not a bad position to be in for T1s on your side. They are managing to catch up on this point difference. Majority of that farm's going to go to the side of Nouns Esports. They've now got level 10 on their Aegis Slash, leading this lobby in levels.
But the big thing for me is it's only a 15 overdunk in the top path. A far larger one was picked up by Nouns in the bot path after getting the Regirock. They are now looking really strong here in this mid game. Nice block, though, will keep Piloswine in the battle. Not yet Mammothswine, no Mammoth Mash to be able to mash their way through the back line, but it's going to be up to the Aegis Slash instead. Getting so much damage, the Infinite Side Burn burning down for a knockout onto Cinderace while they try to get the Heavy Slam on them. This Aegis Slash is unstoppable. unstoppable, slicing through, taking Snorlax, and now the Mew back into the grinder for the triple.
Buddy, Hoenn is just built different, bro. The way they were managing to break the ankles, waiting to use the coup de grace till they were quite low to get that shield and lock in the KOs. That was a masterclass of how to use Aegislash from Hoenn. And Nouns Esports continue to be in the lead with levels, with points. They look like they want to approach this basement Reggie. Indy's ready to get some freezes in, and the approach is here. The rest of Orange Juicers up against Nouns. They're waiting for Blastoise to come in right now. They're trying to buy a little bit of space on the side of Orange Juicers, pushing them out. The rip is coming in, buddy. OG is in the bush. I see it, buddy. They're getting ready to go on in with that Blaze Kick. They prepare it here, waiting to dive on into the side of Indy, but it's going to be the Ice Fangs that come on out, and they manage to get the freezes. It's going to be Nouns Esports that wipes up Orange Juicers here, but who got the objective? It's going to be a Desu. What a way to play that basement lane for Nouns.
And keep in mind that Hoenn was level 12 going into that fight. 2 levels over anybody on Orange Juicers. The damage this Aegislash does is out of this world.
Now we've just seen Ghatlue hit level 12 as well as Hoenn hits 13. Nouns Esports, they have the advantage, but as we've already talked, buddy, when we get into final stretch, this point difference is going to mean nothing. One back cap can wipe that away. That's why we see Nouns coming up here to make sure that they can try and lock this in away. That Blaze Kick may be a bit too late. Yes, it is. The freeze comes through, and again, a Desu finds the Lecky while Hoenn puts up the offense onto the side of Orange Juicers. Now they're pushing this T1 pad. The Lecky's going to go in, and overcap is going to rain on through. That's a 40 overcap in the T1 pad, Magical.
This is what I was talking about, the difference right now in Nouns. They are confident in this game. Their overdunks are massive. They have a gargantuan lead over Orange Juicers, and all of this off the back of some insane plays out of Hoenn. Ghatlue as well on the Blastoise. Such a disrupting tool, utilizing the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. Nobody can get near this backline to even touch the Mewtwo Y.
Hoenn's going to be level 14 here coming into the Rayquaza fight. Now, of course, Orange Juicers know when there's a Ray, there's a way, which is why we've got Pac-Man mode activated here, buddy. They're going to grab all of those yellow dots on their side and get those levels as high as they possibly can to go into the final fight. Now, they are going to show attention to this bottom lane Reggie, because if it is a Reggie steal, you can bet their life they're going to go for it, trying to see if they can catch out Bruv there. The overheat already used by OG and hasn't managed to get anyone with it.
And already with the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump looking for the tank. They want to take him out, but he takes a power nap right in the middle as they go back onto the right side. But it's Suicune taking a little bit too much damage while they try to go again. Ghatlue! What an eject button on top of Orange Juicers. This wins it for Nouns, chasing down the Orange Juicers as Nouns Esports reign control over the Reggie.
I absolutely love that decision. They recognize this is the Ray fight. Let's take them down here. The issue is now they have a lead. They've got the points, but they used Unite moves for it, buddy. They have a couple on the side of Orange Juicers. They have to go for the fight here. OG is on retreat. Ghatlue trying to chase them down. In the meantime, we've got this all-rounder really putting up the fight at this Rayquaza. Hoenn trying to really prevent them going in for that rip. We do see Kratos trying to go on the flank here on side of that Cinderace. Sugra's going to sit up in the middle of Rayquaza. They're taken down before they can come on in with it, but it's gonna be the Cinderace that goes on in with the bicycle kick, locks in the Rayquaza Magical, and now they're gonna rein in the points. Oh my god, that is what Cinderaces can do. That's what my solo queue Cinderace does, and Kratos looks to put this game to bed.
This was Nouns Esports' game to win, and it was theirs to lose. As they lose the Ray and the Way with the surrender, they will be knocked down into the lower bracket.
Buddy, oh my god, I didn't see it happening. I didn't even see them sat in that bush, and of course they were just waiting. I thought they were going for the flank. I called it on out. It looked like they were going to go for the flank, but Kratos just sat there for the perfect opportunity to lock in that Rayquaza and just shut down that game for Nouns. They have just lost it whilst they had it in the jaws of victory, buddy.
It was their game. They didn't play for the Ray. They thought they can burst it down, but just because one fire Pokemon is gone doesn't mean the other wasn't there. That Cinderace secure. It might not be something that is as well known as the Flame Kick Chicken, but it is still something you have to give respect to. And Kratos, with that steal, wins the series for Orange Juicers.
Kratos just sat there like, hey bro, I've played this game before. I know. I've got this Unite move. It's gonna lock in this Rayquaza. All I gotta do is just stay out of the way. Don't let them know that I'm around. And go and get that most important objective in the game. Ridiculous play from both teams in this one.
And here you are about to see a montage of how much victory was there for Nouns Esports. This was their game. And right here, it comes from Toons Aegislash being an absolute terror. Yet it doesn't matter because Rayquaza, that is the one you need to secure, and they lost it.
I do think that Toon clip on Aegislash is my favorite clip so far, buddy. The way that he managed to survive, all that damage coming their way, waiting to use the coup de grace. As we see, OG does prepare a eject button, Blazer Kick going in, doesn't get anyone with it, and this is a Desu. It's left on 1 HP on that Reggie, and that is going to be the final hit. I believe it was a Cyburn that came through to do it.
It was the burn that takes the Reggie, but they needed that for the more important one, the Rayquaza, because here they get the Reggie lucky, they push that back, they keep Orange Juicers far away from anything on the Thea Sky Ruins, but ultimately, all of this is just flash. All of this, it looks nice, but it doesn't win you the game.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. When there's a way, buddy, despite all of this, because that moment, that 3-minute mark, they'd given themselves the lead there. They were on the back foot on the side of Orange Juicers, and as we now know, it was all for nothing. We saw this is the moment they decided this is the Rayquaza fight. Endless Ice Spikes comes out from Indy here. They've got the throws, the dive in from Ghatlue. It was perfection, mate. It was chef's kiss, but we know it doesn't matter, because if you don't get that Rayquaza, it's all for nothing.
It was so good from Ghatlue. I feel the pain there, but right here, not paying enough attention. They hit it once too many, and then out of nowhere, we're about to see the Cinderace come in, kick the flaming ball, and steal that away.
It literally sat there in the bush. You see it. Here it comes. The bicycle kick. Flaming its way through, and it's gonna land and explode that entire pit. I don't even know why they were going for the Rayquaza, buddy. I know, don't even touch it. You know, you're in the lead, defend the pads, go for the fight.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Before it lands,
there's the coup de grace as well!
Nothing!
Oh, Toon, there's the coup de grace, buddy. Just a millisecond earlier, and they'll have been able to lock that in. I mean,
the pain. I feel for everyone out there for Nouns. But you know what? It's double elimination for a reason. They will have a second chance. They're not out of this just yet. They can look at that game, they can figure out what went wrong, and start building from there. But we are going to toss it to a break as we get ready for more of the Summer Showdown 2025. So don't go anywhere.
everybody, trainers, and welcome back. We've got some exciting more games to bring you, and we're a little bit upset because Komai Esports just lost to You Need Coaching, Magical.
And so that means that Komai are going to go down into the lower bracket to face off against Nouns Esports. Well, we do have Orange Juicers versus You Need Coaching up in the upper bracket. So 2 NA squads here in the upper bracket, 2 EU squads down below. But gotta imagine that Komai versus Nouns Esports is going to be quite a banger of a series.
Every time, buddy, I love Komai Esports. They're one of my favorite teams. I know all the players. I absolutely love them. But every time they have a good day 1 in a 2-day tournament, day 2 does not go their way at all. And You Need Coaching managing to take it a 2-1. They went to game 3 at least, so they put up one heck of a fight. But now in their losers round 1, it's Nouns versus Komai Esports. It just symbolizes how strong these teams are in the Summer Showdown.
And looking at how the bracket is so far, we talked a little bit about how the bracket is already shaping out. We look towards the other series that were played. T-Gang beating Sazouzou 2-0. Big upset there. I thought it would be a closer series, but right now the defending champs down into the lower brackets will face off against Pocket Rockets, who lost 0-2 to Nemesis. But Nemesis, probably one of our strongest teams that we are seeing coming out of the group stage into the bracket, will now face off against T-Gang in the semifinals for upper bracket.
Yeah, quite a bit of an upset there, buddy. I mean, I've been seeing calls in the chat that Nemesis are going to take the entire day here. So imagine going up against T-Gang that's already managed to upset Sazouzou, the one that were the favorites, I'd say, coming on in to repeat their victory. T-Gang could do it all here. It's going to be an exciting matchup. But of course, we've got Orange Juicers versus You Need Coaching for you. It's one of those days, Magical, where every single game you want to be bringing to the people that can watch it, right?
I mean, for Orange Juicers, they got a narrow victory to get a series win, a 2-0 series against Nouns Esports, where it seemed like Nouns were going to get that to game 3 yet. All about the Rayquaza and how you fight around that. Orange Juicers understood the assignment, and that is why they are the team moving on in the upper bracket to face off against You Need Coaching.
It's going to be one heck of a game. Will Orange Juicers stick to their game plan? It worked quite well against the Nouns. Of course, the thing that we need to remember, though, yes, they managed to do it 2-0 victory, but coming into that second game against Nouns, they were more on the back foot than they were feeling confident in that one. So it's definitely not the fact that they managed to dominate. They managed to win it quite comfortably. Yeah, the first game they may have done, but that second game, buddy, they had to rely on a good steal on that Rayquaza. Otherwise, that would have been Nouns.
And I would even argue that the first game wasn't a trouncing either. They were fighting tooth and nail for a lot of those. It seemed like there was going to be moments for Nouns Esports to win, but it really came down to a comp difference, in my opinion, between those two teams in game 1. Game 2, kind of the same. It was a comp diff, but it was the other way. It was Nouns with the stronger comp. We saw how much Toon Slim was doing on the Aegis Slash. I mean, Ghatlue, what an eject button unite Blastoise move, hitting all 5 enemy Pokemon in one burst. Absolutely nuts. They deserve that win, but that's not how Unite goes. You have to win. You have to take the Ray, find the way, get the points at the end of the day. And that is why we have Orange Juicers here in the upper bracket. And You Need Coaching. It was a well-fought series against Komai Esports, all the way to game 3. And even coming down onto how they're fighting around Rayquaza, we kind of saw a little bit of a tidbit of that. They had quite an interesting comp going into that game, having Comfey, but not with the typical offenders that you normally see. No Zoroark, no Metagross. It was trying to pair more with the Sword Doggo and Zacian, as well as the Fire Chicken Blaziken.
Yeah, it was an interesting play by You Need Coaching, and it just shows how they're bringing out a little bit of unusualness to be able to take these wins, buddy. Will we see more of that coming in here? Of course, Orange Juicers. every team knows who Orange Juicers are. Every team either wants to go up against them because they want the challenge, or they're like, they are going to be a very tough team to take on. So Unique Coaching are going to have to pull something out here anyway, just to test the waters on the side of Orange Juicers. They're going to be the ones that feel more confident here with that 2-0 victory. Yes, they may have just stole it away from Nouns, but it's meant that Unique Coaching have had one more game under their belt. What that can mean for the mental side of things could be anything, buddy. Of course, you've had to really work to take that final victory and make sure that you stay up in this upper bracket.
And looking at what you can really pull out in this game, obviously there's only so many bans that you can levy at one another. So it's really going to come down to what you leave open. And this is something I've talked about before. When you are on orange side, it is actually a more powerful position than people realize, especially when there are a lot of really strong Pokemon. Because what people forget is that if you are purple, you only get to pick one of them. Orange side can pick two. So if you leave open things like that Alcremie, the Galarian Rapidash, Snorlax that we've been seeing in Inteleon, you have more of these options for yourself, while only one is going to go to whoever is that first side purple pick.
Yeah, it's why I love Pokemon Unite at the moment more than usual, buddies, because there's so many Pokemon that are valuable, so many Pokemon that are extremely strong that you'd want to ban out. Like, I've heard calls from people saying 4 bans is not enough in this game right now, and that tells me that the game is in a healthy state, in a sense that there is a lot of Pokemon and a lot of counterplay that you can have in this. That's why we see teams go for that orange side so much, try and go for those double picks from the get-go. Unless there is that one dominant Pokemon that is so far above the rest, you're always going to be better off on that orange side of things. Unless you have a plan, unless you know coming into it, this is the comp that we want.
I will say I come from League of Legends, and when we had 70 champions there, we had 3 bans on each side. So having just that one additional one can take away some of these strategies and make it so you have a little bit more of a diverse roster that you have to field. But, you know, that is just me. With 75 Pokemon that you can choose from, 4 of them will be banned, and I am curious to see how teams are going to approach that. I don't think that too many teams are going to do what I was just saying with leaving Alcremie up as available, because that is pretty much going to be the #1 pick if you're purple side. Even if you have this trade, the handshake saying, okay, you could take like an Inteleon or Galarian Rapidash, but Alcremie just does so much with the shields, the cleanses that it provides for the team, that I don't think we'll see too many teams try to go for that kind of trade.
No, I think you're absolutely right, mate. The Fluffy Cream Supreme is just way too good of a Unite move. And, you know, it was good before it got buffed. I mean, it completely divided the community because people were like, it didn't need a buff. Others was like, yeah, it did. And, you know, I don't expect to see it on the field at all.
You know what needs a buff is Cramorant.
You know what?
I haven't mentioned Cramorant in a while. I want my Cramorant to be buffed. Give my bird the word. I need the bird back.
I was literally thinking about you the other day because Unity Clash has, of course, the European Unite League that we're going to be covering next week, by the way, chat, so make sure that you keep an eye on those socials. But anyway, I've been covering a couple of the offline games throughout the week, and a team pulled out the Cramorant, and I did sit there and I go, was that a misclick? But mate, it put in an absolute shift and dominated the team. Cramorant having a little bit of a rise in that league play. I thought of you, buddy.
Yes, more Cramorant, but we're not going to see that today, I don't think. Team's not going back to my bird, unfortunately. Not really in the best and healthiest spots, especially when you have things that are just doing the job better. We already have the Mewtwo Y that we see how much damage it can do from far away. Same with Mew, doing the same thing. And Inteleon, pretty much anything that my poor bird can do, there are a lot of things that can do it even better.
There is, unfortunately, mate. But we're going to go on into this pick ban phase here for Orange Juicers versus You Need Coaching. Let's see who the first pick is going to be. Orange Juicers here with the first pick.
Going on purple, so they have that option. And You Need Coaching. I'm curious. Like I said, I want to see teams more delve into the dark arts of leaving a lot of the powerful picks open when they are orange. Umbreon is going to be the first ban by Orange Juicers, but Alcremie for You Need Coaching, not wanting to tempt fates.
I do like from Orange Juicers, though, that, of course, when you have a Pokemon like that, where you really do want to get it, you just force the other team to ban it, mate. That's
Wait.
so Grug banging
Inteleon? Inteleon, Galarian Rapidash, Suicune are all available. Orange Juicers, you know what it is. There's Inteleon left open. You can grab it right now.
As we said though, yep, Flareon's is going to do just that. Opens up these 2 double picks for You Need Coaching. Already a lot of Pokemon they can still go for. Suicune is here, Snorlax is there, and that's what they're going to pair on up here.
I wouldn't have it any other way if I was You Need Coaching. You see that Inteleon's on the other side. You get something that is great at disrupting.
Ooh.
And have a Dodrio. Pretty much, I always call it the OG Galarian Rapidash. To have that dash into the back line, be much more of a menace, and get a lot of damage onto the back targets such as Inteleon. Vin Diesel played this the other day, and we saw them actually do really well with the Dodrio. But double all-rounders. One to stop the bird in its tracks in Suicune, the other to give it a swift kick to the face. Faces.
Faces. Multiple faces. It's got 3 faces you can kick. But yes, I think picking the Dodrio so early is such a call though by You Need Coaching. They've got to be confident with it, because as we've seen, it's opened up the gates for Rolling and OG to pick up Suicune and Blaziken. This is, you're giving a lot of really strong Pokemon over.
Is this just the comp that Orange Juicers ran in game 1 against Nouns Esports that You Need Coaching is now drafting? The only thing that they've really subbed in is the Dodrio?
Yeah, pretty much, mate. Yeah.
Feels very similar. I mean, obviously, Zacian is not exactly Lucario either, but with a Clefable, Snorlax, great ways to heal up and give more power to your all-rounder, plus the Dodrio to disrupt the backline. I actually really like this from You Need Coaching. They rounded out with Miraidon, while OJ, they have gotten themselves that Alolan Raichu again for Kratos, and then Zugrug on to Mamoswine since the Snorlax had been taken away by Oogway.
So, no healer here on the side of Orange Juicers, mate. A rainbow comp on the side of You Need Coaching. So, yeah, different way of playing it. It's quite interesting. They've got the range, though, that You Need Coaching have picked up. It's Orange Juicers that have a little bit more. And, of course, Vin Diesel, their job all day has to be getting onto Flareons.
Get onto Flareons, make this Inteleon's life hectic and chaotic. Always try to put pressure onto the sniper, but I'm also looking at what You Need Coaching can do with that Miraidon, because we don't see too much Miraidon, not like it used to be. We think back to like last year when we had the Summer Showdown. Every other game was Miraidon, but now you have more options. I feel like Miraidon in a better spot, maybe a little bit more niche, but can either go for more of that dive kind of composition or can be more about the poke like we had seen previously.
Yeah, I think the Enhanced Charge Beam is one of the best ranged attacks in the game. Of course, your go-to is Inteleon. If you can't get Inteleon, you're probably going to be, throwing a bit of a nosy at Mewtwo Y, Alolan Raichu, and then Miraidon is going to be within that mix. But you are right, we don't see much of it now because of the fact that people typically want to go for the Mewtwo Y, want to go for the Inteleon. I think the Enhanced Charge Beam has got to be the shout here, buddy. It's good for getting Rip onto the side of the front line.
I'm just wondering, though. I look at this composition that You Need Coaching have, and I feel like Electro Drift fits well with the rest of them. I feel like having something that can dive into the backline with everyone else, it works well. I mean, it is You Need Coaching. They do kind of pull off some crazy strats every once in a while.
I mean, hey, you never know. It could be a Electro Drift world that we're living in, buddy. We're about to find out as we go on into these semi-finals. It's Orange Juicers here on your purple side. It's You Need Coaching on your orange side, and Swinub may have disconnected.
May have. We'll hopefully figure that one out pretty quickly if we can get them in. Oh, no, I see movement. We're good. We're good.
We're alive. They're alive. They're in the lane. They're going. We paused it just to make sure, though.
Yeah, but we saw the movement, so we know we are good. We'll get that Swinub back on to the Thea Skyruns really quickly. But looking across the board and how you are pathing so far, Pikachu in the central path, matching up against Doduo. You know what's weird is that there's not a single-headed, like, baby Pokemon for Doduo.
Yeah, you'd think that, like, I mean, you'd have to give it 3 Evo paths, I guess. One with 1 head, one with 2 heads, one with 3 heads, right? That's just the only thing that makes sense.
And then you can have a Mega Evolution where it gets a 4th head.
And it's a Hydra? Bro.
Yeah.
You onto
see?
something.
Now we're cooking. We're cooking here, but we are back into the game, so we are cooking up more action with an early dunk already from JL. And looking at how these teams are going to play, Right now, the Sword Doggo doing a good job of making sure these Bumblebees are not stolen away. Only having that one that nearly was taken down, but now that Clefairy had peeled back, got a lot of damage onto Roland and onto OG. Even if the Clefairy takes a little bit of damage, it's the Sword Doggo that's the real threat.
Yeah, OG had to use the eject button there, buddy, and not too far off level 5 on the side of Zacian, as they have KFC for dinner, sending back the Torchic to the Pokemon Center. Not too far off that level 5 now, buddy.
And the ultimate power move, a single point dunk by Clefairy. Just the 1 point after getting the knockout onto Torchic. And then when the Ulterior camp spawns, they're already diving, stealing that away. They've got Clefable now online. Mach-Lisa gets back while the Ulterior of the Ulterior camp had been secured by Orange Juicers. It is the mental damage that You Need Coaching is doing right now.
Yeah, and they're going to need some assistance to break through that Clefable Zacian. And
two!
Number 2 dunk from JL. Just going to be a nuisance in the side here, buddy. They've got Combustion. There's not a lot more that they can do. And, of course, they've got Zacian that can come in and give them some assistance here. So You Need Coaching. They're in the driver's seat right now.
I'm telling you, it's the mental damage. Anyone sees that on Pokemon Unite. You see a Clefable running at you, just getting the single point, the 2 point dunks, and you're like, why are they doing this? This doesn't actually benefit them in any way, yet it does, because now look at how Orange Juicers are already playing aggressively in the central path, nearly getting taken down by the charge beam that you were talking about. Sadly, not going to be the Electro Drift that I was hoping for, because the poke that Litana does is just too real.
Buddy, OG tried to get over the wall. They were unable to. And then they were sent back to the Pokemon Center. That's such a shame. But it feels like You Need Coaching have more of an easier route in this early stages. They're managing with these power spikes to find quick KOs. They're managing to score some points and just continue to put that pressure onto Orange Juicers, who are slightly on the back foot right now.
It is only slightly. They still have gotten themselves pretty decent movement around the Sky Ruins at the moment. As the Drizzile has to get back to safety, Flareons cannot secure control of the top path any further. They're starting to lose out a lot of that power to this Dodrio, who's gotten themselves quite far ahead. Just need level 9, and then they are going to be truly stampeding through the entire game.
Finally, a moment of breathing for the side of Orange Juicers down in that bottom lane. They've managed to find the KO onto Snorlax, and they're going to get this Regice as free real estate for their effort. A good snipe shot there, trying to take the Lecky away, but unfortunately blocked off by Clefable.
So close. I thought it was going to happen for a second, but in the bot path, important for Orange Juicers. They are winning elsewhere while these dunks do come through, and we're going to have a hefty overdunk from Vin Diesel. Slamming that down with the help of Regieleki to keep the lead for You Need Coaching. Orange Juicers did not falter bot path. They keep themselves even and are looking pretty strong, but they got to be careful with the Piloswine nearly caught out in central path, forced to eject button away with a Sword Doggo in pursuit, trying to slice down the Mammoth, but couldn't do so.
Oh, good freezes coming in from Suicune there. Really saved their teammate. And now we do have a retreat from You Need Coaching. Going to see if we can score some points here from OG. They've got a Zacian on their way, though. Their pincer movement is on as LJ tries to lock them down. Dashing on in on the side of Solid.
This is what I'm talking about. The Blaziken went for the 15 dunk and went too far. It's the mental damage that was dealt earlier by Clefable.
Made you want to go get your own dunk, and you sacrifice your life to do so. It has meant that Orange Juicers are a point ahead as we hit this mid-game. They're managing to try and catch up on the levels. They do have 11 on the Dodrio, and that is pretty scary if you're looking at the other side of things, buddy.
I'm a little bit worried for Orange Juicers. Level 10 for Alola and Raichu, not bad. But everyone else still in single digits, especially the Inteleon. You need to get this Inteleon further ahead. Being so far behind the comparative poke of You Need Coaching's Miraidon is not looking too good for Orange Juicers when it comes to these mid-game fights around Regis.
Close battle here. We're just sitting up, waiting to see who's going to approach what next. You Need Coaching are expecting them to go for this Lecky, so they're setting up, waiting for some sort of ambush, but Orange Juicers are going to go for the basement Reggie here. It's going to be a Regice, so they're going to get that for free, and I think You Need Coaching are going to try and take an approach of taking this Lecky and see if they can push this down that lane.
I don't know if I like this call from Unique Coaching. While Regieleki is decent, they trade the Regice in the bot path, giving some power to Orange Juicers, who they themselves can now push back this Miraidon, defending the bot path, or they can rotate, as you see on the minimap, moving through Central, trying to see if they can catch any stragglers who are looking for any farm. A heavy slam, a little bit wide from Uguay, but a lot of poke damage from the charge-up beam. They can only pittance of damage onto Orange Juicer because they have enough shields to survive.
Looks like an approach onto this here. Zero Spy Vision's going to come on out, but there's the disrupt with the block. It's going to be the Bright Future Meteor Storm that rains down the damage, buddy. Heavy Slam coming in from Snorlax with the power nap, and the disruption from Unique Coaching is enough to obliterate Orange Juicers on the T1 pad and rain in these points to get themselves a nice overcap. It's left on 4. In fact, they only have the 5 to go in. It's a 1 overcap, but they've given themselves the lead.
That kick looked so perfect for Orange Juicers, but that was their own demise because they overcommitted on it. And what a heavy slam power nap combo from Unique Coaching that they capitalized upon, taking full control of the fight, removing the bot pad, and now they are firmly in the lead.
Yeah, you pair that with a Bright Future Meteor Storm, and boy, what amount of damage it's gonna do. Good effort there, though, trying to get out from Clefable, but JL does go down. The Blaziken OG is gonna find that KO, and now it looks like Orange Juicers want to push the T1 on the side of Unique Coaching, trying to put the block up. Snorlax trying to disrupt them going onto that goal, but they fall anyway. The enhanced charge beam's gonna burn through Orange Juicers, but there's nobody there to back them up, and they make the decision to eject away from this goal and leave it for Orange Juicers.
Getting a lot back for Orange Juicers. What a win as they take an reciprocal top pad to answer the bot that had been lost by Unique Coaching taking it. But it is the fight at Regieleki. Zordago already on it. Then stolen away by Suicune. The legendary beast has gotten the prey as they take down a double knockout for Alolan Raichu, making another knockout as they were able to get into the back line. 3 down for Unique Coaching, but enough time still left on the clock for them to get back onto the Thea Sky Ruins and contest Rayquaza.
Wow, what Unique Coaching don't have is that Sovereign Sword for the Sword Doggo, buddy. They used it there, trying to see if they could get some KOs before they went down, and now that's a massive secure they're not going to have for Rayquaza. And Orange Juicers has Blaziken. They have managed to pick up the Mammoth sign here, though. Mammoth Mash comes through. Power Nap to stop them getting away, and they find the first KO. They managed to dive onto Alolan Raichu. The jet button has to come on out. Thunderstorm Aerial as well, buddy. Pairing it with the Nice Inch Fines is going to take the KO. Here is the Azure Spy Vision. Orange Juicers have just flipped that fight around.
But it's not over. Unique Coaching still have 3 on the Sky Ruins, ready to contest Rayquaza. They've only just started it with the Heavy Slam in, bound to 50%, still alive with poke coming in from Suicune, trying to lock down the Unique Coaching squad, not letting them get into the pit, but they have the charge-up beam. The snipe from Inteleon has taken down Miraidon, but it's Rayquaza secured by Flareon's. OG have got this game. The Orange Juicers will take game 1.
With a triple KO coming out for Raichu as well. OJ now reigning the Hundo Burgers. They couldn't get onto the side of Flareon's. They were uncontested, and they take that Rayquaza. The white flag goes up. Unique Coaching are going to have to win this one or face going into that loser's bracket.
And again, Orange Juicers, their comp, it played around the Rayquaza and it won. Not with the Blaziken, but this time with the Inteleon. Before it had been Cinder Ace to secure it, this time they had that snipe damage secure, a lot of burst onto things like Rayquaza. That picks him up a game 1 victory, but it was close. And we can easily see Unique Coaching bouncing back into this game. They tried something that felt like a flavor of old with the Miraidon and the Dodrio, but it wasn't like it was a bad composition. It just struggled there right at the finish line.
I gotta say, I was expecting more KOs to be on that final stat screen than they were, buddy. It felt like they were constantly fighting, but, you know, again, Orange Juicers have that plan. We need to have something that can secure the Rayquaza in the final moments. They always have a Pokemon to do so, and they did exactly that yet again. But what I did like, and I feel like we'll need to see here as we do, this Miraidon with the enhanced charge beams were huge for Unique Coaching. It was constant pressure they were putting on when they were trying to push these pads.
But despite having that pressure, it wasn't enough to actually stop Orange Juicers, because Inteleon, if you look at a lot of these fights, when Unique Coaching won the fights, they had already gotten rid of the Inteleon. But when they lost, it's because they couldn't get close enough to take out the snipe shots, and Flareon's landing shot after shot. You saw how much damage it did right there to a Snorlax. Imagine it hitting a non-defender and still taking away all of their health.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why Inteleon's the second most banned Pokemon here, but it's just so much damage you can rain down. And this is the Sovereign Sword that we see. I think they were trying to hope that they could pick some KOs up here with that enhanced charge being coming through, but too many shields meant that you had to use that Unite move, go back to the Pokemon Center, and then you didn't have it for this fight here. And Orange Juicers are just going to chain all of these Unite moves together and get those big picks, managing to take Clefable, and they managed to get Dodrio as well. So Orange Juicers just had to have Inteleon in the right position, and that's exactly what they do here.
Like right there, you see the charge up beam. You know that you're going to be a little bit of a slower target. Flareon throws the snipe shot, and then on to Rayquaza. We see again how close it got. Snipe shot being channeled, and then boop, gotta boop the head of Rayquaza to make sure they secure it.
It's a great effort, mate. Managing to take that through. I think Uguay was trying to hope that they were in the way, but unfortunately
They're hoping to block it.
They were
hoping so bad that they blocked that one, but they were just slightly behind. If you literal pixels away.
Yeah.
We talked about that in the last game where Orange Juicers beat Nouns, that it was 0.1 second.
Yeah.
That was different. That separated the Age/securing Rayquaza compared to the Cinderace, and there we see that it was pixels that save Orange Juicers and allow them to get Rayquaza.
And if anything, it just shows how close these teams are, buddy. It's literally coming down to milliseconds and pixels to see who ends up winning. That's how close the teams are in this Summer Showdown.
Now we are in to draft for Game 2 Unique Coaching. I feel like that All Creamy ban is going to be a standard ban that they have to lock down pretty quickly. But then, do you let the Inteleon through a second time, or do you ban it here? That is the real question that Unique Coaching have to answer. Glaring Rapidash is the option they decide to go for, feeling like they can still deal with that Inteleon, but you gotta have some better answers than the Miraidon, because it just didn't do enough damage to overcome the snipe shots that were landing from Flareons.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They need something they can try and get into that backline and get the hits onto Flareons, not their own ranged attacker, because, yeah, you did have the damage. You could drop a lot of damage onto those defenders, and, you know, we saw them. I think they had like 30% of the team's damage, but if Flareons is uncontested, Orange Juicers are always going to have the advantage in those final few moments, mate. So we need an answer here for Unique Coaching.
We see a very similar draft. In fact, exactly the same so far for Orange Juicers. Inteleon, Suicune, Blaziken, compared to that of the Dodrio and Snorlax. If they lock in that Alolan Raichu, stealing that from Kratos, that could be a good turn here for Unique Coaching, making sure that there is going to be some difference in OJ's composition on how they can play against Unique Coaching. But JL back onto Clefable. I'm looking at Lutano on what they end up securing. It is Alolan Raichu.
Rightly so. I think that's the Pokemon that, you know, was locking in all the KOs for Orange Juicers. They definitely felt like they needed to deal with that themselves. So try and take that one away. What are Orange Juicers going to lock in here, though? They've gone with the same core, and of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're going to pull out the Mamoswine yet again, but now you don't have access to that Alolan Raichu. They're going to lock in a Zoroark, buddy.
Wow. Okay. Taking Zoroark for Kratos. And this is just fascinating because Unique Coaching tend to play stuff like that when they have Comfey on their side, but it is really the gauntlet thrown down by OJ. Then they are going for Zoroark. They have that assassin damage. They can get on top of Lutano's Alolan Raichu, but a Sword Doggo to round out the composition for Unique Coaching. A lot of it is the same. What we saw previously for Unique Coaching, the only difference is no Miraidon instead Alolan Raichu. So Mach Lisa is going to be all important on the Sword Doggo on how they play. If they end up going into the top path again, how they end up winning that matchup or losing it can really dictate how Unique Coaching will approach the rest of the game.
I like the change up from Miraidon to the Raichu, buddy. I think that is a good shout by Unique Coaching. Raichu just has much more maneuverability, can really try and get around those Pokemon and even get just close enough to drop a good amount of damage onto Flareons. And that was something that Miraidon struggles with. As soon as you do have that enhanced charge beam up, you're very slow. We saw Flareons get the lock-in at that Rayquaza on Miraidon because they couldn't really move, mate. They're a very easy target. Raichu absolutely is not.
But we look at what these compositions will do, and it feels like Orange Juicers, it is the same. They're playing for the late game. They've got great secure, great burst damage with a snipe shot or a flame kick from the flame chicken. But Unique Coaching, it feels like they have to have this really strong mid game. That way, they are in control of Rayquaza before Orange Juicers can set up.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is it. You need to be in control of the final 2 minutes of the game, really, don't you? You need to be in a good enough lead and feel comfortable enough before that Rayquaza spawns on in, because that is where OG have been really showing themselves. OJ are just so strong at that Rayquaza, getting those lock-ins. So I do like the adjustments here from Unique Coaching, but I feel like Orange Juicers, they're always going to be the ones to beat, but you can never count them out until it's literally the end of the game.
Exactly, and that's why, like, we can make this argument, as you said, any team needs to have control of Rayquaza at the last 2 minutes, except Orange Juicers, because they keep drafting a composition where they are okay with flipping. They have so much secure on these neutral objectives. They are more than happy if they are even just up to try to contest the Rayquaza. They don't need full control. All they need is to get Blaziken or find a snipe shot from Inteleon on the side. And then suddenly, they have snatched away that victory from you. They have taken the game, and they have taken the series.
We have just had confirmation along the wire. It's come straight into my ear here, chat. We're going to have a redraft. I think there was an issue in that draft. So, Magical, we could be having a mix-up of what comes in. We'll get confirmation on whether that means different Pokemon or whether it's going to be the same Pokemon. If it is the same, great. We're locked in. We know what's coming up. If it is different, do you think they shake it up a little bit or go back to what they had?
Honestly, I feel like with how close that first game was up until the finishing blow from Rayquaza, I think that Unique Coaching don't really need to change too much. I think that their adaptation with the Alolan Raichu, as you kind of talked about, the mobility, now being able to dodge away from some of the snipe shots, not getting nearly as punished just for how you need to position like Miraidon tends to be against Inteleon. It works for Unique Coaching. Well, Unique Coaching, they look at Orange Juicers, who have a very similar comp to what they ran before. As long as they're able to rein in control early in the game at that mid-game point, right around 5 minutes, they can hold that until the 2-minute mark, then have a good fight before Rayquaza, and then secure the objective.
What I would like to see, because Orange Juicers are going to continue to run this Inteleon, buddy. Of course, if it's not going to be banned by Unique Coaching, they're going to always have access to it. I would like to see something like a Talonflame coming out, to be honest. I want to see that approach of just put pressure on Flareons and keep that pressure on. Talonflame means that at least you don't have to be too concerned about the defenders. You can get over them, right? And if you constantly have a Fly or a Brave Bird coming your way on the side of Inteleon, you've got to always think about your positioning 24/7. There's no moment in that game that you can think, I don't need to worry here. I'm just going to try and stand here and lock in this objective. You know he's going to be there. I think the Talonflame could be a huge shout.
It could. Honestly, I don't think that's a terrible idea going into this one, but we are going to see whether or not this is a full game redraft where they're just going for the same styles and the same Pokemon, or if it is going to be a brand new draft. Right now, just going through it, it is Umbreon. I'm imagining all creamy. Honestly, the bands won't tell us anything because I'm expecting those to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't expect these to change at all unless they want to take the Inteleon out. But no, they're going to ban the Rapid Dash. So Orange Juice is going to stick to their game plan. They're not going to want to change it up. They're very comfortable with the comp that they built unless they stick with that Zoroark.
Okay, so right now, seeing Inteleon picked up, with the Snorlax and with how quick they're locking in some of these Pokemon, I have to imagine they are just going for the same draft as they did previously, running through it really quick so that we can get into game 2.
I wonder at what stage, though, they felt they needed the redraft, because that'll be where they change things up or can change things up. And I think it's these later picks. So if this is locked in here, it's got to be the last pick, which means that we could have a different Zacian, or whether it's the Kratos pick that they need to change. But we're about to find on out. Zugurug's definitely going to take the Mammoth one. I'm a bit surprised if it isn't. It is the Kratos pick, and it looks like they're going off that Zoroark.
Oh, okay. So not the Zoroark. So not going for kind of that ego play up against You Need Coaching. It is Aegislash that they lock in for Kratos with the Mamoswine.
Wow, look at that. Could Flareons feel any more comfortable behind the absolute wall that they've just built around them? Like, Orange Juicers are going to be so difficult to get through here that Flareons is going to be flinging those snipes all day long, mate.
And even looking at the final lock-in for You Need Coaching, Sarina, something that is good at getting into the backline, but you have to get through a Blaziken, Suicune, Mamoswine, Aegislash combo before you can get to the Snipe Frog themselves. It is looking nearly impossible for the Sarina to do so unless you're having these godlike flanks alongside Vin Diesel.
I mean, look, nearly every single one of those Pokemon Orange Juicers has as a wall around Flareons, has a crazy amount of CC as well, mate. So we see Mark Lisa there with the full heal. Unfortunately, full heal has been nerfed so many times in Pokemon Unite that it's only worth 1 second realistically, and that's 3 Pokemon that has a crazy amount of CC that you have to break through. Definitely feels slightly a better comp here for Orange Juicers coming into this one, mate.
No longer are they just looking towards that end game, looking for Rayquaza. They're looking for the mid-game power there, right alongside that of You Need Coaching, and kind of like what we saw in Game 1 of Orange Juicers versus Nouns Esports. Nouns, they have this sliver of a window in order to win the game up against Orange Juicers. It feels like it is the same thing for You Need Coaching going into Game 2 of the semifinals.
Well, the thing is, what we always need to remember is that the only way you win Pokemon Unite is by scoring more points. So when it comes down to it, if You Need Coaching can keep themselves in the game points-wise and have the levels at Rayquaza, that's all that's going to matter, mate.
As we see an early fight over the Bunnelbees, it's still already having pressure at the moment for You Need Coaching, but even with that attempted engage from Orange Juicers to try to see if they can get their own farm back, it is You Need Coaching winning out bot half.
The power of Snorlax, the boosted does crazy damage, the tackle's great for secure. OG here trying to see if they can secure this arena, unable to do so. So now they're going to go on the retreat. Dodrio's already up in the field. Good effort onto Uguay here, has to use the X-Speed to get themselves out of that situation.
There's going to be a very fast Snorlax getting out of there, then farming up on the Bunnelbees as we have quite the party already developing. You Need Coaching sending down the reinforcements for the Altaria camps. Well, I see it is just JL, a lone Clefairy, up top path by themselves with 4 here for Orange Juicers and tries to run past them. Does get the evolution into Clefable and looking for a dunk, surprisingly so, getting that damage again. JL right underneath 4 players of Orange Juicers.
So both teams had the same plan there, but You Need Coaching got more out of it, with JL managing to score those points and the rest of their team coming to back them up. Unfortunately, Inteleon was just as that little frog. They've just hit Drizzile, so they weren't able to go on in as a Sobble and had to go up the Flux Lane.
As we see Kratos very far from home, tries to go for the double dash in, but is getting chased down 2v1. Not looking too good for Kratos. Nearly heals up through it all, but unfortunately, Vin Diesel and their Clefable were able to take down the swords. And then, however, the fight in the bot path, Uguay with the heavy slam onto Roland, but Flareon is there to back up.
Nice KO onto Snorlax. That means Flareon's ever so closer to becoming Inteleon. You Need Coaching. They're finding the moments to keep the pressure on here. Got more points on the board, and they've got better levels around the field as well. So despite what happened in that top pad, it's definitely paid off for them to alleviate that pressure.
And looking across the board right now, we have triple sevens for You Need Coaching, only double on the side of Orange Juicers, but if they're able to take down Vin Diesel, that could get them in a better spot, especially with how close they are to level 8 for OG.
Take down Vin Diesel's one hell of a mission when they're that sticky, that easy to get away on the side of this Dodrill, but they finally do, buddy. Kratos shows up, locks it in with the sword, and back to the Pokemon Center they go. In the meantime, though, this Registeel has come in down in this bottom lane. The rip is on. They do have Serena here, but Zugrug is here as well, and of course Flareon's with the snipe shots. Unique Coaching have made the decision to give it away to Orange Juicers.
They start it up, but then they lose top path. They lose bot path because the healthier side of Orange Juicers makes it impossible for Unique Coaching to secure the neutral objective. Suddenly, this game has gone heavily in favor of Orange Juicers. They are now so far ahead just with the momentum. Like right now, look at this arena. Forced to run so far away, will get nothing in return as Orange Juicers continue to clean up the Sky Ruins.
Yeah, they flipped this game on the head, buddies. We're about to hit the mid-game. They got both objectives. They've now managed to catch up on the levels. They've got the leading points. Now, what more could they possibly want? Well, what more they could want is these KOs, and they find it with Suicune managing to pick up Dodrio. The retreat has to be on for Unique Coaching there.
As Pilliswine getting blocked away from the pad. Zugrug, Ice Fang with the snipe shot onto Oogway. Needs to land one more, missing the Sarina, but another Ice Fang might be able to keep the fight going. And now suddenly Kratos showing up and helping him out in his trade of 1-for-1. But with what it looked like initially there for Zugrug, you will take that because now Kratos can continue to dive deep into the back line of Unique Coaching.
That was such a shame as well. Kratos used the coup de grab whilst that Queen Ascendance was used from Serena, so it meant no damage went onto Serena, and they were taken out of the Unite move. Now Serena has that back, and they couldn't find the KO, and they don't have a coup de grab for this next team fight. That is not the way Kratos wanted that to go, mate.
But I think still picking up the knockout eventually onto 2 players of Unique Coaching has gotten them in a great position because they have level 11s, Blaziken and Aegislash. While Unite is not, the Unite move isn't going to be there. You don't need it when you have that kind of damage. A Queen Ascent onto OG. They try to follow me onto the Blaziken, but he was able to kite back with the rest of the team so they can fight the knockout onto Tarina.
Oh, the way that they're getting swarmed with the CC, buddy, we called it. The all-rounders, majority of them have a crazy amount of CC that they have to deal with. Any time that Serena looks for Flareons, they just get set up and froze. And now they can't find the KO. Flareons is here at that level 11. They've got snipe shots that they're going to be uncontested on. There's the Ice Spikes going on in. And they just obliterate Serena as if to prove my point. The Lecky goes in. Now they're going to get the overcast. OG's got the 40. That's a 33 overcap as their spy vision is here. They're locking in extra KOs. Vin Diesel trying to see if they can get away. 1 HP in a dream. But they finally do find Flareons and it's been reset. But magical. That lane has been completely wiped out and we will have one more Rayquaza before Ray. Lecky
but
before Ray.
consolation prizes right now for Unique Coaching. They are able to at least find some knockouts, crucial ones at that, so they can get some points back, but they are still so far behind now, as you were talking about, because that top pad is completely gone. The path is annihilated by Orange Juicers, so Unique Coaching really need to figure out where they can make their stand on the map, because it is looking dire.
I mean, Oogway was spotted going into that bush. They know that they were there. We're going to try and see if we can dive in with the Queen Ascendance again onto Kratos. No. Can't find the KO. They finally do, but Blaziken's going to take Snorlax. And with Mamoswine, Zugrug freezing 3 of them there at that moment, buddy. They might be able to get on out of this. They have to get back onto that Lecky. It's going to be the Unite move from Clefable that finds the fly onto Mamoswine. But again, Unique Coaching have to retreat because the absolute offense of Orange Juicers is too much for them to handle. Can Vin Diesel come on in here with the Dodrio? No, it's locked on by Flareons, but they were looking for the KOs. OG trying to get on out. The freeze comes on in from Rollin. They're still keeping the pressure on as Zugrug dives back in, buddy. It's going to be the Ice Fangs. You pair that with the freeze from Rollin, and Snipe Shots locks in the KOs. It's JL left, but they're going to fall as well, trying to break the ankles. Orange Juicers obliterate Unique Coaching.
And that was a 4v5 reset fight because that entire time they had sent Ageless into the top path to get control of Regieleki. Yet somehow Orange Juicers win despite being down one of their strongest mons, and now they fight over Regieleki. It is 3 already getting attacked. Secure from Blaziken as it is going to be the knockout onto Ageless, but Zugrug with the nice thing slamming down. Snorlax picking up a knockout for Inteleon as they continue the power train in the top path.
Again, Flareons is completely uncontested on this Inteleon, buddy. That Lecky is going to walk straight into that home base unless they can rip it here with Lutaro on that the Raichu. The Rayquaza is in. The damage is going onto it on the side of Orange Juicers. They either go for this or they go for the home pad. They are currently winning this with a 5v4 fight. They need to wait for that engage as we see the dive on in here from Lisa. They do manage to get onto Flareons. They get him in the Queen Ascendance. That's going to be huge because that's no longer a Xur Spy Vision being on the field, buddy. And go on in with the Mamoswine. They managed to freeze Oogway, but the block is too much. The kick comes on through as well. Blaziken finds the KOs, and one by one, Unique Coaching is losing massive health. Lisa falls as Zugrug dives on into Vin Diesel here with the Ice Fang and obliterates them. Orange Juicers have the lead, and they win the team fight.
But it's not over. Lutano still alive, waiting for Snorlax to join in. Same with Clefable. There will be a reset on the fight. Aegislash tries to dash into the back line, but stopped in their tracks. Kratos couldn't get the knockout on into Alolan Raichu, but they turn it around as they try once more to dash into the back line. They found it with the shield. They found the knockout onto Alolan Raichu. JL, the next target, and Orange Juicers don't give one more hope to You Need Coaching. They will take this game. They will move on into the winners finals.
Wow, Orange Juicers are the team to beat today, mate. They refuse to budge in any moment in these games. Whether they end up on the back foot, they always find an advantage. We've got 10 seconds left. This Rayquaza can be ripped, but they don't have enough points to score it in, buddy. Not enough time to get Hundo Burgers. It's Orange Juicers' victory, 2-0 over Unique Coaching.
And this one, it looked a lot more confident from Orange Juicers than we've seen in the previous games. They got control early and their team fights were immaculate. So little You Need Coaching could do to stop Orange Juicers, especially when you have the triple all-rounder comp and a Mamoswine to boot than the damage from Inteleon behind them.
Buddy, I mean, the fights in that game, my brain was getting frazzled. I think I called out 2 Rayquazas at one point. OG with 108k damage raining down on the Blaziken.
Wow.
And this is it, Magical. The fact that Flareons continues to be untouched with the comp that they build around them on Orange Juicers is why they are so dominant coming into these games.
And to me, it is still more impressive that OG had 108k. That much damage compared to Flareon's on Inteleon. That normally is the one that is topping the charts, and yet Blaziken had way more. Those flame kicks were so good. How many different mons it hit multiple times per kick. Absolutely godlike Blaziken play.
I mean, look at the damage taken for Roland and Flareons, buddy. Like, the 20k, 29k, that's nothing coming into that game. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why they built that front line around it. They've got that CC that Serena couldn't handle. There was no one with that low damage on the side of You Need Coaching. It was really a great comp that Orange Juicers threw into this. And as we see here, the second Serena went in, they were frozen, buddy. Full heal. It's only going to work once.
As talked about, having a nerf full heal, it only does so much in some of these fights, and just so much lockdown by Orange Juicers. The Suicune, you can see how good it will play when you have a team built around it, that it can set up pretty much spoon feeding the rest of the team, all these knockouts, allowing them to find great plays that it was so difficult for You Need Coaching to navigate around.
It's just such an impressive showing, buddy. I mean, Unique Coaching put up one heck of a fight. I mean, the fact that these games do continue to come down to these final moments. We've seen 2 games so far where it's literally just down to milliseconds and the pixels, you know what I mean? So it's these teams are massive. This here, Zugrug with the freeze on 3 of them and manages to get themselves out of this pit to get the reset. If it wasn't for Clefable having that Unite move, and fair play to JL doing that, what an effort from Orange Juicers, mate.
Honestly, after that game, looking like the best team here in the Summer Showdown. Beforehand, it was close. Like, against Nouns, those 2 games, it was back and forth the whole time. Here in game 1 of this series, it was back and forth. It could have gone either way. But in game 2, Orange Juicers turned it up another level. And this is what I was talking about. That damage from the flame kicks in tandem with the lockdown from rolling to set it all up.
It's just perfection, mate. That's mwah, chef's kiss in those final moments there. And this is the right call, by the way. So they use the coup de grace to try and lock this in with the overheat kick. Buddy, this is just before Rayquaza. This is a win condition. You want to take this Lecky because now what they have to do is take this Lecky away. You either go for Rayquaza or you go for the fight. Look, Raichu trying to defend that Lecky. It goes in anyway, and now you're in a 5v4 fight.
And it almost seemed like there was that moment for Unique Coaching because they got Flareons in the backline. It's a great pick. But the problem is, what do you do afterwards? They all ended up grouping up together in that choke point. OG gets an amazing kick yet again. And then they have no more targets. They don't know who they want to focus because they know number 1 target is Inteleon. But who do you go for after that? Blaziken, Aegislash? It's hard to lock either of them down.
That's it, and that's why the comp I absolutely loved from Orange Juicers, because you're right, once you've got that Inteleon, where do you go next? You have to work as a team and be like, right, next target, take the Blaziken, next target, take the Aegislash. It's very hard to do in a game of Pokemon Unite, because it's all so much action everywhere, but that's what the best teams do, buddy, and that is how you manage to get victories. So, here, Orange Juicers take it 2-0. Now, interestingly, before we head to break, T-Gang have taken Nemesis to a 1-1. So it's currently a 3rd game against those 2, buddy. T-Gang already beaten Sazouzou, a 2-0 victory, have now taken Nemesis to a 3rd game.
All right, right now, T-Gang looking like the dark horse of this entire tournament to pair up with the light horse of Galarian Rapidash. But we will toss it to a break for now so we can find out how that series is going and who will be moving on into the winners finals. Make sure you stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I said we had a treat for you in the chat, and boy, do we have a treat for you. So T-Gang defeated Nemesis. That we need to talk about anyway, but now it's Nouns Esports versus Nemesis, Magical.
Absolutely crazy. T-Gang, the dark horse of the bracket, the 2-1 victory over Nemesis after the 2-0 victory against the reigning champions in Sazouzou. Nobody could have guessed that going into this one. That T-Gang now is facing off against Orange Juicers to move on into the grand finals. And then we go down to the lower bracket where we have Nouns Esports in a death match against Nemesis.
And deathmatch it is. It's a best of one chat down in this loser's side until we get to those finals. So you literally have no opportunity for error here. You have to go all out. And we're going to see two of the best teams in their regions do exactly that. Here we go. It's on the screen, but a T-Gang on an absolute tear of this bracket so far. Now have to go up against the probably favorites in here so far, Orange Juicers.
And if they can somehow take down Orange Juicers, this is T-Gang's land. They now run supreme in the Summer Showdown. But we have to look at the lower bracket because you need coaching. Having lost to Orange Juicers 0-2, they will face off against Sazouzou in a best of one to find out who will face off against the winner in this match that we have in a best of one. Nouns Esports and Nemesis. Everyone was saying in chat before that Nemesis were looking prime to be the champions of the Summer Showdown, but now there is that possibility. They have an early exit, but it's also Nouns Esports. They too are fighting for their lives to retain a spot here in the Summer Showdown.
It's crazy that, like, this is why these showdowns are so good, buddy. We got, in losers round one, Sazouzou was there, Nouns are there, Komai was there, Komai already out in the first round, and now Nemesis versus Nouns, one of them's going to be out, Uni Coaching versus Sazouzou. Like, these showdowns are incredible with the high quality teams that are in them.
And as we get into draft for our one and only game between Nouns Esports and Nemesis, we'll see what is taken off of the board. Nouns will be on the purple side. Nemesis over there on orange. Inteleon is the first ban by Nouns.
It's a huge shout, isn't it? And that's why Alchemy's here as well from Nemesis. I just think if you don't want to come up against the Inteleon, if you don't have a plan to get onto that Inteleon that you trust enough, just ban it.
And looking at the second ban, I thought maybe Assassin was going to be the ban by Nouns, but they decide they want to put more focus onto Umbreon and then leave open Snorlax. We see that as a big pick for Armarouge, another one that we've been seeing get a lot more bans as we get further through the Summer Showdown, but neither will be taken by Nouns. Instead, they get themselves Suicune, something good at locking down the competition and making it hard for them to run around.
That opens up the doors for Nemesis to get Snorlax and the Psyduck here. I thought they might go for the Snorlax for Bruv, but no. They're going to lock in the Suicune, what's going to be their second set of picks here. Looking for maybe the ranged attacker, of course, with Inteleon being taken out. But no, Adesu is going to lock in the Armarouge. What's Ghatlue going to show their attention to?
And looking at what the possibilities were, Bruv instead will get Wigglytuff. Not even Clefable that we've been kind of seeing take over the spot from Wigglytuff from long ago. Bruv really bringing out some of the Pokemons from the deepest trenches and bringing them back here against Nemesis. And Nemesis lock in Blaziken Miraidon. We saw the Miraidon early as an attempted answer into Inteleon, but here it is not going to be contested with that. Instead, it could be about the poke that is done elsewhere on the map, especially if you end up going for that Mewtwo Y that we've been seeing a lot. But no, it is Sylveon.
Wow, this is such an interesting draft from Nouns, and Ghatlue is going to pull out the Dodrio, of course, trying to get onto Bora there. They've got the ranged attack on the side of Nemesis. They don't have the absolute wall built around Bora that we saw in previous games with people taking them, so let's see what's going to be the final pick for Nemesis. They're going to go Speedster. Absol comes out to play.
Oh my goodness. So this is our second Absol that I think we have seen, because we had one played yesterday, and now in a do or die match, Absol up against Dodrio. Two speedsters. We've been seeing a lot of Dodrio, but not nearly enough of Absol, and Nemesis feel confident enough with this rainbow comp up against Nouns.
Thing is, okay, so Absol's here. They're probably going to run Pursuit. Most people do. So they're going to get huge crits. You've got to hit them on the back for that, though. There is a lot of self-sustain over on the side of Nouns Esports here, buddy. They've got some pretty strong teams. I mean, we're not going to see what Adesu's going to go for. I'd imagine the Mystical Fire. I'd be surprised with Hyper Voice, but understandable. But I think it just makes it harder for Absol to get those KOs. Now, if they do get the crits, you are a god on Absol. That's what it's all about. But you definitely have to be quick with it. That's what Pursuit's there for. And I just think a little bit too much health on the side of Nouns Esports. This is going to be one heck of a game, buddy.
Especially dealing with something like Suicune that was early drafted by Nouns. It is going to be a testament to just how good of an Absol player we see here out of Nemesis, and whether or not it is going to start snowballing out of control and finding the backline, being that threat onto Sylveon, because it is very important you take out that attacker. Getting into our one match of the losers round 2. Which team moves on? It all comes down to this.
Oh, not a position these teams wanted to be in, but one that they know they need to lock in for. It's going to be the Speedsters taking the central area here for both teams. You're going to have Armarouge in the top side paired with the Blaziken. Down here, it's going to be the Miraidon Snorlax trying to take on this Sylveon and Wigglytuff.
As right now, it is just a Jigglypuff not singing too great of a song here, losing out on a lot of the Bunnelbees that were controlled by Nemesis, getting themselves in a good position. But then in the top path, we see the opposite. It is Nouns Esports, the team that is in control of the Bunnelbees early, getting themselves pretty good position so far.
Having this weekend is going to be huge for Nouns Esports. The freezes that are going to come on through, the disruption they're going to get, pairing that with the Sing that I suspect Wigglytuff is going to play, but it might be the answer, because of course, what they really need to concentrate on is where this Absol is going to approach and trying to make sure they can lock down this Miraidon.
Right now, Kira, spotting that Dodrio with Sylveon in the central path, were attempting a play top path. But now that they've been spotted out, they decide to call the attack off instead, just letting it be a 3v3 with evolutions on the side of Toon, getting that Armarouge on line.
It's going to be Hyper Voice here for Adesu. That's going to be good for trying to lock in quite a bit of farm. Can rip through those defenders as well. Nap here on the side of Snorlax, but it looks like they're going to get down. Yes, they do. Bruv finds that KO.
Nice KO for the side of Nouns, getting themselves on the board and putting Nemesis slowly but surely behind. And they got to continue to replicate that success moving elsewhere on the map, especially when we're looking at how they can play around something like Toon on Armarouge. Because right now, they're going to beating from the Psyduck. Same with the Combuskin, though, is getting a lot of damage onto this Armarouge, but not enough to actually pick up the knockouts.
Oh, I tell you what does though, Ghatlue comes in and absolutely obliterates Combuskin. They nearly get that first bit of scores in, but it's going to be disrupted, and it means Nouns Esports not only finds Absol, but also finds majority of that mid-central farm.
And the fact that they're able to find that knockout, they now can put down some powerhouse in the top side, see if they can at least get some points dunked in, but unfortunately they decide to fall back and hope that they can bait in Nemesis into fights. Right now, despite some of these knockouts being picked up by Nouns, they haven't been able to capitalize off of any of them. We have Absol attempting the knockout onto Indy, but he was able to get back with the rest of the team, keeping alive underneath the pad.
This is the issue though, right? Anytime they go in, especially with Absol, when they're around Toon, they're gonna have to have their team with them. That Fire Spin, you're not gonna be able to get the KO onto that Armarouge as Absol unless the team is with you.
Invade from Toon, getting it a lot of damage and bursting down the Absol as a Flame Kick not going to connect onto anyone. Metallic forced back into the Flux Zone to be defensive, eating both berries, but this could be the time to strike for Nouns. They got to be careful as Toon took a little bit too much damage. Having the nap put down by Kira will chase away Nouns from the pad.
Okay, gonna have to go back and get some healing on the side of Toon at least. Citrus berries are there though. The rip on Regieleki coming in from Nemesis now. Nearly having Midnight Slash, but they're gonna have to rely on the Psycho Cut Pursuit to do so. Toon's gonna go on in. Overheat Kick is gonna lock that one in for Nemesis.
They got the knockout on Kira, so I thought maybe there was going to be the attempted fight at Regieleki, but they don't opt for it. Not against Metallic's Blaziken. They'll let him have it and instead take down Regieleki before he can even crash up top path.
Magical, we're at 6 minutes in this game and 2 big fat donuts on that scoreboard. Not a single point scored as we're about to hit the mid-game. Regi's here. It's going to be contested by Nouns Esports. Oh, good effort by Ghatlue, but it's the overheat that locks it in by Metallic. That's why Blaziken is on Fire Sky Ruins.
I mean, the Blaziken is so good at securing any of these neutral objectives. We've talked about it so many times, and we saw it right there. Got close with the try-attack. I thought maybe Ghatlue was going to be able to find it, but instead, Ghatlue looking for some knockouts with the Sing, having a lot of damage on to Psyduck. He was forced to use the Psy-II to try to survive, and they have the recital that is being sung by Wigglytuff. They re-engage in the backline. Dodrio looking for the duck. Only one bird can survive while the dragon has to get back to the Flux Zone. Snorlax with a heavy slam, but taken down by Armor Rouge as the Comets will strike down onto the land, trying to get any damage, but every one of them missing the target. Still in the Flux Zone, kept at bay by Suicune.
That is crazy, buddy. They do find Toon eventually, but so many Unite moves were used by Nemesis there, and they didn't get anything for their effort. But now, they are on the rebound. As they dive on in, they manage to find Ghatlue. Now it's down to Bruv to defend this by themselves as the Desu gets thrown around. They are going to throw out the Fairy Floric, and that's going to be the defense they were looking for. Finally, with 4 minutes, the 45 points goes in, but the KOs are falling to Nouns Esports. They need to take Metallic, though, as the overheat kick is going to take down a Desu. They're so weak, but they do find the KO. Nemesis has to retreat here because Nouns has the powerhouse in that lane.
It is 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes into the game, and we only just got our first points. Look at how much energy is left on the ground because none of them can get close enough to these pads to actually dunk.
This is ridiculous, mate. It's all about just grabbing the farm. That's what they're trying to do and contest each lane here. We've got both of them in each lane. We're going to push on in with two, and they're down here. It's all about Ghatlue trying to avoid the pressure from that Psycho cut. Recital comes out, saves Ghatlue in that approach. The pursuit doesn't connect. They end up face to face. They have to use Midnight Slash to take out Bruv. They're pretty weak, though. The Power Nap is going to give them the heals, and they find Ghatlue. It's Bright Future Meteor time, buddy, as a Desu manages to break the ankles of the Meteors, but it's Nemesis that have the advantage in this bottom lane.
But the fact that we are 3 minutes and a half left into this game, 6.5 minutes have passed, and we are still not at triple digits dunked by either side. One team still has the donut, and they are still looking for the fight as they are trying eventually to get their first points. Rex is going to be the target as Psyduck gone finally. With Nouns will get the dunks. They'll take down the top pad.
Wow, gonna score more points down here for the side of Nemesis though. Finally, we've got triple digits on the field, but still 22 points between these two teams. 50 seconds before Rayquaza is here. Nouns Esports gonna look to take down this Regieleki. Level-wise, buddy, it's only level 12s, level 13 on Absol. They find the KO onto Ghatlue. They will be back for Rayquaza, but it is anyone's game at this moment.
And with Regieleki still there, still prancing down the path and looking for the top pad, it is going to be eventually stopped in its tracks by Nemesis. But this is so close. Anyone's game in a best of one. Who moves on between Nouns and Nemesis? You couldn't ask for a better game.
And it's not like they've not been fighting, right? It's not like they've just been playing really passive around each other. They have been non-stop battling it out in each of these lanes. Nouns Esports is going to see if they can poke this T1 whilst the rest of Nemesis isn't here. They're going to get the points in. No, they're not. Disrupted by the Power Nap. And of course, that means the rip onto Rayquaza is here from Nemesis, buddy. They're going on in. Midnight Slash pairing it up as well. It's going to be overheat kick that locks it in for Nemesis. Metallic finds the way, and they already have the lead as they get that objective.
Nouns just forgot about the Rayquaza, letting Nemesis take control, and now dunking the points in Nemesis to move on in the Summer Showdown. Even though there's a minute and a half left on the clock, I don't know what Nouns can do to get back into this game.
No, I don't think there's enough. They've got plenty of points on the field with the way that this game has been played, but they don't have any shields. Indy looks like they're going to fall here. They do manage to get the freeze on, but they've used their Unite move. They could find some KOs, but they've got a minute left, mate. They do have a T1, but they're looking for 400 points here, and that is massive with that Midnight Slash. Finding one and getting them weak on the side of Broth.
That's a 30-second death timer right now that they can play around. If they can get another knockout, it could be huge, but they've already lost 2 to Maridon with the Hyper Voice trying to get some damage on Akira, but this Snorlax, too thick of a wall, looking for the slam back on Sylveon, who's getting chased away, and you can even see Ghatlue, knowing that there's nothing left, could go for the YOLO play, diving all the way on to the pads to get some points back for the team, but Nemesis will take this game.
What a game it was as well, mate. I felt like Nouns had a little bit of that. They felt really strong, really confident coming into those final moments, but they pushed the T1 pad. I understood the chain of 4. Their misses weren't there. They had to defend the Lecky. Let's go get some points and give ourselves the lead at final stretch. But then it didn't matter. Nemesis recognized it. They went straight for the Rayquaza, went for the rip, and Nouns had to make a desperate play to try and secure it. But it's metallic on Blaziken, buddy. It was only going to go one way.
Exactly. You're going against a Blaziken who is already set up at Rayquaza. You want to be the team that's already set up, forcing the Rayquaza fight from the side of Nemesis, not the other way around. Nemesis just made a really smart heads-up call. They saw their opportunity, and they pounced.
Wow. I mean, I'm glad that that's my final cast of the day, buddy, because that was electric. That was one of the most amazing games. Like, it was just, they were constantly fighting. Nobody scored any points until like 6 minutes in, and then finally they have the final fight for Rayquaza. I gotta say, what an incredible game, buddy.
And Nemesis will move on to face off against Montezozo, who beat You Need Coaching in their own best of 1. But let's take a look at the game that we just had, because it was close all the way till that Rayquaza, having 0 points for both teams, all the AOS energy possible left on the ground because nobody had the confidence nor the ability to actually get any dunks off.
Wow. And the thing is, like, it was so hard to take down Toon, and we saw it yet again. They really had a good comp on the side of Nouns Esports, but it felt like, you know, there were moments where Nemesis, they managed to group up well enough to find some quick KOs, but every time that we saw the approach from Absol here, they weren't managing to find it unless they had their team with them, maybe Metallic on the Blaziken with the Midnight Slash, buddy. It was a great comp that Nouns threw into this game.
And Nouns, unfortunately, will fall in the Summer Showdown, similar to how they did last year, getting an early exit for such a strong team. But Nemesis just looked so strong as well. One of the few teams that looked so even up against Nouns through it all, and then came out the better at the Rayquaza fight.
That's going to be Nemesis moving on. As we finish off these replays, it's also going to be the day for me and Magical as we're going to be getting off. But beforehand, of course, I want to give you a little bit of an update of the bracket as we see the 2-minute mark here. Nouns Esports going for that T1. And I understood the chain of 4, buddy, but it just meant Nemesis were only going to do one thing. Go for this Rayquaza. We saw the Midnight Slash come through. They've got the Enhanced Charge Beam. Ghatlue with a good effort here, but it's always going to be the overheat kick from Metallic that locks in the Ray.
Flame Kick just so strong out of the Flame Chicken, and Nemesis take that game, because from there, it doesn't matter really what you do as Nouns. It's hard to fight back. They had the deserved win by Nemesis, and that is why they will move on to face off against Montezozo in the lower bracket.
That's it. Montezozo have beaten You Need Coaching. And now, Montezozo, I believe, if I'm looking over this correctly, are the only EU representative here for us today to really try and hold that crown. Fingers crossed. Let's see how they get on, buddy. But yeah, that is going to be it for myself and Magical. What an absolute pleasure to cast this with you, buddy. We've got some amazing casters following this, so you're going to want to get every little bit of that action on your screen. Don't miss it at all. Any last words from you, Magical?
It's always fun casting Unite, and we've had some exciting games here for the Summer Showdown, and it is not done just yet. We have more action to come.
Welcome in, Pokemon Unite trainers, Unity Clash Summer Showdown. We are nearing the final stretch. Only a few teams remaining. We're getting ready to find out who will punch the first ticket into the grand finals. A bit of changing of the guard, so thank you Magical and Spartantano for opening the show today. Fantastic job, as always. For those that were here yesterday, no introductions needed, but for those that may be tuning in for the first time, I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me as always, the world's best Meowscaraja player, Husky Star.
Meowscaraja, yeah. From the Meowscaraja player. Mm-hmm. Yeah, happy to be here.
Where's Steel Beam? No.
Where's Steel Beam, Sad?
Where's Steel Beam? We got a bracket, so we are entering into the winners finals. So let's talk about the bracket, how we got here, what we have on deck. So a little bit of a summary so far. Tagain taking down Nemesis in the winners semifinals. Orange Juicers taking down You Need Coaching. So in the top 4 of the winners part of the bracket, 4 North America teams. So that leads us to Gang and Orange Juicers, which is on deck. And then on the lower side of the bracket, still hanging out down there, Sazouzou, which is, I believe, a majority of Gen 5, along with Nemesis. So we are going to see here to Gang, Orange Juicers, see who goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one because looking at that bracket, Tagang has sent a lot of teams down into that lower side bracket. They were the team that sent Sazouzou down there. They were the team that sent Nemesis down there. And we have just seen Nemesis beat Nouns, Sazouzou beat You Need Coaching. So they will be playing after this as well in that lower bracket semifinals. So Tagang is really coming with a lot of momentum, and Orange Juicers, from what we saw yesterday, they struggle a little bit in the early parts of tournaments, but they seem to have really brought it back. So this should be a really fun set.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we saw them go down 2-1 versus Nouns, who we just saw got eliminated. Maybe a little bit of an upset. Nemesis, obviously a very strong team, but also a team that didn't qualify for Worlds in North America. They had a shot there a couple of different times in the regional finals, just unable to do it. But Husky, let's get into draft of our game number 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams kind of approach this. It's two NA teams, they're familiar with each other, and obviously it would be assumed that Orange Juicers would be the better team here, but Tagang in this tournament has proven that that might not be the case. We've got the Galarian Rapidash ban coming out, a ban we've seen quite a lot. Alchemy also being banned on Orange Juicers' side, not a surprise there either.
Ooh, Inteleon ban here. Very interesting. Obviously, Tagang does not want Flareons to heat up on that water-type Pokemon. Orange Juicers does have a couple of options for bans. They could potentially ban out that Snorlax, Blissey. Instead, they are going to go with another bee Pokemon. It is the Blaziken.
I love getting to later parts of the tournaments where we're seeing some more targeted bans and letting in Pokemon that are really, really strong, but the other team thinks they might be able to deal with. One of those being that Psyduck, the Blissey, the Snorlax. They're all up for grabs here for that first pick, and we are going to see that Snorlax locked in.
Loving to see Ducky on that one. Look out for a potential invade if you're Orange Juicers. They are going to play with potentially a little bit of tempo here. Maybe not locking in just yet, so we are going to see Zugrug on the Psyduck. Potentially could pivot over to Roland if the composition suits them. Tagang, though, going to look to lock in something to maybe slow down this EXP share Suicune.
I mean, so far, it looks like we've got a kind of CC-heavy composition on Orange Juicers that they're building up. Tagang has locked in the EXP share Alolan Ninetales, which I can only assume is that supporter slot. And they're going to grab the Armarouge, so that's going to be their tanky, all-rounder style Pokemon. Meanwhile, they're focusing also on a CC-heavy support, similar to what Orange Juicers has locked in with that Suicune.
Garchomp is available. OG loves playing that Pokemon. You also see that Blissey is available. I'm shocked that we have not quite seen that just yet. Mostly because potentially there's a lot of freezing on that other side of Tagang. Obviously you have that Alolan Ninetales. It does also leave Blissey open for Tagang.
Yeah, so then they might grab this Blissey here and potentially pivot that Alolan Ninetales to that attacker role. It looks like that might be what they end up doing with this, just to prevent a lot of that CC. I mean, Orange Juicers does have a lot of it. You've got the Dragon combo with the Garchomp. You have a lot of freezing happening with that Suicune, the Surf from the Psyduck. There's a lot happening there that can really, that makes a Safeguard really valuable.
Kratos with the gutter pick has the lion's share of options in their bag, and they decide to go with that Leafeon pick to maybe counter the Speedster on the other side. So Speedster v Speedster, we'll see who is going to be a little bit faster. Teams are switching a couple of the picks around. Flareon's is going to be taking that Miraidon, handing over that Suicune over to Roland. So XP shareholders going to be Zugrug and Roland, both that Suicune and the Psyduck.
I would like to see Flareon's go the Charge Beam build here, but I know that he does like Electro Drift sometimes. I think Charge Beam is definitely a little bit more consistent here, especially with some extra range, but Electro Drift is still really strong too. I am happy to see Kratos locking in a Speed Surf for that last pick, especially one that has such a strong early game presence, because Garchomp struggles a little bit more in that early game. It really needs that level 9 before it gets super, super strong. So I'm happy to see this Leafeon coming out. I think yesterday, you know, we talked about it when we casted them very, very early in the tournament in their first set, where they were prioritizing double mage comps that just didn't really seem to be working out.
One other thing that I saw there was, I believe that Alolan Ninetales was rocking some attack speed items, so this very well could be an Aurora Veil Dazzling Gleam build, which not something you normally see with Ninetales. A lot of players typically like that more double mage composition with a heavy freeze on it.
Yeah, I kind of like that pivot too into the Aurora Veil, just for some very consistent basic attack damage. You're not as worried about CC when you have so much mobility on the other side, so just having that opportunity to be a little bit more consistent. The problem with that is it's kind of stationary while it's dealing that damage, so it's going to be up to those frontliners to kind of make sure that that Alolan Ninetales is insulated. It can do the damage that it wants to do. With those items on, I'd be very surprised to see it still be Blizzard. I think that's kind of exciting though, to be able to see Aurora Veil. It's not a build that we get to see a lot. A lot of other auto attackers would normally be prioritized, but I think with that CC that Dazzling Gleam provides, it does set up some nice opportunities.
We'll see. I really like it playing that in, you know, so duo queue, but how does it fare in the competitive environment, especially at this level, right? We are going into the winners finals, which will punch that first ticket to the grand finals for one of these teams. And it's been a tournament of demons, right? Like, this is probably one of the biggest tournaments, I guess, roster wise, you know, the number of teams, but also the caliber of teams, at least since regionals up into worlds. So we will probably see, you know, a very good preview to what we may see at worlds here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. A lot of these teams are preparing for Worlds, and this is a great opportunity to do that, to just spend some practice time, I guess, even though this is like a pretty big grassroots tournament. But yeah, they've got a lot to think about over the next month or so preparing for the world stage. And I think for Tagang, they're here because they've got something to prove. They didn't quite make that cut, but they've been taking down a lot of teams that have. So I think it's interesting to see how they're progressing forward so far.
Tagang has always, like, kind of reminded me of V1 in a way, in the sense that they're, like, always up there as far as, like, the best teams in North America. They just haven't really, like, eclipsed their full potential, in my opinion. Like, they've gotten, if I'm not mistaken, at least 1 or 2 top 4s. They've gotten very close. They've honestly have played LG and Orange Juicers quite well. If I'm not mistaken, I think they've knocked Orange Juicers out of a tournament at one point. I could be wrong there, but just a very strong team with great foundation. They just need to really maximize their potential, because I think the sky's the limit for this team, and I'm really excited to see them. Maybe this is kind of like that first step into, you know, going into next season. I do believe there might have been some sort of crash, so we were waiting to get back in. So sorry to those at home who may be expecting, like, where's this draft that we just saw?
Can we, like, these are yappers just over here. Can we see something else for once? My God, I'm so sick of their faces.
Just keep yapping.
And you know what? I understand what you mean. But there's a lot of technical issues going on lately with the software. You know, it would be crazy if we actually had one that, like, made us be able to spectate games inside the actual game. But, you know, I guess that's too much to ask.
It might be a little bit much, but already in 8 minutes in the timer, so we're already seeing a little bit of the game has played out so far. Seeing some levels here. Level 6 on that Armor Rouge, Dodrio level 6, and it's been kind of a stalemate overall.
It looks like although the Ninetales is at level 5, so not quite that level 6 just yet. Zugrug doing a little bit of harassing, but seeing this level 7 on the Leafeon is definitely really good for Orange Juicers at this point in the game. They have built up a little bit of a score lead as well, but Tagang has put some points in themselves.
Not only that, but they're going to get a few more right here. 16 is going to lower that one down to 16, maybe give Leafeon another stack or two, and look to potentially break this T1 goal zone. Down the bottom path, it is a Charge Beam Miraidon, going to eject away from that Dodrio, is in hot pursuit, looking for a KO. 3, make it 4 members of Tagang are down on this bottom path. Dodrio going to be the first to fall, and that means Orange Juicer is going to press a little bit forward.
Great catch on the Dodrio there. They did use a full heal in that moment to try to get back to their side of the map, but they were just definitely caught out of position, and the Blissey wasn't close enough to them to make sure that they got out. I am happy to see this Charge Beam as well from Flareon's. It does significantly outrange the Alolan Ninetales. As a matter of fact, Tagang has just opted to give up this basement Reggie and look for the top one instead.
Don't blame them one bit. Regieleki secured by Tagang. Bottom side, still potential contest from the Tagang side. Unfortunately for them, Orange Juicers converges. Puts that Regirock in their package. And we got Orange Juicers pressing a little bit forward onto this T1 goal zone. You know, Charge Beam from this Miraidon might zone out a little bit. Now we have the Unite move from Kratos trying to take out this Armor Rouge, but good defensive stand here from Tagang.
Wow, a little bit too deep in there. The Leafeon just dove a little bit too hard, and the Blissey did a great job of making sure that Armor Rouge was protected there, not able to make anything happen. And that is a big catch for Tagang to take down that Leafeon. They have now gotten a couple level 9s on their side. Garchomp, though, in a little bit of trouble. OG getting very low.
Not only that, but he's level 10. That could be a big catch if Tagang is able to converge on them. They do. Dodrio does get the KO, uses the Unite move, looking for this Miraidon now. Unite move from the Miraidon, unable to get to the Dodrio, who's stolen both berries and now back at full health. Another Psyduck Unite move is trying to reduce some of the damage done from Tagang, but it is Armor Rouge that does fall eventually.
Dodrio is just so annoying when there's a good Dodrio player. It's not as prioritized as many of the speedsters and has gone through a significant amount of nerfs over time. But for Dodrio, it's still just so strong and so slippery. Really difficult to catch that Pokemon. We do see them now level 10.5 after catching OG, but they are still at level 11, the highest level in the game.
Some of the supporter class Pokemon. Well, I guess supporter and an EXP shareholder hovering that central area just to try to grab some vision. Flareon's looking for a last hit on this Indeedee, unable to get it. It is the Armor Rouge taking that.
Leafeon also ticking closer to level 11, and now with 6 seconds left until that Regieleki spawns, it looks like the Garchomp and Leafeon might just go ahead and deal with that by themselves. Alolan Ninetales has kind of slotted into this off-laner role that Garchomp has filled, as Armor Rouge has focused most of their time in the bottom path instead. But it looks like Tagang has opted to try to push a little bit in. No, they're not going to. They're just going to back up. Orange Juicer is going to regroup, and they'll try to figure out how they're going to approach this Registeel that just spawned.
Ooh, Ducky just making it back to base. Almost got pulled from a Psychic from the Psyduck. Headache is going to prop and pull that Armor Rouge backwards. Dodrio on hot pursuit, looking to take out this Miraidon, but a Unite move from Roland is going to keep them insulated. Dodrio goes down. Armor Rouge now down at the hands of that Unite move, and Tagang just going to defend this Regieleki. Basement Reggie likely going the way of the OJs.
This is just one of those plays that seems very textbook from Orange Juicers, and that doesn't go right all the time, but it's a very good play. Letting the Regieleki walk forward, and then you head down into the basement path. But now that the Regieleki's moving, somebody has to deal with it up in that top path, especially with so much mobility on Orange Juicers' side. They could get up there if they let it walk in and score a bunch of points. So Tagang has to leave at least somebody up there. It gives the opportunity for Orange Juicers to push in on them. Dodrio, though, doesn't want to let this Leafeon do any more damage than they've already done. They'll use a Unite move to get them out.
Good KO there. Now the push is on for Tagang on this T1 goal zone. Armorers in hot pursuit of this Suicune. They're able to close that door. Psyduck gonna try to defend the rest of the Fallen Brethren. Snorlax just able to get out, but until then, it is Flareon's on that Miraidon with that Charge Beam, able to close out that KO. Now Orange Juicers on the offensive. They're able to get a double KO from Flareons. They take out the Blissey, and that sends Tagang back to the T2 goal zone to hit their wild Pokemon experience.
It is so difficult to catch a Dodrio. And look at them, they're coming up here. They found Kratos again. Immediately takes them out. And you would think that the Leafeon has an opportunity to escape in that situation, but absolutely not. The Leafeon, when you're going up against a Dodrio, even a Speedster needs more protection from those frontliners, the Psyduck, and potentially even rolling on the Suicune, because they can get caught out by a Dodrio at any second. One of the Pokemon that's probably the best rotation Pokemon in the entire game. It can kind of be everywhere all at once, even without a Hoopa.
2:15, Orange Juicers in the lead. It is a small lead. I did like that play there from the Snorlax to open up the T2 goal zone for this potential Dodrio push.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that's very solid. They could go look for a back cap. It's pretty easy even to get a couple points in just to decrease the lead that Orange Juicers currently has. And they do have to be prepared for it. As soon as they don't see Dodrio on their map, it becomes really difficult to try to find them. OG now building up some boosted attack stacks, and Dodrio has been spotted out by Leafeon, but Kratos has to back up.
They do. It got chunked down a little bit, and now it is Flareon's that's chunking down the side of Tagang. Armarouge almost going down. Snorlax pushing this Psyduck into a little bit of harm's way. There's a couple Unite moves being traded. No KOs found just yet. Almost everybody throwing a Unite move. Snorlax going to be a block in the way. Going to try to go on in on the Snorlax along with that Alolan Ninetales, but Kratos did not have an entranceway in. Oh, Snowblow misses the mark, and that is a big Unite move that Tagang doesn't have now.
That is a tough snow globe to lose, but look at Dodrio. There's so much distraction that they might be able to make it up into that top path, but Kratos is there. Leafeon has found them, looking to stop them here. They will be able to pick up that KO. Absolutely huge pick for OJ.
That is massive. Now OJ going to be on the offensive here. They're going to try to spot where Tagang is lined up. Armarouge on the bottom side. Eject button from this Garchomp into the back line. They're going to use their Unite move, but their damage reduction from the Alolan Ninetales is nice. Blissful assistance onto the Alolan Ninetales to keep them upright. Garchomp gets by the Armarouge Unite now, and they go down. Dodrio almost coming back, and Orange Juicer still has the lead, but they have the defense on.
No follow-up there from OG's play. They had everybody prepared, but there's Kratos coming back. They take down the Armarouge with Kratos at half. They don't need it. Instead, Leafeon gonna opt to look for more KOs. They find two. Flareon's trying to follow up with this Blissey. Big eject button. Kratos looking to hunt them down. Another 10 points will go into the bottom path from Dodrio, but still more points on the opposite side from Roland. With 10 seconds left, I don't think there's enough time for Tagang to put in enough points.
Great job from Orange Juicers. That should earn them the W. No, not enough points, like you said. Dodrio unable to break this T1 goal zone. Nice little back caps, very small ones, but just enough from Orange Juicers is going to put them ahead and send them with game one victory.
I feel like the ability to jump back there and know that Dodrio is going to look for a back cap is just like a mindset that you have as a competitive player. So I'm not sure exactly who made the call. I can only assume it was Kratos, since he went back and was able to stop the Dodrio from making that back cap. I think if they didn't, and they didn't realize that Dodrio was going to be walking up into that top path goal zone, we could have had an entirely different outcome to this game. But OJ staying on top for game number one. They will take this one. 1-0 so far, but Tagang is not out of it just yet.
Not at all. I mean, I really liked this play, honestly, from both teams. Obviously, no Rayquaza found for either side, and They both played the Rayquaza quite well. It was just kind of Orange Juicers, like you said, kind of made a better call in the moment. You think that Dodrio going there, you think that they had vision of that, of the Leafeon, so they felt like they probably could get there in time, but Kratos, like, almost immediately in the center of that Rayquaza area, I think didn't even walk into a bush before they backed. They just went straight back right to the T2 goal zone. They knew exactly what that Dodrio was doing.
I mean, especially if you play Dodrio, you know exactly the way a Dodrio player is thinking, and usually when you pick that Pokemon, it's for opportunities like that, to pivot away from the team. You know, you could get back to Rayquaza pretty quickly, you score very fast, so I think that when you know the way that Dodrio plays, you know exactly what they're going to do.
And Kratos definitely one of the best Dodrio players to do it, especially when they're allowed to play that Pokemon. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Yesterday, we saw Nouns Esports end up banning it, but let's take a look at some of these replays through Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot in these replays of how Dodrio was just kind of walking around all over everybody. They had to use Roland's Unite move on Suicune to stop them at some point, but Tagang was really putting pressure on. They were a bulky team composition with a lot of damage to speak of. But Orange Juicers really held their own throughout this match. OG kind of acting as a frontliner, Flareons with the great timed charge beams to make sure they were cleaning up. They just were very textbook in this match, really clean.
They were, and this is where a lot of the Unite moves were expended from Tagang. Get Dodrio just able to escape. You have Flareons using theirs, and Snorlax as well, just kind of sectioning off a couple players. You saw Kratos look to try to enter in, but a good block from that Snorlax. That was that big moment for Kratos to stop that Dodrio. Otherwise, we might have a completely different game.
Yeah, they had an opportunity here too because they were able to take down OG and the rest of OJ had to back off, but then Kratos found everybody. It didn't matter anymore. It was like, yeah, you know, we'll take OG down. That's fine. There's 4 people distracted by OG in their backline, so it gave the opportunity for Kratos to clean everything up. Very well played by Orange Juicers. Nobody ends up getting the Rayquaza, but with a pivot from Roland to get some more scores, they secured that W. This is going to be an interesting game too.
Yeah, I like that play from Roland, knowing that there's a couple Pokemon down, and Alolan Ninetales was forced to go back to the base to regenerate their own health bar. So they had a little bit of time to add some additional points, knowing that that Dodrio was on that bottom T1 goal zone, trying to score as much as they could. But taking a look at game number 2 here, Orange Juicers up 1-0. Already starting to see some bans. Galarian Rapidash, who didn't see it in game 1, we're not seeing it in game 2 either.
I feel like Galarian Rapidash has been banned in every single game, and I know that the Pokemon is strong, but I feel like there's just such a discrepancy between the way that it's viewed in competitive versus the way that it's viewed otherwise, and it's banned so often. It's very oppressive. It just kind of shows like the skill gap of competitive players, what they can actually do with this Pokemon. But the bans are going to remain the same for game number 2, and instead of grabbing that Snorlax first pick, Ducky is going to grab their namesake Pokemon with the Psyduck.
I love it. I love it. I love when the namesakes happen, like Smuglax taking Snorlax and Ducky taking Psyduck. Name a better combo, but maybe that better combo is going to be Zugrug on the Snorlax and Flareons on the Suicune. 2 incredibly powerful picks that we've seen sometimes get some bans out of them.
I mean, I feel like Zugrug on the Snorlax may as well be a namesake at this point. Just
Fair.
One of the best players to ever do it. One of the first ever Snorlax mains. I feel like that we can look back on Season 1 and remember that this player always was playing this Pokemon. Flareons has also grabbed the Suicune once again. We'll see if it ends up being an attacker or a support. But it looks like OJ kind of wants to keep that same momentum. They're going to grab Miraidon. They're going to try to deal with this Blissey Dodrio.
That's going to be very tough. Ooh, we're going to see the Mew as well. So don't be surprised if we see a little bit of a pivot. Suicune going back on Roland and Mew going over to Flareons. It does also leave Kratos a final pick to kind of try to counter what Tagang is trying to throw at them. They are going to pick their damage players right now. They're going to go with that all-rounder Dragonite, and Rob is taking the Armorers once again.
I wonder if we'll see the items get switched around on this Dragonite for a Hyper Beam. It's very Outrage setup right now, but that could be interesting if we did see Outrage Dragonite. It's a Pokemon that had its time a couple seasons back, and it's always been pretty okay, but there's just so many all-rounders that fit that role, and Dragonite's such a late-game Pokemon with not a great start that it can be a little bit difficult to play, but we could potentially see it take the central area instead just to make sure it gets that experience. But Kratos gonna lock in that Leafeon once again, so we've only pivoted in terms of the bottom path with Zugrug now on the Snorlax, Flareon's now taking that Mew.
Yeah, damage Mew, and then we're seeing Roland add a little bit more insulation for the team. You're going to have that Resonant Guard, which will grant some shields to the rest of the squad, the lowest HP of Pokemon that are nearby when it is off cooldown. So a lot of shielding for Roland and Husky. I don't see any changes to this Dragonite. It's very possible that we may see an Outrage Dragonite.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it a little bit difficult in terms of secure on Tagang's side, but very heavy in favor of the team fight. And if you're going a 1v1 with an Outraged Dragonite and a Garchomp, I think that gets pretty close. It kind of depends on the levels, and if you send Garchomp to the top path, send Dragonite to the central area, maybe they get online a little bit before and keep that Garchomp at bay. What I'm interested in seeing is this pivot to the Mew on Orange Juicer's side, because the Dodrio has still come out, and Mew could be a counter to that.
We shall see. This is game 2 of your winners finals. OJ up 1-0, and they are on your right side. On their left side, Tagang taking this Psyduck down to the bottom path, and we are going to see Dodrio head to the central area, meaning Dragonite, still Dratini, heading to the top path.
Yeah, this could potentially be a rough start here for this Dratini. Looks like they're going to go around, potentially, looking for an opportunity to let this Blissey slide in with the score. And I believe what we did see was Blissey with the special attack specs on, so it's possible that we end up seeing them go for the soft-boiled build instead. But look at this, Gibble already doing some harassing, forces Dratini to grab a berry.
A little Gibble cheese on the menu for Orange Juicers. Not only that, but a little bit of disruption from Zugrug into the central area is also going to pull in Kratos to try to maybe grab a KO or a little bit of the experience from this Dodrio who would desperately want their level 5.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the opportunity to prevent a Dodrio early game from spiraling, you take that opportunity. And with Leafeon, Kratos already at level 5, they can just kind of do that. They are double buffed up, and they are able to try to prevent that Dodrio from getting online. But look at them. They're just going to head right into the enemy's central area themselves to look for that opportunity to level up.
I'm trying to look at them, but a little bit of bugs here is kind of preventing that from happening. We do see Dragonair. It is Dragon Dance, so still Hyper Beam, a very big possibility, but unable to secure that bit of experience, and now we have a Gabite online.
Yeah, Gabite's there. Dratini, though, or Dragonair, is maintaining the same level as the other top path Pokemons. They have not let the Gibble spiral too hard. Got a little bit of chipping on top of the Armarouge. Some points going in. So far, Orange Juicers off to a solid start.
Nice body block from Psyduck, preventing damage onto the Armarouge. Dodrio gonna spot out Zugrug on the Snorlax. Heavy Slam onto the Dragonair. Eject button to get themselves a little bit to safety. Almost all the members of each team in the central area looking for the KOs on this Altaria family. Dragonair getting the lion's share of taking out that Altaria.
Yeah, they're going to sacrifice the Snorlax there, so Zugrug will go down, but they do take down the Armarouge in return, so ultimately that's a better trade for Orange Juicers, but it's still good for Tagang, knowing they're a little bit behind at this point, to be getting some KOs where they can get them. In terms of score, however, Orange Juicers has put in a good amount of points, mainly on that bottom path. They have already gotten 80 points, and they have this bottom path goal zone set up for a decent-sized overcap.
And good secures there from Mew. However, the Altaria goes the way of Tagang. Top path, it's going to be 2v2. Dragonair, Dodrio. Would love to get that Dragonite online. And it's Suicune along with OG on this Gabite. Going to Dragon Combo, pull away that experience closer to their own safe zone. Blissey is ex-Blissey and going to heal up the Psyduck.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I kind of called out earlier, seeing the Blissey going for stacks. The special attack specs scale up the healing, so it does more healing. Looks like we have a little bit of contesting here from Tagang, and of course, the Egg Bomb.
Criminal behavior. That's the other part of the kit that definitely is really nice on Blissey at times, and you're seeing right there, attack damage buffs for Tagang awarded from stealing that away. Psyduck gonna pull Leafeon into some danger and surf them over. And now Tagang getting exactly what they want. They win both objectives. Now they're gonna start scoring their points.
OJ just falling apart after that egg bomb. And that's kind of what you want if you're Tagang. You just want to push forward, hope for the best. And with that secure, the momentum really just shifted. And you can see it in the way that they're playing right now, how Tagang has changed the way that they're looking at it. And it is Hyper Beam actually on this Dragonite. We did just see that there. So they are still going with the Rocky helmet item, but looking for some extra secure, and they are going to jump in on Roland.
And that's going to be maybe a little bit of a mistake there as Kratos Emerald two-steps them back to the Pokemon Center. 20 points the other way scored there. Dodrio, goes with their Unite move, takes out the Suicune, and the Dragon Combo missed the Leafy, or the Dodrio, and that is going to enable this double KO. Might be a triple by the time this is over, but OG says, I'm going to just hit my Unite button, try to stay upright. Dragon Combo is going to miss the mark, and then the Flux Zone, that's a tough place to be.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, having to deal with Dodrio moving around constantly, by the time you've set up your Dragon Combo in the direction you want it, Dodrio has already been long gone. So it is tough playing as Garchomp into a really good Dodrio player. Dragonite there, just using the Unite move, they will get out of dodge. But right now, Tagang looking like a whole different team.
Level 11 on this Leafeon, though, so they've kept pretty decent parity with this Dodrio, although Dodrio just one level ahead, but you have some goal zones to work with, so this is where Dodrio can be very scary. Gotta chip down this Snorlax with a little bit of a tri-attack. Basement Reggie gonna be coming to the Thea Sky Runes.
I think Orange Juicers just needs a really big catch on this Dodrio to kind of get back in it, but right now they are just dominating, and they do have a Hyper Beam on their side. Here goes the Dodrio into the backside, met with a Bliss Assistance, and it is going to be the Dragonite securing the Registeel on the bottom path, and the Zugrug was there on the contest. Dodrio, though, getting low in that top side. They not quite caught, but Orange Juicers was not going down themselves.
Nice Unite move from Mew to dodge a lot of damage. Dragon Combo is going to take out that Psyduck. OG going to take that Regieleki. Going to walk towards this T1 goal zone. OG also going to try to take this Altaria family. Met by this Dodrio. Unite moves traded each way. Dodrio going to just try to run away. Regieleki walks in, 25 points, leaving it to 10. OG might look to try to maximize, but Roland actually could put this down relatively low either. But it is a 35-point overdunk, which means Orange Juicer is going to regain the lead.
Yeah, they are now in the score lead. Dodrio is trapped against a wall, but still just not enough damage to be able to take them down at level 13. That is going to be a tough task, especially with the Blissey decently stacked up themselves, able to provide a lot of healing.
Block is going to give them a nice little shield. Unite move from the Suicune. Going to try to freeze down Tagang. Unable to get the KOs there. Eject button through a wall. Try to avoid that Armarouge, Blissey, Dragonite trio that was in hot pursuit of OG. He's going to walk towards that T1 goal zone. A little bit of a fight here in that central area. Dodrio is able to take out Flareons on the Mew. T2 goal zone. Roland going to make sure that no one tries to score on it.
I honestly, after seeing that exchange, have no idea how Orange Juicers wins a team fight against the current Tagang. That is a lot of damage that just came on top of them, and it didn't matter. Armarouge basically just shrugged it off after taking an Emerald 2-step and a Suicune Unite move, and it looked like nothing even happened to them, whereas Dodrio was just able to go in on top of the Mew, able to easily one-shot that Pokemon. So though Orange Juicers has the score lead, they kind of have to hope for a mistake on Tagang's part.
There's a Basement Reggie hitting the map. Solar Beam gonna chunk down a couple of HP bars. Nice block from Zugrug to prevent a couple of Pokemon from moving forward. Reggie Rock starting to get chipped once again. Unite move from Snorlax might be a little bit early. Oh, that's a big catch right there. Dodrio goes down for the Emerald 2-step. You got Kratos trying to find another one. Blissful Assistance is gonna go onto the Psyduck. Might not have been the best target. And the Dragonite is able to secure that Reggie Rock. This fight's still going on. Here comes more Unite moves. There's the Psycho Boom gonna hit two. But the Garchomp is gonna try to chunk them down. Armarouge get a double KO.
Even with the amount of Unite moves used on Orange Juicers, still not enough to really do much to Tagang, especially with this Armarouge, and now with a Hyper Beam that's the best secure here on either side. They're just going to look for a rip, Kyle.
Okay, Mew's got a Unite move as well. They're going to try to find the KO. It's getting very low. It's the Mewsted Auto! Flareons gets it! Hail Mary! Pray answered! Orange Juicers going to secure the Ray.
What? I have no idea how they were able to pull that off, but there's not a lot of shields on their side, and they have to stop these points from going in. They're going to let them go in. I don't know. This Tagang is in the lead right now. They're going to have to send this Garchomp to the opposite side to look for some scores and go for a push here, because right now, OJ is behind.
They are behind. They have some shields, so not all is lost yet. I believe Roland has one. I believe OG has one. Mew does not have one, so Zugrug gonna try to escort a couple of these Pokemon in.
Yeah, they're gonna look for some opportunities to use Unite moves. There is an Emerald 2 sub available. Power Nap is available. You've got the Garchomp Unite move as well, and they have a shield. So they could look for it here. 4 members now moving down to this bottom path. Zugrug is going in with the Power Nap.
Okay, I think we might have been able to get it. 50 points going on in. Hung Drew Burger served up fresh. And in the top path, Garchomp also getting it. Orange Juicers has a 130-point lead. Dragonite making a beeline towards the backside. Unite move, Draco Impact to the top path. That 50 Burger's not going to be enough, but Mew should be able to stop it on the backside. They do. Great job, Orange Juicers. They're moving on. There's the GG.
What a response from Flareons as well to be able to back and make sure that the Dragonite didn't get in. I mean, that's one of the benefits of running a Dragonite with that Unite move, and it could catch some teams off guard since it's not a Pokemon that's often seen, but not the Juicers. With the Hero Musted Auto Secure, they are going to be taking this set 2-1, and from the stat screen, Kyle, it didn't look like that's what should have happened.
I mean, you look at it, KOs 1, 1, 1, 1, 3. Not ideally what the Orange Juicers wanted that part of the scoreboard to look like, but it didn't matter. Hero play from Flareons. Great job from the team to ensure that you can walk in a couple of players into those goal zones. OG on the top side, Roland on the bottom side. So nice little split with those 2 shields.
Look at this as well, the Blissey healing. It's the build that we don't see a ton. Usually teams will opt for that safeguard for some insulation of the CC, and I would have expected to see it, but the softboil looked really good, especially with the Armor Rouge. Like, the Armor Rouge just was taking no damage the entire time. Like, they had so many Unite moves cast on top of them, but look at the damage taken numbers. It's still only 40,000. You'd expect that they would be so much more. They were tanking so much, and with the amount of healing that went on to that Pokemon, I did like the choice to go with the soft boiled, but at the end of the day, a Musted Auto is what did them in.
I can't believe that we didn't have a Hyper Beam or something. I guess that's like the one secure tool other than the Blissey Egg Bomb that could have potentially got it too. So Orange Juicers definitely had some tools in their arsenal. Let's take a look at the replays as we get a little bit closer. There's that Emerald 2-step onto the Dodrio, secures that KO, goes to the back line, looks for the KO on the Armor Rouge, but that the Psyshock connects on there and kind of breaks through a little bit of a combo from Kratos, and then the Blissful Assistance is going to help close that door. Dragonite taking the Regirock, and at this point in the match, Husky, I really thought it was all Tagang's fight to lose.
Yeah, I mean, me too. Like, the amount of damage that was coming out, and Armor Rouge just so healthy, even still, after being chipped down by OG so much, still able to pull out a double KO. But it's this moment right here. Ducky doing their absolute best to zone, switch into the light screen, with Dodrio now using their triple trample to knock up 2. There's not many options for OJ to get into Rayquaza. And there's the Musted Auto being casted. It's right here that it's casted, and look how much health Rayquaza still has. So they had to put more damage on it to hope that it connects. And it did perfectly at the end.
Gosh.
The Dragonite was being pushed out too. The Hyper Beam targeted Zugrug instead. So look at it. Oh my god, that's crazy.
So sad.
Crazy. Tagang really had this. Their team fight was just so much better than Orange Juicer's composition, especially with how ahead they got. It is really heartbreaking to lose in that way to a lucky secure there, but Orange Juicers did it. They were able to pull it out, and they still were able to get this last push, put in some more points, and secure their victory. They will be your first team headed to the grand finals.
They really will be, and with very big excitement too. Definitely a wild finish in game number 2. Tagang just a little bit short, but with that said, Tagang's day is not done. They still have one more opportunity to get back to the top side of the bracket in those grand finals, and that will be through that lower bracket. But folks, we are going to take a quick break, so don't go too far. We got more Pokemon Unite, the rest of the Summer Showdown, back in very, very shortly. Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, Unity Clash Summer Showdown. We just watched the winners finals, and it was an incredible feat for the Orange Juicers. A very surprising outcome given how it had to happen, but we are back, and we got the loser finals on deck. Steelage and Kyle along with Husky Star. Let's take a look at the bracket, Husky. Let's take a look to see how we got where we're at.
Yeah, this has been quite a ride here, coming into the top 8 after yesterday's group stages. And off screen, the losers semifinals played out with Sazouzou taking down Nemesis. So this team has continued to prevail. Now they have an opportunity for a salty run back with Tagang. And after that, we will see who's going to be meeting Orange Juicers in the grand finals.
Tagang has that one more shot to come back to that grand finals, but in their way, Sazouzou has been making an incredible run in that lower side bracket, going down pretty early, so this is a salty run back. Tagang take them down 2-0, but Sazouzou has made a hero run, going 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 in their best of 1 sets, and this one, it is going to be a best of 3, so no more 1-0. They're going to need a 2-0 or a 2-1 to take on the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, the lower side finals is always interesting because you've got teams that have either been just demoted to the losers bracket or they have been rocking through that bracket the whole time. And, you know, Tagang, I think that they really did expect to end up in those grand finals, and this team has looked fantastic. This has been a tournament with a ton of Worlds qualified teams, and Tagang is not one of those, but they have proven that maybe they should have been, because they've been taking down those Worlds qualified teams left and right and aren't looking to stop now.
Let's take a quick look at some of the team profiles so we can see who is going to be up in this next game. So let's take a look at Sazouzou, Resu, Yutao, Megu, Kranix, along with Nachos. One of the best players, maybe achievements, one of the best players, definitely some of the best players in EU. Maybe even the best, depending on who you ask. I think Gen 5 and Nouns, almost interchangeable. Nouns obviously getting the best of them, but not in this tournament. It is Sazouzou, who is going to be a little bit farther ahead here, but they were the winners of the Summer Showdown in 2024.
Yeah, so last year they were able to take this one, but let's take a look at more of their, I guess this is their progression throughout this tournament. So throughout the group stages, where they had the 3-team group, they actually took down Orange Juicers early on. They took down Tuzzy Esports as well. And then in their top 8 qualification, they were immediately sent to the lower side bracket and have made their way back to facing Tagang once again.
2-1. Yeah, this is a very tough squad, and I think Tagang is probably just about as tough as it gets for teams that have not qualified for Worlds, and they have a pretty good track record even against some teams that have taken that world spot. Ducky, Rob, AW, Clash, Bits, and Neon. Achievements top 5 in NA Regionals, just very short of qualifying for Worlds and March Cup victor. Not victor, but top 5 in the March Cup as well. So no top 4. I thought they might have made a top 4 at one point. Maybe not, but miscellaneous, 5th in the Spring Showdown of Season 11, so they are quite the team, and they have quite the track record this current tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing as their record, this is the best performance that they have had so far, and you can see that with their match progression. They 2-0'd V1, which is a Worlds qualified team. They did lose to Nouns Esports, but then they beat Hoenn, Plaga, and Sazouzou. They took down Nemesis as well, and then Orange Juicers sent them to where they are currently against Sazouzou, but they've beat this team once, and we'll see if they're able to do it again.
Well, twice is the charm, I guess, or something. They say something like that, I'm sure. Somebody has once said something like that, but this is going to be an incredible match. It is a best of 3, despite it being in that lower side bracket. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see break out. I like the adaptation that Tagang had in game number 2 versus game number 1 against the Orange Juicers. kind of, adding, the healer Blissey opposed to what we more consistently see, which is like the Safeguard Helping Hand Blissey. But I thought that was a great pivot. It provided a ton of value to them, just falling a tad short at that Rayquaza, though.
Yeah, I mean, later in the tournament, you've got to start making some interesting calls to keep the other team on their toes. But here we go, draft game number 1 of the Losers Final Summer Showdown. Sazouzou is going to be your first ban. They're going to take out the Galarian Rapidash.
Galarian Rapidash, I'd like to see maybe take someone away from Resu, and it is an Inteleon deprivation from Tagang, so no Inteleon for Resu, who we saw yesterday. I'm pretty sure they were like 95% connection on those snipe shots.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this being banned out. After what we saw yesterday, it's the best attacker in the game by far. Clash is going to opt to ban out this Blissey, so it kind of forces Sazouzou to consider first picking this Alchemy, if not taking it, or sets Tagang up to grab that Alchemy. Nachos is that first pick slot. They are hovering Venusaur, but that is just kind of the Pokemon that you land on when what you want gets banned. So Utah will switch in to Alchemy. They're going to first pick that Pokemon, the strongest supporter in the game, basically uncontested.
And that does mean that Tagang should be able to lock down that Snorlax, which we have seen kind of time and time again. They're also going to grab an all-rounder. It is a Garchomp. I'm not sure if they're going to keep that on this player or maybe pivot it somewhere else. Sazouzou is going to take this Blastoise and a Slowbro. So incredibly bulky composition so far.
Yeah, I mean, Megu is a player that really likes to play that Slowbro. I feel like I've seen them play it many times. Defender we don't see a ton, but it really has a lot of lockdown potential. You basically take one Pokemon completely out of the fight with the Slow Beam Unite move. But Tagang is answering back with a bulky composition of their own. Look at this, Kyle. Clefable coming out, as well as the Armarouge. So there's a lot of bulk on these two squads. Nachos as well grabs the Blaziken, with the only backliner being this Chandelure.
I think Clefable's very good into compositions that tend to run out of damage, and when you have a double defender along with a supporter, and then you leave your damage to a Chandelure along with an all-rounder, this Clefable could have some pretty bonkers healing numbers by the end of it. I imagine we'll see a couple of cursed items. Right now, they're sporting 2 of them. But with a damaged Blastoise Husky, there's a very big possibility that we see maybe a Rapid Spin Stoise.
Yeah, I think that that's something that EU tends to do still a little bit, and we don't see it as much in other regions. It does definitely do a lot of damage, and with that curse item on it, as well as the other curse item on Resu, I imagine we're going to be targeting down that Clefable. They're going to make sure that healing does not come out. Looking at Tagang's comp, they rounded it out with a Glaceon, which I imagine will be Icicle Spear, notably very good against bulky team compositions. But Kyle, it leads me to believe if we will see Recover on Alchemy just to try to contest the healing of this Clefable, or if we will still continue to see that Decorate.
Certainly possible. They are sporting that Rescue Hood, which notably does increase that healing. It does increase shields as well, but I mean, I think you definitely want that if you're playing a healer. If not, depending on the scaling, obviously special attack specs work quite well. We do see that on the Clefable, so imagine that they will be going Moonlight. I can't imagine we see a all-rounder Clefable at this stage of the competition, but could you imagine?
Draining Kiss Clefable comes out in the losers finals. That would be crazy. But I imagine we will be seeing the Moonlight. So more pivoting back towards healers, Kyle.
Sazouzou Tagang lower bracket finals of Unity Clash Summer Showdown. We are going to take this Torchic into the central area for Sazouzou, and it is going to be the Glaceon for Tagang.
I think that's one of the reasons that Blaziken is such a strong option, because it's very good in the central area, and it's also very good in that top path, so it can be pivoted to a lot of different roles. The bottom path, we do have Megu getting that secure on the contested Indeedee, and in the top path, this Gibble is getting pushed around a little bit.
Gibble Cheese not on the menu for Tagang. They're going to have to retreat back to their goal zone as there's an eject button. Oh, they missed the water gun. Just able to get to safety is the Gibble. Now they're going to try to recover some of their own experience on their side of the map. I believe they were a little bit behind, though.
Yeah, I mean, just barely able to avoid that water gun. That's a lucky miss right there for Garchomp. Snorlax grabbing a little bit of experience for themselves, but looking at this here for Sazouzou, they need to try to get this alchemy to level 4. Hopefully they are able to do it with this secure. They're not able to, actually. There it is. Gets the level 5, gets the level 4. And that's really good considering alchemy's early game is a little tough.
3v3 in the top path. Glaceon's going to lock in some spears, trying to get that Altaria. The only thing that they're getting is the Clefable KO'd. Now the push is on. Gible might be going down next. They do. Glaceon does stay upright and keeps any push from happening, but those are 2 Pokemon that go down early on for Tagang.
Yeah, that is a rough one there for Tagang. I mean, you kind of expect that Combusken's going to come up there and grab everything, but they just got enough behind that Clefable to make it detrimental for that entire team. Luckily, they did not lose their central area Pokemon with the Glaceon, but Gible is far behind right now. We've got a level 4 on that Pokemon, whereas Blastoise is eking towards level 6.
Good last hit.
Is that
from the
Flamethrower?
Chandelure. It is
Yes,
Flamethrower. I kind of like
yes.
this because you kind of need that into a Clefable that's going to be healing very consistently, so the resets are going to be nice. Great push here from the Combusken into the Surf from Megu on the Slowbro. Flamethrower is going to connect once again. There's a good heavy slam from the Snorlax. Another Flamethrower. So you're seeing the value already of that move.
Absolutely huge on that Clefable to get that healing out too in that central area. Blastoise now up in the top path looking for their level 7, and unfortunately this poor Gabite has not been keeping up with this Blastoise's levels, so Tagang is going to send in some reinforcements.
There we go with the Glaceon. Going to lock on some Icicle Spears. Another stack in for this Clefable, but Dazzling Gleam is going to stun them backwards, at least for the time being. Going to push a lot of this Altaria family away from Sazouzou, so great plays here so far. And that has starved this Wartortle from getting their level 7. They just needed one bit of farm, and they didn't get it.
Yeah, that's definitely a good play there from Tagang, making sure the Wartortle doesn't get online. You don't want it to have the opportunity to snowball, and Blastoise is a Pokemon that has the potential to do that, but Sazouzou is in control of this basement path. They're going to easily take this Regirock. It's just Ducky on the Snorlax having to deal with it. Tagang gonna look for this Regieleki though. Blastoise with the Rapid Spin is there.
There's Glaceon gonna lock on and chunk down that HP bar. Almost a Dazzling Gleam secure for Sazouzou, but they yield the Regieleki over to Tagang. A nice little comeback there. So far in this game, hasn't been a lot of scoring either way.
Even with Glaceon that has a ton of shred, I feel like the Decorate shield from this alchemy is just so strong that it's even more difficult to try to shred through and do any damage to these defenders. They're barely even making a dent with a full string of 8 Icicle Spears. So far, Tagang hasn't really been able to do much. It wasn't really seem like that with the score because they have scored 14 in Sazouzou, so it's not been focused on that at the moment. But taking a look at these levels, we've got a level 10 Blaziken on the map.
And a little bit of a push on the top side for Sazouzou on this T1 goal zone. Eject button burn for the Garchomp. They are going to go back to the Pokemon Center thanks to a nice play from Kranix on the Blastoise. Going to allow this Blaziken to stack in. But, oh man, Chandelure down. Another eject button burn, this time from the Slowbro. That means some points going to rain on in for Tagang.
Yeah, they're going to be breaking this bottom goal zone, and they're going to opt to let Blastoise break this top goal zone, so very, very close in score. 1 goal zone apiece for both of these teams. Clefable looking for a little bit of a score themselves, just trying to stack up that Moonlight. I mean, a fully stacked Clefable Moonlight late game is really, really powerful, so having the Chandelure with the Cursed Incense on should be very valuable as well for Sazouzou in the late game.
I believe it's Blastoise and the Chandelure that both had it. I think Slowbro, yeah, you see it, the Assault Vest item, so maybe trying to prevent some of the Glaceon shred from those Icicle Spears. Surf into the bush, met by a heavy slam from Snorlax. Here comes Blaziken, gonna try to go in. Oh, but they get met by a block, perfectly timed there, but it is a Registeel for Sazouzou, already putting a massive amount of damage here. Tagang looking for a way in, but they see that it is not likely gonna happen. Mostly just gonna try to hold this T1 goal zone. Oh, Slowbro gonna be able to take out that Snorlax, press on forward. We got the Decorate. The cake is up for Sazouzou. Healing is on the menu.
Yeah, and here goes Garchomp. They want that backline, but Blaziken will prevent them from doing so. Slowbro gets the credit for that KO. Big Dazzling Gleam stuns 3. And now Tagang is forced back. It doesn't even matter. Everybody taken down by that overheat, and Armarouge now also has to back up. Snorlax has a power nap available, but oh my god, the amount of damage coming down from this Blaziken right now is unreal.
Level 12, right? I mean, that is a lot of damage from this Pokemon, and it is heating up as a fire type. You would expect it to do exactly that. Level 13 now. Nacho's starting to take over this game with this heavy defender composition. Very bulky squad, allowing this Blaziken to dive in.
Regieleki in the top path. Sazouzou could go for it here, but everybody just kind of spread all over the map looking for opportunities to get experience. The scores are still very similar, but right now Sazouzou has a really strong team fight.
Nice overheat secure. Garchomp was looking for a way in, making sure that that overheat was on it before they even try to go on in. They're like, we're just going to play to try to catch and rip this. On the bottom side, though, it is a Slowbro kind of monitoring the situation, making sure that no one is going to try to take these birds from them. But there are two members. Snorlax putting the Chandelure in a rough position. I think a Resident Guard proc giving a little bit of shielding to this Chandelure. Burns and eject on the run, able to get to safety.
Oh, how does that happen? And Slowbro there as well with those surfs to make sure they couldn't end up finishing off that Chandelure. Unite move was expended, but the Chandelure Unite move is usually just kind of used to be able to get away from situations like that. But that being said, they are going to have to get some last hits on some experience if they do want to get their Unite move back. And Regirock has now hit the map, both teams mobilizing towards the bottom path.
Oh, triple scoop here from this Garchomp, but met with heavy resistance as Blastoise is going to zone them out. Slowbro getting the KO there. Alchemy able to take away that Regirock for Sazouzou. Now with 20 seconds until Rayquaza, another push here on this T1 goal zone. Still at full HP. They're going to try to maximize their cast, but settle for a 20 over.
I'm not sure why the Garchomp goes in there. I don't know if they didn't realize that all 5 members of Sazouzou were down there looking for that Regirock, but either way, that is a little bit of a rough play. Not quite level 13 on that Pokemon either. Look at the positioning here from Sazouzou. They are positioned very far forward. They have full control over this pit, and Tagang actually might look for a sneaky back cap rather than going for this Rayquaza.
I don't hate this. This would potentially give them a lead, and that is potentially the play that they're going for. Snorlax leading the charge there as we see maybe a little bit of a gray screen. Looks like the points did go in for Tagang, getting them a very small lead. Snorlax the first to fall in this Rayquaza fight. That's going to send them back with a 10-second KO timer. Now Rayquaza starting to get chipped here by Sazouzou. They have fantastic secure. Dazzling Gleam is going to stun up this Armarouge. Burn and eject. He is able to avoid the overheat. Rayquaza still nearing half.
Look at the candle as well, being insulated so well by the rest of their team. Garchomp can't really do much to get in on top of them. And look at that! Wow, big overheave here from Blaziken. Will take down the Glaceon easily. Alchemy Unite move is out. All the Unite moves flying. Tagang just holding on with that Clefable.
Dessert on the menu for Sazouzou. The Decorate, the Fluffy Cream Supreme. They're eating well today. Tagang, 3 members in the Pokemon Center. Armarouge trying desperately to get back in towards this Rayquaza. It's getting chipped down. We got a gray screen. Are we going to get to see the Rayquaza go down? I don't know, Husky.
Look at the Blaziken with the water coming around it from the Blastoise. You can kind of see what's happening here. I imagine we did see Sazouzou secure that. There wasn't really much of an opportunity for Tagang to get in there. Oh, it's not even gone yet. There are in the pit, but no, it is going to be the Slowbro taking it, not even worrying about the overheat. It's just going to be the defender, as it always is.
Yeah, I'm going to surf on towards this T2 goal zones, but not before the GG comes flying out from Tagang. Sazouzou, 1 win away from going back to your grand finals.
I mean, yeah, I think we're back to the drawing board here for Tagang. They really let that top path get out of control, letting that Blastoise get online, and seeing the Garchomp not be able to make anything happen in that early game was pretty rough, unfortunately, for them. The Glaceon was definitely a solid pick, but honestly, this Chandelure, a Pokemon that I usually kind of sleep on in the backline, was really strong. They only picked up 1 KO, but using those Imprisons to make sure that no moves could come out, it really insulated the Garchomp. It didn't let them get their Unite move out of the endgame either.
mean, yeah, look at these KO numbers for Tagang. They just couldn't really get anything going. Very unfortunate. You would think that with something like a Glaceon that can really shred through the HP bars of this tankier composition, but it is the enabling from the cream puff itself. Makes you wonder, do we just look to ban Alchemy out?
Yeah, I think... I don't think you let this Pokemon... I think that they were trying to bait Sazouzou into maybe a first pick Snorlax or something else that they could get what they wanted, and they still did first pick that Alchemy. It's just so strong. There were so many moments where Pokemon should have gone down, but the Decorate Shield provided so much to these Pokemon that they didn't end up going down. Even the healing from Clefable couldn't withstand it.
Glaceon shredding through that Blastoise. It's a fine secure here from Tagang. Just barely able to getting it before that Dazzling Gleam from Alchemy was maybe able to take it away. They did find some value. Like, they didn't find a lot of KOs, but they were able to kind of keep close and keep pace with the scoreline.
I love this play here from Megu, just opting to go for the Unite move on top of the Snorlax, and it just kind of makes Tagang fall apart. Usually, with a Slowbro, you prioritize using a Unite move on a squishier carry just to make sure they go down, but I love that play because it's not what Tagang was expecting, and it really made them crumble.
Never expect the Spanish Inquisition, and that's maybe what happened there. Good little heavy slam there to at least get the Armarouge out of dodge. Maybe a little bit of a sacrifice there from the Snorlax, not wanting to give up a KO to their carry, or at least one of the carries. This is a great secure here from Sazouzou. Honestly, the Fluffy Creep Supreme, or not the Fluffy Creep, the Dazzling Gleam getting that one, if I'm not mistaken. And this was a really good push here from Sazouzou, giving them a pretty good lead until Tagang started to level up.
Yeah, I mean, the option here from Tagang's team comp was for the Garchomp to be able to dive onto that Chandelure. And we saw at so many points they were looking for it. They were positioning themselves near the Chandelure to try to catch them off guard and be able to dive in. But it didn't end up mattering. The Chandelure was not caught. They never were they caught the entire time. It was really, really difficult for Tagang to be able to move in on anybody on that side, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but letting the Alchemy through is a decision for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I love playing it, but again, yeah, every time I get to play this Pokemon, it feels incredibly powerful. Despite not, I think you made a video about this, it doesn't look like it's doing a ton, especially if you're playing like that Dazzling Gleam, Decorate build, because there's not a lot of flashy numbers. Maybe, yeah, sometimes you get like the assist numbers, but the damage numbers aren't crazy. The healing numbers aren't crazy because you're shielding, but the additional damage that you're allowing your carries to do, the shields where you're allowing them to stay upright for longer, it's just so incredibly powerful, but it kind of flies under the radar from time to time.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that nobody's really sleeping on, but it's hard to tell sometimes how much it's actually doing. And what we saw was those Decorate shields coming out, and nothing was happening. Like, even the Moonlight on the cliff. Decorate basically is doing the equivalent of a healer, just not letting any of the Pokemon on their side go down. Mostly that Blaziken was getting those shields, as well as the Blastoise, which both looked really, really solid. And you kind of leave the Chandelure in the back to do a bunch of damage, pop that Curse Incense on top of the Clefable, and it was so strong that Clefable wasn't doing enough healing to prevent the amount of damage coming in, and the shields were so strong from the Alchemy that they couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, very strong. As we wait to get set up for game number 2, just a little bit of an update for you guys. We're switching a little bit on the server side just so that there aren't any of these like big delays anymore from the vision. Obviously, it makes our job a little bit hard, but obviously not a great user experience or viewer experience to not be able to see the most pivotal moments of the fight. So hopefully that should be solved here going into game number 2. But with that said, let's get into game number 2.
Game 2. This is the opportunity for Sazouzou to make it back into the grand finals and look for another shot at Orange Juicers, who they beat previously. They're going to ban out that Galarian Rapidash once again, and so far Tagang doesn't want to let them have that Inteleon.
I wouldn't either. I've seen enough to know that Resu is a demon on that Pokemon, but Tagang also saw the writing on the walls with this Alchemy, and they're going to ban that one as well. Which means there's a couple options here for Sazouzou. I would probably expect to see... Ooh, the Absol could be good. I also could see a Snorlax.
Absol first pick, though. No, that's not what we're going to see. They are going to take the Blissey. So last time, Tagang banned out the Blissey, knowing that Sazouzou likes it and was likely going to go for it. This time, they ban out the Alchemy. They force that Blissey first pick. That does give them two options. Ducky is hovering over that Snorlax pick. That might be what they go with. And there's a lot of opportunities to take. They will grab the Garchomp again. I was going to say maybe you take that Blaziken away, but they do settle on the Garchomp.
Garchomp. Ooh, and also currently holding a cursed item, potentially to maybe slow down this Blissey healing, and also maybe just try to slow down Sazouzou's bulky composition once again. So they really liked what that first game did for them, and Tagang gonna try to find a way to combat that.
Ooh, they are gonna take that Blaziken away, so maybe they heard my suggestion, even though we've got a 30-second stream delay. And we're going to grab the Hoopa as well. So a support that we see decently often, but it's not as heavily prioritized as it has been previously. Gives a lot of options. I imagine we'll see that Trick build. On the other side, interestingly enough, we're bringing out that Greninja, which has surprised us in the past, and Nachos is going to look at that Zoroark.
Zoroark, very tough Pokemon. We'll see if they're going to be able to find some KOs. It's also kind of taking something away from Tagang. They're going to round out their squad with this Espeon pick. I mean, I love Psyshock, but when you have some very, like, mobile Pokemon like this Zoroark, like Greninja can be, you could definitely see a stored power build being used.
I think that they pick Espeon here specifically for that stored power, honestly, because Greninja and Zoroark have been chosen on the opposite side. I think it's a good option as a counter. Its Unite move is also really strong, but if we do see Safeguard on the Blissey, they could prevent, much damage from being done here. And they have opted to go for that bulky frontline once again with the Slowbro, that Blastoise, which I imagine we'll see Rapid Spin. I feel like Tagang is still playing as a very responsive team comp creation here. It seems like they're very much like the ones responding to the decisions that Sazouzou is making, which kind of means that Sazouzou has a little bit more control, I feel like, after seeing this draft, but we will see as we get into game number 2 very shortly. This is Tagang's last chance to make...
Last chance, last dance. Orange Juicers waiting up in the top portion of the bracket to try to see who they're going to be playing in these grand finals, which is a best-of-5 winners advantage. Right now, it is a best-of-3, so Tagang gonna need to win this one. Otherwise, Sazouzou gonna be moving forward. If they can win it, forces a game 3, and you know how game 3s go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen in the game 3 situation, which, as casters, I feel like we love to see.
Love it.
Here we go.
Game number 2, Sazouzou up 1-0 against Tagang. Tagang going to be taking this Torchic into the central area with no surprise on the left side. It is going to be a Zoroark in that central area for Sazouzou.
Yeah, and taking the little Torchic into the central area, making sure that they get that level 5 early, but with going up against a Zoroark jungle gank, it's always so rough. I feel like you can usually pretty much guarantee that Zoroark gets a KO early, and doesn't seem like Tagang cares too much about that at the moment. They're going to be pushing forward towards this tier 1.
Gonna push towards it, but not able to get that last hit. It is Sazouzou taking that one, while this Gible tries to take their own experience on their side of the map. Believe they might have also been able to grab that because they are holding 20 Aos energy. It is a stored powered build down here, and Tagang getting full advantage of both sides of the map.
Yeah, Gible poorly as we saw at this point previously. They're getting pretty close to that level 5. They might be able to get it if they get a good amount of these 850 birds. Both Combusken and Zoroark have made it up into this top path. Going to be looking for a push.
3v3, 2v2 on the bot side. Zoroark going on in, gonna get stunned up by Hoopa. They get the feint attack, and Combusken back into the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, we talked about how strong that Zoroark early gank is. Snorlax does have level 5, but they are getting fairly low here. Looking for level 5 is Greninja. They will find it. A couple evolutions happening in this bottom path, as it is Trick on this Hoopa as well. So Trick versus Safeguard. A lot of shielding on both sides.
There's actually a 4v3 as Espeon comes back down to the bottom path. Going to try to throw some damage on this Slowbro. Along with the Greninja, stored power is going to chunk them down. It is a Trick Hoopa, and that's going to give a little bit of shielding to this Gabai, who's going to retreat, hit their own experience.
Yeah, looking for as much experience as possible. You don't want this Garchomp to fall behind, because they really do need that late game experience. Most of those 8-minute birds in the central area going over to Sazouzou. And now this Zoroark has reached level 7, and they have full control right now.
Stored power into the Psybeam, and Slowbro gonna be heading towards this tall grass to try to regenerate their own health bar. And it's gonna be 3v3 down here. Actually, 2 members of Sazouzou gonna go for some scores on the top path. Get about 41 points in, so nice play there.
Seeing this Greninja have to go back into the central area is definitely promising for Tagang, but the Zoroark is still pretty ahead. They will find the Snorlax KO with that last hit of their feint attack. Now Blaziken looking to secure as many points as possible. Doesn't matter. That's a clean 3 KO for Zoroark.
Yeah, nice KO streak for them. Nachos does see the Hoopa come down, gonna retreat because they know they won't likely be able to get that 30-point score in, but damage is done. Basement objective gonna be on the menu. Zoroark, along with the Blissey, gonna start chunking it down. However, Trick Hoopa, Snorlax looking to maybe put a stop to that. Zoroark closes the door, Unite moves, takes out the Snorlax. Yeah, the Hoopa also going down. Another KO streak for Sazouzou.
And they secure the Regieleki in this top path. This is starting to get a little snowbally in this game number 2. Greninja has made it now to level 8, looking for that level 9. And Sazouzou also pushing into the bottom path. Espeon is there, but with no Unite move, there's no way to prevent these scores from going in.
136 to a big old goose egg from Tagang currently. Gonna try to hold on to this T1 goal zone. Snorlax heavy slam into 2 members, but here comes Greninja, who's recently ticked into level 9.
And they let this Regieleki time out in the top path without scoring instead. But look at Garchomp, not quite level 9. They've just not been able to get this Pokemon online. Fantastic job from Sazouzou from keeping them at bay. This time it's not a Blastoise with Rapid Spin, it's a Blastoise with Surf. And that's going to make quick work of that Gabite.
Oh, Unite move there from Slowbro onto the Blaziken, allows Greninja to take a KO. There's the Water Burst Shuriken. Espeon also going down at the hands of the Zoroark. Missed combo means Hoopa stays upright, but they're right back into it, looking for the KO there. Oh, nice little Phantom Force keeps them up for the time being, just delaying the inevitable, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can do a lot of juking if you're Hoopa, but not that much. Blissey and Snorlax having a little bit of a meeting in that top path, trying to decide how they're going to pursue this top goal zone. Tagang definitely has to move back for some defense here. They're going to be really playing hard onto their back foot. This is a level 12 Zoroark, 3 levels above the highest level on Tagang's side. It is not looking good.
Blastoise, Blissey, along with the Zoroark, hiding in the tall grass looking for an engage point. Regieleki still 10 seconds till they come to the map. Blastoise going to try to throw some damage on that other side of the map before members of Tagang hiding and lurking in the tall grass.
We've got some Unite moves on both sides. Garchomp has started the rip on this Regieleki. We do have a Blastoise Unite move, and I don't know if I feel like they're not that afraid to use it, but great block from Snorlax keeps them away.
Good job from Ducky, knowing that they likely needed an objective win here, and they do get it. In the bottom side, it is a Registeel earned from Sazouzou. Unite move from the Zoroark is going to help take down this Espeon. Now their push is on. Great heavy slam there from Ducky is going to at least stall this fight out a little bit. Now this Zoroark might be in a little bit of danger. They might be going down, but they're able to dash away.
Wow, I don't know how they get out of that situation. Big Hydro type through from the Blastoise. They end up in the backside, but a big block prevents them from moving any further. But they will take out the Blaziken along with them. Garchomp trying to clean up, but not able to make it happen. Big Surf again into a Hydro Pump. Too much CC to handle. Blastoise again pushes the Snorlax away. 40 more points go in. It is 216 to zip.
Big Cowabummer for Tagang. Too much to handle so far. 3:30 on the clock. Not an objective in sight. Maybe some last Unite moves to be used. Greninja, Slowpoke, or Slowbro, along with Hoopa, still have them.
They are looking for this slow bro. The block will keep them against the wall for the time being, but it is this safeguard that gets them out. Here comes Zoroark. They will not be able to complete the Feint Attack combo, but they have zoned to gang quite a bit. They are able to secure most of the experience away from them, and this is kind of exactly how you have to play a really intense lead, I think, at this point. You got to try to make sure that the comeback experience does not go to gang's way, because you do not want to give them the opportunity to catch up.
It needs something. The Zoroark's 3 levels ahead of most of Tagang. Only now 2 is to tick into level 12, but points still stands very far ahead. Base and objective might be on the menu here for Sazouzou. Zoroark gonna retreat a little bit, regen that health bar. All 5 members of Tagang pushing this this basement path, while Blastoise is gonna get a nice 50-point dunk in the top side. Zoroark's gonna get engaged. We're gonna have the rings unbound. Zoroark's very low, but they are gonna get to regenerate their health. 2 members go down for Tagang as the Registeel goes the way of Sazouzou.
You had to try to catch that Zoroark there, but they were not able to do it. Garchomp tries to get away here. Zoroark is going to look to take them down. Unite move is popped. That was quite a surprise there, I think, for that Zoroark. They really didn't expect it. 31-second timer. This could be Tagang's opportunity to look for a rip, but there's still a Water Burst Shuriken, there's still a Hydro Typhoon, and a Slow Beat.
Run, Garchomp, run, Garchomp. They are going to get to safety away from that Blissey. Blissey's going to try to re-enter the fray. We're going to have a little bit of damage found onto this Rayquaza. Some low HP bars for Tagang. There's the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise into a Surf, into a brick wall. That is the Snorlax. Espeon just able to get away for the time being, but no, Blastoise converges. Rayquaza now nearing halfway. Another Surf this time into the Garchomp. Hoopa going to Phantom Force, try to get away from this Greninja. They do. Rayquaza getting dangerously low, looking for a secure. Blaziken getting in there, overheat charge, locked and loaded, but now Sazouzou! They're going to close the door. Greninja takes it away.
The overheat was lined up, and it didn't matter. The GG comes out. 0 points going in for Tagang in the losers finals. Dominant performance from Sazouzou. They will be making their way to our grand finals.
Insane stuff. Goose Egg for Tagang in the set. Goose Egg for Tagang in game number 2. 266-0. Very close match there at the end, though. Nachos getting caught out. Blaziken almost getting the secure on the Rayquaza, but almost does not count in Pokemon Unite. Sazouzou going to your grand finals.
It was well played from the Garchomp to just go ahead, use that Unite move. They knew that Nachos was trying to KO them closer to the Rayquaza spawn so that they would have a tougher time getting back in time, but the tables were turned on Nachos in that moment, and it was a little scary, but the rest of the team was just so high level, so tanky. They had Unite moves on their side, and there was just nothing Tagang could do. There was a second there where I thought the Blaziken might grab that secure, but it was the Greninja in the end. 80,000 damage for that Zoroark. What a dominant performance. Orange Juicers in the grand finals gonna have a run for their money.
This is some of the replays throughout game number 2. Zoroark off to a quick start, off to a fast start, off to a strong start, and honestly didn't really look back that entire game. I mean, this is a really good Unite move from Snorlax to maybe prevent a couple of Unite moves, but man, the engages back and forth from this Blastoise are always very incredible.
Oh, this moment was just devastating for Tagang. Somehow Nachos decided to go back in there. No idea why they would do that, but they still were able to get out. And then we saw this pickup from the Hydro Typhoon, just absolutely huge. Takes down Blaziken. There was just really no response from Tagang that they could possibly make.
And this is a nice little play here for Sazouzou, a good push, forcing this Blastoise away, and also the good blocking there from Blastoise to keep the Snorlax away, and allowing some of these points to go on in. This is a nice dragon combo from this Garchomp, but doesn't quite get the job done, and this is a huge Zoroark secure. Otherwise, I think maybe we start to see the Zoroark go down. Another Blissey Unite move. Is that a basic attack from Zoroark that gets
Yeah, it was. Oh, it was
That's
a basic
criminal.
attack. It was a basic attack. Was it Zoroark that got that? It was, yeah. The basic attack from Zoroark ends up getting it over the Garchomp. This was a good play, though, from the Garchomp. Their focus band was pop, but they decided to use the Unite move, and they did find the Zoroark there, so it provided a glimmer of hope for our fallen heroes, but unable to make it happen.
And this is the Ray fight. Massive Snorlax Unite move. Almost saves the Umbreon, but I didn't even realize Kranix used the eject button there to ensure the KO there. Greninja uses their Unite move on pursuit of the Hoopa. This little Phantom Force, ankle breaking, and Rayquaza at this moment dangerously low. And you got Blaziken trying to go in. Nice push there. Overheat is locked and loaded. Snorlax tries to stun, but the Greninja just too much to handle.
Yeah, what was it on the Greninja that was
Was it
able to
Shuriken?
get the secure? I think it might have been a Shuriken, but yeah, that was what a set there. I feel
Wow.
like Sazouzou was really geared up to give OJ a run for their money in this grand finals.
It really did. But with that said, Sazouzou could move into those grand finals. Orange Juicers waiting with open arms. But that is going to mean we have to take a quick little break to get set up for this next match. So don't go too far, folks. Commercial break. Get some drinks. Grand finals are on deck. This is going to be a good one. back, Pokemon Unite trainers. This time, we are back, but we brought a little bit of a friend here. What's going on, Utah? First of all, huge congratulations. Back in the Grand Finals, a hero lower bracket run to make it back to the Grand Finals, and it kind of looks oddly similar to last year at the Summer Showdown with intergovernmentalization, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, a large tournament this is with a lot of great teams. How does it feel to be potentially in the spot to win back-to-backs?
Yeah, it feels great, you know, like I played like support 1 year ago, so it's quite funny that I play support again. It's gonna feel nice if I won, so...
I think that this has been quite a run for this team, and it's been really fun to watch. But if we go back to yesterday in those group stages, Group A had Orange Juicers in it, and you were able to beat them, and now facing them again in the Grand Finals. Do you think you're going to be able to do it again?
Yeah, I think we were a pretty strong team, and if we played well, I don't think we can lose, so I'm pretty confident. So, yeah.
Well, it is business as usual here in the Grand Finals, but how do you think this tournament helps the team prepare for Worlds?
I mean, for me, it's only for me and Megu, so I think it's helped me a lot for, you know, like the macro, like I play another world, so I can see how the top lane works and everything, so it's very helpful. And also, it's like great to play against, you know, like other team to the other regions. So yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, only two of you have to prepare for Worlds technically, but last year at this time, this is a rematch, isn't it? Going into this Grand Finals, basically the same situation here, heading in against Orange Juicers, another Worlds qualified team, but. My last question for you is, are you prioritizing Alchemy? Because that thing is dumb.
Okay, funny part, I think I have like 4 or 5 games with Alchemy. So, I mean, yeah, if Alchemy is open, I mean, I'm gonna take it anyway, because the mon is very strong. I think it's one of the best mon right now. So, yeah.
One last question before we let you go. What do you think it's going to take down the Orange Juicers?
Natural Zork.
Okay. I mean, it looked really strong. Husky, anything else from you?
I think that's a good call. That's it for me. Thanks for joining us, Utah, for a little bit of an interview.
No
we
problem.
will see you very soon in the Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon.
Back, Pokemon Unite trainers, Unity Clash, Summer Showdown, and we have made it. The final stretch, the grandest of finals. Orange Juicers, Sazouzou. We just interviewed Utah, who's getting ready and feels very confident, Husky.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they do, honestly. I know that we're going to be going into this grand finals with Orange Juicers having the winner's side advantage, but I would not be surprised if that gets taken away from them. In NA, we have a history of the losers bracket team coming up from after an insane run and ending up flipping that bracket. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing today. I think Orange Juicers definitely is going to have a run for their money.
They certainly will have a run for their money, but they have earned themselves, like they said, that one game advantage in their pocket going into this match. So it is a best of 5 here. Orange Juicers obviously coming from that winner's side bracket, Sazouzou from that lower side bracket, but two incredibly powerful teams. Sazouzou, obviously, like we said earlier, a couple of Worlds qualifiers on that team, but it is a little bit of a mishmash here, but let's talk about them. Sazouzou, Roster, Resu, Utah, Megu, Kranix, and Nacho. So Utah and Megu part of Gen 5. Some of the achievements, definitely some of the best players in Europe, that is for certain.
Which one are we talking about?
Yeah, which
it says
one?
One of the best players in Europe. Which one? Because I
All
can't. I'm not able
All
to
of them,
figure
honestly.
it out. I'm not able to figure it out. But last year, they did end up winning the Summer Showdown, and that was a match that we are about to see once again. This is the Salty Runbacks against OJ. Let's take a look at how they got to where we are right now. They were in the same group as Orange Juicers, so Group A really was the group to beat. Both of them were able to make it out, but They 2-1'd Orange Juicers in their group stages. They're going to be looking to do something similar again, and then had the lower bracket run of a century taking down Tagang after Tagang took them down to the lower side bracket earlier today. This is going to be a good one, Kyle.
This is going to be a great one even, and Orange Juicers with that 1-0 advantage, they are going to look to try to shut this down as soon as possible. Zugrug, Roland, Flareons, Kratos, and OG on their way to Anaheim for Worlds as the NA Regional Champions. We're also runner-up in the Summer Showdown against this very team, so you know how that goes. Some of the matches today and yesterday, Tuzzy, it's a 2-0 win, 1-2 versus Sazouzou, the team that they are facing in just a few moments. Nouns Esports 2-0, You Need Coaching 2-0, Tagang 2-0. Seems like the thorn in their side this tournament has only been this squad.
They've only dropped one single match, or two single matches, excuse me, and it has been to Sazouzou. They have not lost a match in today's bracket, so they are definitely going on a hot streak right now. But coming from that winner's side, they have played way less matches than Sazouzou has today, so maybe that lack of warming up will come back to haunt them here as we get in to game number 1 of the grand finals. Orange Juicers is going to have that first ban and first pick.
Gonna go ahead and ban Blaziken, Snorlax, along with Orange Juicers. Gonna go ahead and ban double speeds. Actually, sorry, I think these are swapped a little bit. It is Sazouzou who are going to ban the Rapidash along with the Dodrio. Going to be targeting Kratos that worked in that first set yesterday. Maybe it'll work again today.
Yeah, we've got Flareons immediately locking in that Inteleon. They are taking that away not only from Resu, but they're giving it to Flareons, who is one of the best Inteleon players in the world. That does give Yutao his 6th game on Alchemy, able to take that Pokemon, and they're grabbing Umbreon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen heavily prioritized, but is still very strong.
I love Umbreon in the meta. I think there's still a lot of usage for it, and potentially as their lone, defender player, this could be a foul play game, knowing that Alchemy already can insulate the team with all those shields, potential heals. Orange Juicers, we got Flareons on the intel, OG on a comfort pick of that Garchomp, and Roland has been rolling with this Suicune all weekend long.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see them pick that up again. It's slotted into the support role very well, though it is an all-rounder. I feel like it's played in basically every role except all-rounder, honestly.
Yeah.
And Roland is grabbing that Pokemon. They've got the EXP share on, but that does mean Zugrug has to make a decision for the defender they want to go with, and it looks like that is going to be the Psyduck.
Look at this double speedster for Sazouzou. Zeraora, along with Nachos on the Absol, so heavy damage for them incoming. Kratos is going to have their hands full, because really all of the Orange Juicers are going to have their hands full. You're going to really look for these stuns from both Zugrug and Roland on that Suicune. Then Flareon's going to be tasked with cleaning up the mess.
First pick Inteleon really does just give Sazouzou the opportunity to counter that pick specifically, and I think that's exactly what these two speedsters do. That's a lot of options to insulate Flareons and jump on top of them, and it's going to be up to OG, and it's going to be up to Kratos diving their own I guess no backline, but diving back towards the other speedsters to be able to handle them. But noticeably, Sazouzou not going with a backliner. No range on that composition, I guess, besides Blastoise speed attacks. I guess that's the range that we're talking. Hydro Typhoon has a pretty wide range. Maybe that's what we're talking, but they're not too worried about what this Leafeon is going to be diving, because they're the ones that are going to be doing the diving.
They certainly have loved this very bulky composition that they've been playing, not only this game 1, or I guess technically a game 2, quote unquote.
Game 2, kind of.
I never know what
Winner's
to call
advantage.
these situations.
The game.
But the game, the first game, all intents and purposes, but Orange Juicers up 1-0. Going to be taking Kratos to the central area with this Leafeon, while we send Roland top path along with OG as the Garchomp.
You want to send that Leafeon, get their level 4 as early as possible, and just try to keep an advantage over this Absol. Zeraora playing in the attacker slot in the bottom path, looking for a potential opportunity to take away this Indeedee, but it is going to be Flareon's that grabs it.
Last hit ability here. It is the Zeraora that gets a nice chunk Pokemon on the opposite side of the map, but they are getting chunked, and there's a focus band broken. Great water gun here from Sobble.
Yeah, that's going to be an eject button to get a focus ban, and here comes Absol. Looks like that is Pursuit on Nachos' Absol, so you don't want to face the back of that Pokemon, or they get those resets. Psyduck now stops Absol. Big engage from Leafeon here. They're going to look for it, not able to find it. They will go down.
Oh, that feels bad. They're not only getting 1, they're not only getting 2, but they're getting all 3 members here of Orange Juicers. It's going to enable a little bit of score to go on in, 32 to be exact, and right before the 850 birds, it is a big team win for Montezasu.
And Montezasu getting their level 4 on Alchemy, level 5 on the War Turtle as well. This is not looking great for Orange Juicers early game. Losing all 3 in the bottom path of the Absol is definitely not a great start. They need level 5 on Flareons. They will find it there with that secure, but they're going to need to start pulling for that level 7.
You got to get that level 7, rolling on a little bit of a vision adventure to try to grab some vision for the squad to know exactly where this central area Pokemon is. Nice little section off there with those freezes. And it is Montezasu taking full advantage in the bottom path still.
Yeah, there's a Volt Switch on Zeraora, so I imagine we are seeing Discharge as well. And that is exactly what we're seeing. They jump right in onto the backside immediately just to leave. But they have gotten the Speedster advantage. Both of their Speedsters have reached level 7. They've got all their moves, less their Unite move. And they will go down here. That's a big pickup for Flareons.
I don't think they realized that Flareons was hanging out in the back line. Able to get a nice water gun stun or damage directly onto that Zeraora, getting that KO, getting them ever close to that level 7, and they do get it here.
Yeah, OG now has their level 7, so they have extended past the Blastoise. Snipe Shot will connect with that piece of farm, but I don't think they were able to secure it here. But they will grab a couple of these Swablues, looking to hit on top of this Umbreon. Definitely a great shot there, forces Montezasu back.
I think that might have been another focus ban right there from the Umbreon, so good job, Flareons, to break a couple of key tools going into these objectives. Both of them hitting the map at 7 minutes. Montezasu prioritizing the bottom 4 members down here, putting immediate damage, and not only that, but not even before Orange Juicer couldn't even react, but here comes the Emerald 2-step, looking for this Alchemy, unable to get it. Good stun there. Snipe Shot connects on the Zeraora. Zeraora going down at the hands of the Psyduck. The push is on for the Orange Juicers on this T1.
Great play from the Umbreon as well. Mega with the foul play to pull the Leafeon backwards. They still were able to get that Zeraora KO, but unfortunately for Kratos, I mean, this is not a speedster team that Montezasu has put together. It does not reward good speedster play. There's just so much CC that it really punishes Kratos for going in. Unfortunately for them, they did go down once again. They are still level 9, have done pretty well, just 1 level behind the Absol, and Zeraora is still looking for their 9, so all things considered, not too bad, but Regieleki walks in the top.
Good zoning from the Blastoise, forcing a couple Pokemon backwards. Oh, Dragon Combo directly onto the Absol. Oh, Snipe Shot looking to be found, but unable to get the KO there. They do connect on the Umbreon, but that is not the prime target for Flareons as they scramble back towards the central area. Zeraora on hot pursuit, trying to find Flareons, but Kratos finds them.
That's a really nice pick. They were not able to get Inteleon. Inteleon just one of those Pokemon that's squishy, but it is slippery in its own right. Able to get out with the Fell Stinger there. Luckily, the rest of the team was able to follow up and make sure the Zeraora went down before using the Unite move, because otherwise definitely could have been ugly, but we're seeing already why Flareons gets this Pokemon banned a lot. They are just hitting these snipe shots and preventing anybody from going down.
Nachos on the Absol was looking for a KO there. Unite move did not find what they were looking for. Almost back the other way. And Kratos able to get to safety. Zeraora looking for a KO, looking for a pull, unable to get it. 5 seconds till the basement, Reggie.
Just a lot of back and forth squabbling here between these two teams. And Kratos on the Leafeon just doesn't seem to be able to get much done. It is a lot more difficult playing this Pokemon into the team comp that Sazouzou has put together, so it's really up to Flareons to try to get their damage on top of this team so that Leafeon can kind of clean it up, but Absol does score 50 in the top path. Flareon's looking to secure the bottom. They will.
Great secure from the snipe shot. It was contested. Blastoise was looking for a secure, but now they're looking for a Hydro Typhoon. Zones a couple Pokemon. Psyduck can be the first to fall. Unite move now from Roland. It's going to freeze the competition. Cake is up. Absol, Unite move. Eject button through the wall. Dodges a lot of it, but you can't dodge the Zeraora. More pull here from OG, but they are pulled right back. And the Dazzling Gleam going to connect on the Roland. Sazouzou getting what they needed.
Ooh, but Zuggrug trying to clean it up here. They will take down Zeraora. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do much else. Absol tries to chase them down. They do enough zoning for Sazouzou to break this bottom path tier 1 goal zone. So now a lot of goal zones broken for that team, whereas every goal zone remains for Orange Juicers to break. So far, Sazouzou looking very, very good with a level 14 already on that Absol.
Absol is going to be incredibly powerful to deal with, and you're already seeing it as Regieleki now starting to lower its HP bar. Going to be secured here. Sazouzou going to push that one towards this T2 goal zone. They could potentially push it. They could also just back up and maybe hit some experience on the Orange Juicer side.
Really tough, I think, playing Inteleon into this team comp as well, because oh, interesting. OG almost just goes ahead and helps that Regieleki in, but Kratos into the backside will pick up 2. Very surprising play. I don't think Sazouzou was expecting it. Now it's just Blastoise on very low HP. Inteleon trying to deal with 2 in the bottom path by themselves, but it has opened up an opportunity for Orange Juicers.
Flareon's just able. Where is that HP bar, Flareon's? That's criminal behavior. Gonna look for a shot directly on Umbreon. They find it. And now the stun from the Snarl is not gonna maybe get a KO, but it is gonna stall out a little bit of time here, forcing the Leafeon to respond. Leafeon does eventually close it down. Reggie Ice now on the menu. Orange Juicers in position, but Absol Alchemy on the hunt.
This could be where we see a fight potentially break out. Regice is at half, and lining up the snipe shot here is going to be Flareons. They will get it, but here comes Zeraora into the backside. Luckily for Flareons, they had a Fell Stinger available, able to get out. They're able to avoid that fight becoming the Rayquaza fight, but I think it really could have easily. This is where we might see it, though.
And now, maybe a little bit spoken too soon, but as we see some Unite moves start to fly, Garchomp gonna throw a Dragon Combo, does not scoop anybody. Instead, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Zeraora down. It's Psyduck taking care of them, so big Pokemon KOs each way, 1 down.
Yeah, that is 1 for 1, and I think a lot of Unite moves were expended. We've got the Absol's gone, Leafeon's gone, Garchomp's gone, Zeraora's is also gone, but there's still a good amount of Unite moves, including the Alchemy Unite move. So it does give more of an opportunity for Sazouzou to be saved from a potential bad decision or engage that, or even a snipe shot that leaves them wondering what might happen next. There's still a good amount of Unite moves on either side. Zeraora to go in, huge snipe shot does connect. The Decorate does shield them enough for the time being.
Man, that was
looking
close.
to poke, but that was close.
Gonna look to see if we can start poking, prodding the Rayquaza. Another snipe shot misses the mark here. Both teams being a little bit hesitant. Dragon Combo, a little bit short here. Caught between a few different Pokemon, ejected through the wall. There's another Unite move. Kratos is able to take out the Blastoise. Now gonna look to take the Zeraora. That's 2 members down. Fluffy Cream Supreme doesn't really have a target to start healing, but Alchemy very dangerously low. Flareon starting to chip down Rayquaza. That's a triple KO for the Orange Juicers, lining up a snipe shot. Good body block from this Umbreon. They're gonna try to get the snipe in. It's lined up. Body block still going down. Rayquaza still very low. It is still Orange Juicers, though.
What was happening? Flareon's had a snipe shot lined up for about 1.5 years, and not enough damage was being done to the Rayquaza. I don't even know where it was going. I feel like OG was basic attacking it, but it was not receiving damage for some reason. But what a play from OJ right there. Able to take down the Blastoise. I think that was really what did it. they just kind of snuck in on them right there. I believe it was Kratos, and what an endgame fight from Leafeon specifically after kind of lagging behind all game, able to come up with a triple when it mattered most. Orange Juicers taking game number 2, I guess?
1.5? I don't know.
1.5? Taking
1/2.
one of the games in this series. They now will lead the series 2-0, but this is a best of 5, so they still have to win one more.
One more, one closer to being crowned your champion. Sazouzou is going to be climbing an uphill battle. They are going to need to win every single game remaining if they want to be crowned your champions of the Summer Showdown. Looking at the stats, not a whole lot of surprises there, but a lot of damage from Flareons, leading the charge, 80k dealt and only 24k taken.
I don't doubt that we could see the reverse sweep from Sazouzou. They looked fantastic.
Yeah.
It's really just that end game. And I mean, I think I called it out earlier that Orange Juicers has to try to capitalize on a mistake. And I think that's exactly what they did. The Blastoise was really kept at bay that game as compared to when we've seen it before. And catching that Pokemon out in those moments, they were unable to use their Unite move. I think that really did them in. It gave Kratos the opportunity to move in on everybody, but ultimately I really do think that Inteleon ends up being the GOAT of the game due to the amount of damage. Not only that, but also first picking that Pokemon is just really strong.
This is a very big moment for Sazouzou. I thought for a second they were going to be able to get the Absol, turn the Uno reverse card, find not 1, not 2, but 3 early on, which really sent Orange Juicers a little bit behind here, but they were able to recover a little bit in this moment. You know, Zeraora not realizing Flareon's was on the backside, getting a nice KO right here with that water gun, and that did find and maybe salvage a little bit of the early game.
This was another one of those moments where, unfortunately for Kratos, it just didn't seem like they were really able to get too much done. They did look for Zeraora here, but look at that foul play. The Zera did go down to Psyduck, but the foul play just prevented Leafeon from doing a ton more damage. And another moment here where an Emerald 2-step was kind of wasted and not able to take anything down.
G-Rock could secure here. Inteleon over the Blastoise. That's what you really want your Inteleon to be doing, is ensuring those last hits. And then into a large team scuffle. The Fluffy Cream starting to heal up some of those HP bars, but it was a little bit too late, at least for the Blastoise, but it did enable at least some KOs to be found. A good eject button for Flareons, but again, a lot of damage, a lot of full HP bars for Sazouzou here.
Yeah, that was definitely a great play from Flareons, and they used the Fell Stinger as well very well, but with 2 Speedsters on the other side, that's difficult to get away from. They did end up pushing in there, and we did have this moment here where Orange Juicers was able to get that secure on the Reg Ice, which, you know, we don't talk about it much, but it could have been the difference maker here. They had it for about 1.5 minutes, and that HP regeneration might have helped them.
A little bit of a kind of scattered composition, right? You had 3 members on one side, taking down OG, and then, you know, 1 member on the complete opposite side going down to Orange Juicers. And this is the Fluffy Cream Supreme. Maybe not in the most ideal position because you don't get the full heals on that Zeraora and that Blastoise. And man, Megu here doing just a lot of heavy lifting. You see him like positioning in between Rayquaza and Inteleon to try to make sure that Flareons cannot get it. A good stun there, too. And it stalled out Flareons for quite a bit.
Yeah, that was a really big foul play, but unfortunately, just not enough. Umbreon was not able to make it happen and get that last hit, but great play. I mean, Megu on the Umbreon really looked consistent. Sazouzou looked really good the entire match. Unfortunately for them, Orange Juicers just had an amazing endgame fight, but this is where we could see the reverse sweep start. Sazouzou has switched sides, opting for that first pick slot, so we could see a change of strategy here.
Oh, at least in the bans, it's looking very similar because they are going to take away that Dodrio away from Kratos. Roland was hovering that Comfey for a minute, but instead going to go back to that Blaze again.
Yeah, not sorry, I was taking a quick water. Not surprising.
Sorry.
Orange Juicer's gonna ban out the Inteleon away from kind of themselves, but mainly Resu, just so they don't have the opportunity to first pick it. Instead, that kind of means they have to pivot in general. Megu now having a couple considerations to make. They will go for that Snorlax. It does leave a couple supports on the opposite side for Orange Juicers to take. They could go for this Alchemy. Blissy's also on the table. A couple good defenders they could go for. Currently hovering this Zoroark. I'm not sure if that's what they're going to end up taking, but looks like Flareons will go ahead and lock in this Alchemy. Oh, they take both. Okay, great.
Okay, yeah.
We see the Alchemy get picked up as well as the Blissey.
I was like, there's no way we pick Venusaur here, right? Like, something's wrong, something's off. Instead, they wait for the last moment to get their double supports, which is really, really fun to see. Sazouzou, not only are they going to put Resu on something incredibly comfortable, but very powerful, but you're also taking away that Mew from Flareon's, a player that really loves that Pokemon. You're also taking away this Suicune.
Yeah, I think they were kind of considering on Orange Juicers, do we take Suicune or do we grab these double supports? Zugrug also going to pick up this Blastoise, so they're taking it away from Cranex. They don't want to see that again. I wonder if we will see Defender Blastoise, and no, we definitely wouldn't. We're definitely going to see All-Rounder Blastoise because we've got two Pokemon up there that really need that EXP share. Still favoring the Garchomp as well, but this does give a couple options for Sazouzou. Wow, interestingly enough, we will see Cinderace come out, a Pokemon that Kratos has tended to favor.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of very odd picks here. Kratos has an option to go many different things. We saw a Glaceon earlier. We saw, obviously heavy speedsters in a lot of ways, but this is something, Husky, that I haven't seen in competitive play in quite some time.
Honestly, I thought for sure we were going to get the Decidueye.
Yeah.
But Gardevoir, I don't hate it, honestly. It's pretty consistent damage with the Psyshock. You have Moonblast, so that's a really long stun. And OG on the Garchomp and potentially Surf on the Blastoise can really set up Gardevoir to do a ton of damage. You gotta look for a good setup with those fairy singularities. Interestingly enough, it looks like Flareon's is going to be sticking to this Alchemy, so they're gonna be playing support. Zugrug, a notable Blastoise player, so they know this Pokemon very well, so they're gonna be taking it up likely into that top, or maybe they go into the bottom path, play Attacker Blastoise, but this is a composition that we have not really seen from Orange Juicers before. Kind of surprising.
I have never seen anything like this from Orange Juicers, but I am incredibly interested to see how this goes. I don't know if this is one of those, we have a game in hand, we have a couple games in hand, maybe we try something completely different, kind of maybe break the mold a little bit, kind of keep Sazouzou a little bit on their toes, and this has kept me on my toes, that's for sure.
Yeah, my toes are on. Like, I'm on them, believe it or not. I'm, like, tippy-toeing right now. But here we go. Game number 3, 2?
2/3 grand finals. 1 win for Orange Juicers will crown them the champion. Sazouzou gonna need all 3 of the remaining games if necessary. And we are gonna take this Gardevoir to the central area.
I would not be surprised to see Snorlax pivot right up into that central area to try to prevent that Gardevoir from getting 5, because that is a rough central area clear. Doesn't look like it, though.
Wow.
They want to try to prevent this Blastoise instead from getting online early. Got OG now in the top path, looking to get some secures, and it looks like Aegislash did take that one away, and they will take that one as well.
Yeah, pretty good stuff for Sazouzou on the top path. Orange Juicers, though, kind of getting the lion's share of this bottom path, and against the Snorlax Mew, it's almost a little bit surprising. Here comes the reboot down to the bottom path, but that should be secured nicely by Sazouzou. Pushes on, Squirtle down, Alchemy. It's just Flareon's trying to hold, but that is a tough task with 3 Pokemon here from Sazouzou.
Yeah, that is just way too much damage coming out. You definitely don't want to lose the Blastoise that early. They will lose Alchemy as well. Basically giving up this bottom path in favor of trying to win this top path. Cinderace getting another point in here. Megu also has a couple points in their pockets. Orange Juicers has scored nothing so far. It's just poor Zugrug at level 4. Trying to get a secure, they will not be able to.
A little bit of a helping hand from Milcery. Gonna try to do something down there. While meanwhile, Orange Juicers having a pretty good time in the top path, scoring almost leveling equally up there. But Reboot comes to the top path, takes a KO on Blissey. Now they're looking to push this T1 goal zone. Doublade looking to try to go on in, but met with resistance. Great push there from OG.
Wow, giving Suicune the central area, or at least letting them look at it for a second there, while Nachos just kind of stays up in that top path. They move up and look for, they look for an opportunity rather than going back to their own central area to clear some of that experience. They will just get their level 7 by getting some of these 8-minute birds, but level 7 has also been reached on this Gardevoir.
Psychic Psyshock on the Gardevoir, so no Moonblast. I guess there's not a ton of dive. Maybe the Doublade, the Aegislash, once it gets there. 24 points in from the Suicune. Is holding an XP share.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised to see it walk into the central area for a second, but it didn't end up taking anything. It does have that XP share on. Megu looks for some points here. Unfortunately for Zugrug, not quite level 7. Jumps right into that Mew. They will not be able to make it out alive. Got Gardevoir now, level 8.5. A lot of damage from those Psyshocks, but there's also a lot of damage from Nacho's Cinder.
Gonna try to get a KO, and Snorlax is barely able to run away into a little bit of a defensive stand from the Suicune, and it is Flareon's able to take the KO on Snorlax, meaning Orange Juicers now moving towards this Regirock. Here comes Sazouzou. Regirock getting dangerously low, Fairy Singularity, but it's Mew that takes it.
Yeah, just a lot of damage coming out before the Fairy Singularity could really do much. Here comes the Cinder Unite move. Oh no, devastating solo queue play from Nachos right there. Lands on top of the Indeedee instead of anybody from OJ. It looks like they're just going to have to back up, potentially look to regroup and go for the Alecki.
Indeedee knew exactly what it did to deserve that. And I'm not still so sure, but Nachos definitely had a little bit of a vendetta against it. Regieleki in the top path, holding up. Gonna get chipped and chunked down. Shing, shing, shing for the Aegislash coup de grace to secure the objective.
Yeah, may as well just use it here. It's one of the best secure tools in the game. And OG, not quite level 9. They have just not really been able to get those level 9s as soon as they would like to. Blissey also does not have a Unite move at their disposal, so Aegislash do kind of walk all over them at the moment. They're going to look for some more boosted attacks, but they will be the ones to go down.
New big ol' Solar Beam into the back line, sends Garchomp. Almost sends Garchomp back, but not quite enough damage. There's the big ol' scoop into the back line. Now Cinder's gonna try to survive. Grabs his Citrus Berry, grabs a second. Another scoop, but this one misses the mark. Nice Mew Unite move, but here comes the Fluffy Cream Supreme, topping off these HP bars. Still looking to push some points in. 40 goes in for the Garchomp. Doesn't quite get the scoop there, but there's the Fairy Singularity. Gets 2 members. Cinder going down, Aegislash to follow.
Oh, what a Fairy Singularity. I thought for sure we see Kratos go down there. Rolling very low. Has the eggs available. This is a soft-boiled Blissey. Not too worried about the CC. Instead, they're trying to top the team off with those heals. And I do have a Snorlax with level 9 and a Unite move available. Flareon's being a little bit annoying here. Just trying to make some space. And they are doing it.
I'm making space, guys. Flareon's back to the Pokemon Center finally, but
space created.
Yeah, drew 2 members to him, so definitely gets the rest of the squad out of dodge, which is exactly what you want from your support player. Well, now really allowing these damage carries to really shine. But in the basement path, Registeel, Montezasu gonna start chipping it. Mew once again securing that one.
Blastoise has just been able to quietly farm up their level 11. Roland caught out here, not able to get another stack into that tier 1 goal zone. Now OG looking for some vision. It is great that we've let Zugrug kind of farm back. They were a little bit behind, and now they have matched Gardevoir in terms of levels, as well as the highest level on Montezozou's side. OG, though, might be caught in a little bit of trouble. That's a lot of damage coming out from this Mew and Suicune.
Oh, and the heavy slam to KO him. Back the other way, Gardevoir Focus Band popped on the Snorlax. There is the Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise. Gonna try to find some KOs, but a Power Nap from Snorlax is gonna maybe set the zone. Fluffy Cream Supreme topping off HP bars once again. Some low ones now as a lot of damage found the other way. Cinderace holding down that A button, trying to find a Blaze Kick. They do. Blastoise going down at the hands of the Snorlax.
gives the Bliss assistance to Gardevoir, but it does just let that Sazouzou have the opportunity to just kind of back off instead of letting the Bliss assistance really reach fruition or do anything of value. But what a defense there from Sazouzou on their tier 1 goal zone. They really kind of brought it all out, and Blissey was not able to get their 23 points in. I saw them continuing to hold down that button, just trying to get another stack in, and they weren't even able to do that. Orange Juicers has maintained a 14-point lead, but who knows if that is going to be enough.
Good block here from Snorlax. Pushes Zugrug into a little bit of danger. Closing out the KO there. Blissey still here for the defense. Kratos joins the fray on the bot side. Maybe convinces Sazouzou to not push.
Yeah, they don't want this Aegislash to have the opportunity to backcap either. They have just reached their level 13. Only Gardevoir has reached that so far for the Juicers. Now, most members of both teams have gone into this basement path. Looks like it is going to be a Regirock that spawns. OJ ripping this right away.
Garchomp doing the most of that one. Mew finding the Blastoise once again. Good stun from the Dazzling Gleam. Aegislash looking to go on in, slicing through. Garchomp going down. That's a double KO for Mew. Now it's Sazouzou gonna try to rip down this Regirock, and they do get it right before Ray.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone on Orange Juicers is respawning in time, but right now Sazouzou definitely has control over this central area. Every Unite move is currently on the map except for that Bliss assistance. You really do need that, especially. You really want to see that Garchomp go in and immediately get that Bliss assistance. So hopefully they're able to get that back soon, but neither team knows who's in the lead. It's only 14-point differential, and with 2 basement goal zones available, we could potentially see this fight shift into this bottom path. Both teams just kind of looking for vision over there.
Snorlax, heavy slam engage, misses the mark, doesn't hit anybody. Everybody has retreated by that point. Solar Beam also going to try to find some people poking and prodding in that tall grass area. Now Sazouzou going to start hitting Rayquaza. It is Cinderace right there. Nice heavy slam into 2 members. Oh, there's the block. Blissful assistance into the Gardevoir. Keep them upright. Oh, we got the Cinderace Unite move. This time not hitting Indeedee. It's hitting the Gardevoir instead. Garchomp going to get charged up by a Musted Auto Solar Beam. Now going to slow down the Blastoise.
Yeah, we've got Rayquaza also being chipped here. Aegislash slinging all over it. OG has not yet used their Unite move. They're going to want it. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Will come out immediately into the Livid Outrage. Aegislash will take out the Alchemy, but it is Cinder and Suicune to fall on the other side, Kyle.
Oh, Aegislash. Oh, he's slicing through multiple members. Gardevoir going down. Now going to get blocked over. Zugrug going down. Garchomp on the backside. Going to try to get 100. They should be able to do that, but in the central area, it's getting chipped low. Is Garchomp going to be able to get it back in time? Sazouzou. Oh, Aegislash goes down to Ray. It's got hands. Only 2 members up for Sazouzou. You got to break some shields.
Oh, they have the opportunity to break some shields. They're not going to be able to break Muse. That's 100 points going in. They're said they're going to opt to go for a score in this bottom path. Alchemy looking for 4.
Oh, they got it!
50. They will get the 50. They will get the 80 points in. 100 points
6
go
points.
in for Snorlax as well. 6 points differentiate these 2 teams with 10 seconds left. It looks like it's going to be Sazouzou. No one from OJ is on the other side. It's going to be Sazouzou. We are going to be going on. OJ not able to clinch it just yet.
Oh my goodness. Orange Juicers almost had it. Very, very unfortunate for them. Sazouzou living on their last breath. They can take a deep one now. 338, 324. Their tournament lives continue.
What a Mew game as well. Look at Resu's numbers. 8 KOs on that Mew, and only 4 on the top KO member of the Juicers with OG's Garchomp. What a game from both sides there, but you can really see from these numbers just how much control Sazouzou had over that game. It only made sense that they were able to eke it out in the end with only 2 shields. So definitely a game. And look at these damage numbers. This Mew, 95,000.
Insane work. Not only that, but being able to secure the Rayquaza, ensure that you get the scores in as well. And then the other way, Orange Juicers with a valiant effort on their own part, but just a touch short here. And man, Sazouzou on the brink of elimination, stays upright, and we have ourselves a bracket.
This was such a funny moment. Nachos not able to get the Unite move to land on anybody on Orange Juicers. It just automatically flicks over to the wild Pokemon instead. I honestly would want to talk about this Cinderace a little bit. I feel like having no Speedster was definitely a disadvantage for Sazouzou, but Aegislash did a really good job of filling that role of dive, but I did think it kind of let the Gardevoir do a lot, but still, the Fairy Singularities were not hitting as hard. I feel like the Psyshocks weren't hitting as hard. I still feel like OJ could have gone with a different option.
Yeah, but it ended up working out. You don't have to talk about that Cinderace Unite because you won the match. So either way, it did pay some dividends at some point in the match. This is a big Fairy Singularity. Man, you think here, Husky, you think about the moments in this match where Orange Juicers, if they would have gotten a couple more points in, right here, they weren't able to get a lot of points in. This could have been a win for them there. Or maybe at any other moment, you think about that Blissey on that bottom side, unable to get in. There were so many moments in this game where it was only a couple point match, and that could have been the difference.
Yeah, just fantastic blocking by Megu, especially on the Snorlax. And look at them here as well. Jumps in for the power nap, forces out the Alchemy Unite move. And still, OJ, even with the Fluffy Cream Supreme available, they were not able to push in on this Tier 1 goal zone.
This is a little bit of a pushback, a great replacement from the Blaze Kick from Cinderace. This is a great scoop there from OG, but a lot of damage the other way, and Snorlax was zoning out the follow-up damage from that Gardevoir. Otherwise, probably going to go down in that moment, and then the Secure getting that Regirock, and that could have been a big moment. It was a big moment for Sazouzou.
Yeah, and then the Bliss Assistance here had to be used on Gardevoir. It was kind of unfortunate. You would want to see it more on the Garchomp, potentially the Blastoise, but what a great engagement from Orange Juicers here. They do end up backing up, but when they did finally engage, it was just a fantastic engagement that was met perfectly by Sazouzou.
Yeah, trying to find a Gardevoir Unite in this moment. They hit a nice little combo on that Snorlax, but Snorlax wakes up, grabs a nice engage, and then Aegislash with the perfect follow-up there, just slicing through. Mew taking that one. And then meanwhile, you have OG on the backside. Does put OJ very much ahead at this point, but knowing that you need the Rayquaza had some hands, maybe some tornadoes. They secure the objective and make their beeline. Because really close. That was so close.
Like that was just a little bit of a blunder there from OJ to send OG to go back cap. I think they thought that they weren't going to go down, and they were like, yeah, you know, go back cap because we can hold them here. It's like 3v3. It's fine, but I think it ended up being a blunder. I feel like, I mean, I don't even know what you do. Maybe you just turn OG around and be like, no, actually come back immediately, but really great capitalization there from Kranix on the Aegislash to just rip through everything, and unfortunately, not able to get back in time, OG, but they are going to be switching sides again, so this time OJ is going to have that first pick.
Snorlax, Blaziken, and then the usual suspects for Sazouzou against OJ, the Dodrio and the Galarian Rapidash. Really targeting Kratos here because those are Pokemon that we've seen Kratos play to almost perfection.
They want that Inteleon, so they're going to take it. Does give the opportunity for Sazouzou to go for the Alchemy. They don't seem to be hovering it just yet. Nachos is hovering Mamo, so I don't imagine that's what we're seeing. Instead, we're going to be seeing the Garchomp taken away and the Blissey going to Utah. So Alchemy is still not chosen. I'm not sure if anybody wants to play it because they gave it to Flareons last time. OJ trying to make a decision here.
They really are, yeah. Blissey Garchomp just incredibly powerful to deal with, so they are going to take their time deciding which picks to counter it. And honestly, I think these are great options. You have Psyduck, you have Suicune. This does allow Sazouzou to take the Alchemy if they desire and if they want it. Otherwise, Orange Juicers could potentially pivot. You know, the Suicune is more of a damage carrier.
Instead, they're going to go for the Lapras, which currently has a non-defender focus build on it, and the Pikachu, interestingly enough, I think they're trying to deal with the potential CC of the Suicune Psyduck combo. I think there's kind of two combos that work really well with a supporter Suicune, and I think that it is the Wigglytuff and the Psyduck that are the best pairings for Suicune in the defender slot, and we have seen that on Orange Juicers before. OJ gonna round out their comp with, wow, OG's Lucario. We're bringing it back to Season 1.
I am super excited. I got my Lucario shirt on, so I'm ready for this game. Imagine that we'll see some E-Speed, but there is a possibility that we see Power Up Punch, obviously giving them good last hit ability. Maybe you don't need it, knowing that you do have Flareons with what you would imagine is going to be the Snipe Shot. I can't imagine they go Liquidation at this stage. Nacho's Gutter Pick, gonna be the Buzzwall. This should be an incredible match.
Wow, I hate this Buzzwall pick. I'm gonna be so honest. What is... I mean, it's Nachos, so they are an incredible mechanical player. And I know they've got a plan, but I feel like any Speedster would have been a better option here, because what is getting to Flareons? Maybe they're just hoping that they don't have to worry much about it, and they're just going to try to be bulky enough to withstand a couple snipes and take down the rest of the team in the front side, and Nachos is just looking to isolate somebody, whether it's Kratos, whether it's Roland or OG, particularly. But Resu, with the Pikachu, might be going Volt Tackle to just deal with Kratos or try to get in on Flareons, but these are some very interesting compositions that I feel like we only really get to see come out in these really high-level situations.
I think Lapras is going to be having to do double time absorbing those snipe shots. I think you called it right. I think that's probably one of the few targets that you can really send up into that Inteleon because of that passive ability. Imagine that we'll see Bubble Beam along with Water Pulse. It's kind of like that standard Lapras set, but who knows at this point in the match. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good match. Again, Orange Juicers has another life. Sazouzou does not. So are we going to be seeing a Game 5 situation? Or will OJ take it here and make it a 3-1 Grand Finals? They want this salty run back from last year, where they ended up losing in the Grand Finals to this team. Can Sazouzou do it again, or will OJ take it?
We're gonna find out next game. 2-1 or Juicers in the driver's seat. We're looking to take this Leafeon into the central area. Lucario, OG, one of the premier Pokemon of that character, of that player. We're gonna see Nachos take the Buzzwall to the central area for Sazouzou.
Jungle Buzzwall isn't something that we often see, but I mean, what other option really do they have? Roland, trying to contest here, will not be able to get that contested Bunnelby. He'll be forced to back up, but the goal here is to get OG to level 5 as soon as possible so that they can get their first move. Not only because they need it, but also because I really want to see if they're going to go with E-Speed.
I want to see that too. I think it's probably the option, but you never know. Buzzwall heading to the bottom path. This could be a 3-on-2 here, and see the Pikachu Lapras going to start cleaning up some of the Pokemon down, but now we start to see Zugrug head to the top path with the Psyduck.
We also do have Thunder on the Pikachu, so a little bit backline focus. We could still see Volt Tackle come out, but just a little bit of consistent damage from Thunder. OG level 4 right now, looking to get some secures. They will find it on these birds. 4 members of Orange Juicers into the top path. Gibble goes down.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, Husky, I might have seen a power-up punch from OG right there. As it is, Sazouzou taking advantage in the bottom path. Points stacks in for OG. It is a power-up punch.
Yeah, so it is power punch, going with that extra secure, a little bit more burst damage. Utah still at level 3. They want that level 4, and OJ wants to push their advantage. They don't want to let Nachos get any more online than they already have, and Kratos at level 6 has the opportunity to continue to keep that pressure on.
Ooh, nice eject button through a couple of things in the combo, but a lot of damage from the Psyduck and Leafeon is too much to handle for Buzzwall. However, not too much to handle is Flareon's on that Drizzile. Lapras still at full HP after taking that KO. Now peeling towards Roland on the Suicune. Kratos dangerously low in that central area where the Altaria family are. Gonna have to retreat there.
We've got Zugrug getting very, very low. Those water pulses are coming out, but the headache at the perfect time. will get them to safety, 64 points to 54 points, and not quite level 7 on that Buzzwole, and that is a Bone Rush power-up punch, Lucario.
Okay. I'm liking this. This is a very Season 1 build for Lucario.
This is Season 1. Where are we?
Where are we? Thea Sky Ruins somehow. Somehow. 720 birds gonna be taken over here. Garchomp's gonna go ahead and push them. OG patiently waiting for that. Emerald two-step, not so patient there. Full pressure on. Blissey there to watch and maybe look to try to stop it or at least slow it down. Another power-up punch into the Bone Rush combo. Too much to handle there. Gonna try to break this T1.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to, so they're going to back up. Great defense there from Utah on that Blissey. Forces Kratos to back up. Instead, Nacho's going to start chipping at this Regieleki. Nothing has happened yet in the bottom path. Both teams looking for the top path.
Gonna try to snipe shot, but Pikachu able to get it. I think there was a nice little body block in there. I think it was a body block as Inteleon takes the KO instead of the Regieleki. Gonna try to chip this, defend it from going into the T1. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, it's the Psyduck and the Lapras just monitoring the bottom path situation.
OJ looked really good in that early game, but now the lead is shrinking. We still don't have any Unite moves, though, on the side of Sazouzou, as Pikachu ticks into theirs. But what a steal there for that Regieleki. I really feel like that could have been detrimental for Sazouzou if they let that happen. Meanwhile, getting another secure in the central area is this Pikachu. Could be a good opportunity for them to use the Unite move. I'm sure they're going to be looking for it.
They're trying to find one. You're going to see that there are some snipe shots coming in from the back line as 4 members of Sazouzou starting to press on forward. Buzzwole does find the engage and the Unite move. However, Flareon's able to get out of dodge. Psyduck gonna try to press on forward. Unite move now from the Pikachu. Gonna try to take down the Leafeon, but it is Lucario that gets the last laugh there. Reg Ice starting to get chipped here from the Orange Juicers. Sazouzou none the wiser. However, they do finally see it. Buzzwole trying to get on in, but frozen solid. Looking for a secure is Flareon. Instead, they hit the Buzzwole, and Buzzwole takes the Psyduck's corpse and takes the objective.
Wow, what a play there from Nachos on the Buzzwole to get that objective. OJ losing 2 objectives they definitely should have won in this early game. It also forces Flareon's Unite move out. I feel like Sazouzou can only be happy with the way that they have come back after that early game.
Snipe shot connects on the Blissey. This one connects on the Pikachu. Sazouzou, they take their early win on that objective. They unable to push it into any goals on that T1 goal zone. Now there is another Regieleki up in the top path in 5 seconds.
We've got Kranex as a level 10 on that Garchomp. Definitely dangerous, especially when paired with a Bliss assistance. Instead, Orange Juicers has opted to stay down in this basement path. Just OG looking for vision in this top path. They're looking for a push here on this Lapras.
Lucario sees that the Altaria family getting taken by Blissey and Buzzwole, and now the push is on Emerald two-step, unable to take down the Lapras. Nice little snipe shot there, and now here comes reinforcements. Buzzwole gonna pick up Suicune, put him in the wrong side, but there is a Unite move cleansed by the safeguard from Blissey. Buzzwole once again gonna now attack the Psyduck. Lapras getting that KO.
Just way too tanky here for Sazouzou. Those snipe shots, even when they do hit, are not really doing too much. Meanwhile, the Garchomp was just able to freely rip that Regieleki in the top path. Roland gets caught here very low. They will go down to a Blissey slap. OG with the Bone Rush looks to chase down the Pikachu. Uses the power-up punch as a cleanse here, but the rest of the team has arrived.
Oh, a Unite move from Blissey into the Buzzwole, but Unite move the other way. Oh, and then Pikachu finds a great engage on Flareon, takes them out. Here goes Lucario, though. OG is able to take out the Pikachu for a little bit of revenge. Oh, throwing some pumpkins on him, getting a double KO. Now Garchomp finds the backline, finds a Unite move, looking for OG. OG unstoppable, gonna move backwards as we have this next objective.
Yeah, the catch on Inteleon is definitely really significant there. Pikachu, hiding in that tall grass, was able to pop a Thunderbolt combo, which we usually don't see. I do love the choice to go Mage Pika here. Immediately into a Unite move. Catches Flareon's off guard, but Registeel has hit the map, and Orange Juicers is in position to deal with this.
Gonna line up a snipe shot if they can. Damage still flying. Flareon's does have it lined up. Just need a little bit extra damage. Suicune, though, gonna get that. That might be in the team call a little bit later, but good job from Roland to secure it.
Yeah, I think too much damage came a little bit too fast before Flareon's could realize that they should let go of that snipe shot, and let it head into the Regicil, but they still do get it. That being said, Sazouzou is in the lead, and by a pretty decent amount, though not a lot of points have gone in on either side. 2 minutes and 30 seconds means 30 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. OG looking for their Unite move, and they did find their level 13, as well as replenishes their Unite move, but Sazouzou is still waiting for 3 of their Unite moves to come back.
It could be very troubling if you're Sazouzou as we enter into the final stretch. Once again, 1 win for Orange Juicers will crown them the champion. Sazouzou is going to need this one to stay in the tournament.
They were all positioned down there in that bottom path, so Orange Juicers has moved themselves down there. Instead, Buzzwole has retreated, gone up to guard that tier 2 goal zone. Orange Juicers instead looking for an opportunity to push. They're looking for the Pikachu! They will find them! That's a really big early catch.
Nice catch here from Kratos. However, good defensive stand here from the Lapras Blissey to make sure no more points found. Now we have an engagement there. Power-up punch into the Garchomp. Lucario gets the last laugh. Garchomp goes down. No Unite move. Now going to look for the Buzzwole. Good Psychic there. Keeps OG alive. Now we get a nice little surf there. Punch away. Keeps them backwards. OG looking for the Blissey. They find him. Buzzwole Unite move. Ultra Soul Slam sends OG back to the Pokemon Center. 2 members down for Sazouzou still.
But now Orange Juicers has taken the lead with the back cap from Leafeon in that bottom path. They know that they are winning. 187 to 153 though. 1 cap from Sazouzou could put them in the lead instead. They're gonna need to get in on this Inteleon. They do still have 2 Unite moves. They do still have Flareon's Unite move. It's popped. Sazouzou's going for the rip.
We're halfway down already. Suicune down. Kratos in the back line finds the Pikachu. Inteleon now onto this Garchomp. He might be able to section them off. Sazouzou in full position.
No!
Eject button burned by Flareons. Flareons cannot get the secure on. They're going to try to line it up. It's a little bit wide. Psyduck. Zugrate.
No!
What? It's OG. Lucario takes it. We still have some shields. Sazouzou still has 30 seconds.
What was that? How did they get? What was it? Was it a bone
Lucario.
rush? Was it the
I think it
bone
was a
rush that
power
went
punch?
through? I have no idea how they ended up securing that. I didn't even see Lucario in there. 17 seconds left. They need at least 2 scores to go in, and it looks like they might let one of them go. Never mind. Here goes Zugrug. They're looking to stop them. 7 seconds left. Another 100 goes in from Lucario. It's gonna be the Juicers, Kyle. They're gonna clinch it in a 3-1 victory.
Orange Juicer, I hardly know her. They're going to be the Summer Showdown Unity Clash champions. Gets the run back and 1 step closer to Worlds and a big tournament win for them. They're happy. They're your champions. It is the Orange Juicers.
Who else would it end up being? They got that salty run back from not only last year's Summer Showdown, but also yesterday's group stages, where they lost to this very team. Sazouzou had an incredible lower side bracket run. They took a game off the Juicers in the grand finals, but unable to get it done. Hero play from OG to clinch it.
Insane stuff. We were talking about what secure tools do you have? Well, you had 2 of them. You had Flareon's completely zoned out by Kranix, but OG, power-up punch to the rescue, finding a massive play for the Orange Juicers, and that is all she wrote. OJ on top.
Yeah, that was, I mean, what a fight. That was an absolutely insane fight, and you would think, like, I think that was the call. Sazouzou, they had to rip. They knew that they were a little bit behind after the back cap from Leafeon. They knew they were just going to go for the rip, hope for the best. Flareon's was completely zoned out. Completely zoned out. They made the 100% correct call to zone out Flareon's, and still OG figures out a way to take that Rayquaza. What an end to that game.
What an end, yeah. Leafeon right there taking out the Buzzwole. And it was Orange Juicers. They had a pretty nice lead throughout, but it was Sazouzou that was, starting to come back here towards the end of the game. They did find, and reclaim their lead for quite a bit, at least in the scoreline.
Yeah, they really did bring it back. I mean, this was a very even game the entire time. Just back and forth. Everybody was very consistent in both levels, score, damage, KOs. There was a lot of opportunities for both teams, and that was very well executed.
This was a nice little play here halfway through the match, looking for a secure. And this was where it get a little bit spicy, like you said. A lot of damage found almost right away. Good push here from the Suicune body block, actually. And this is a using the Psyduck as your secure tool. That's got to feel bad.
Yeah, no, that was a great play and a great body block as well from the Buzzwole to make sure that the snipe shot could not hit it. Another moment here where Orange Juicers really wanted to push into this tier 1 goal zone, and they had the opportunity to do it, but fantastic defense very consistently for Sazouzou the entire time.
A little bit of a push down here at the 345 mark. This is a great catch from Pikachu to take out the Inteleon, but OG pays dividends right away, right back, and also grabbing the Buzzwole with that Unite move. And I thought in this moment, you might have found what you needed for OG. You get your level 12. You definitely love your level 13 in that moment, and eventually they found it. And eventually, they did what you all saw just a few moments ago.
And here's that end game fight. Kratos was consistently looking for that 50-point back cap. It peeled the Lapras away, and the Bliss assistance was not able to connect onto the guard shot before they went down. And I think that might have been the moment. Or it looks like it did connect because Blissey did end up expending it. The Unite move was not returned to them, unfortunately. And Lucario just kind of cleaning up here. They were taken down by Buzzwole, and then this was a moment where it was just consistently back and forth, and Sazouzou was ripping here. But this is where we see this hero secure come out from OG after Flareon's was zoned.
And we got the KO onto the Pikachu, but they pay for it immediately. 3 members of Sazouzou almost they do grab Kratos there. Flareon's unable to get a crit crystal there, and it is Garchomp forcing out the eject button. But here comes Lucario, powering up the punch. We still don't know how power up punch works, but Spraggles promised that he would tell us.
All right, so there's the snipe shot. OG is not quite charging. There's the bone rush. Gets thrown out for the stun. 3 members of Sazouzou are pushed away, and then there's the power-up punch. Getting charged up, Rayquaza's very low. Zugrug was throwing a basic attack at it. And I think this is where we see that it was the power-up punch, I believe, that ended up being the connecting.
Oh yeah, unstoppable.
Final piece of damage. They did have the unstoppable up. Another basic attack comes out from Zugrug. A water pulse comes out from the Lapras, and then the perfect timing from OG.
Yeah, Flareon's in chess is why are we showing that?
Wait, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it was the power-up punch.
Mm-hmm.
Just barely. It was, but what a moment there from the Juicers. I think OG waited for the perfect time because they waited until after the Lapras Water Pulse came out and it wasn't able to get the secure. So they very well timed it. Able to take it home. Those 100 points going in, clinched it in the end. Orange Juicers, your Summer Showdown champions. What a set.
What a set indeed. I mean, my voice is
Sorry, I yelled. I think chat's mad.
Yeah, sorry I yelled. I was very excited. That was a very exciting game.
I went back here and everything because I was like, I need to yell.
Oh yeah, I probably should have done that.
But it didn't matter.
Yeah, Lucario!
I'm sorry, chat.
Got Lucario. OG repping out the Lucario.
And there,
Pivotal
he's behind
moments.
you too. He's right behind you. He's right behind you. All right,
Okay.
We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we got the show to wrap up very soon. So stay where you are. I know the games are done, but stay where you are for like 5 minutes. We will be right back.
rest of the tournament?
It's nice to be back. The tournament was a very fun experience, and obviously we played against Orange Juicers, and we're going to have an interview with Flareons, so I'm excited to ask him some questions about it.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of an interview with our good friend Flareons, the Grand Finals champion, the winner of the salty run back from last year, while we get that set up. But yeah, we are back. Orange Juicers, Sazouzou, I guess is the correct pronunciation. Apologies to that team.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know. Apologies if we flubbed it up for a couple of times.
Flareons exists in the
now.
ether, by the way. He's here.
Oh, in the ether. Okay, welcome in, Flareons. I didn't realize he was in the ether. Well, welcome back. Congratulations, first and foremost.
Yeah,
Grand
you
Finals
are.
champion.
Oh, I am?
How are you doing today?
Yeah, you are.
I'm doing
There's
great.
just no camera, so
Feels
we
good
got
to win.
confused.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just,
Yeah,
you never know
he's
where,
here.
I guess. I don't know.
Alright, Flareon, how does it feel to win the Unity Clash for your team?
It's very
Going
good,
into
you
World?
know. I think I lost this last time I played it, so it's good to come here and win. Not the cleanest run, though, I can't lie, but we got it done.
Clean enough to take home the win. What was your favorite Pokemon that you played in this series? Because you have, not this series, but this tournament. Because you played a lot of different things.
Yeah.
It was
Probably
Alchemy,
just
right?
Intel, just because I don't think I ever lost with Intel, as I'm looking right now. Yeah, I didn't lose with Intel, so I'm going to say Intel. It was fun to play an Alchemy game, though, I can't lie, even though that was my only loss the entire tournament. But
Yeah,
it's not my
almost
fault, I
as,
blame my team. It's never my fault.
Almost as good as Zoinks on Inteleon, but yeah, I would also blame your team.
If Zoinks is watching, he's gonna start typing and start throwing hands with Husky.
We need the coach Zoinks
Very big
now.
congratulations, obviously. What does it mean for the Juicers to win this tournament? Obviously, there were a lot of great teams, a lot of Worlds qualified teams, but what does it mean to you and the Juicers to come out on top?
Yeah, it's definitely super good momentum going into Worlds, I think. Just knowing that I think we're in pretty good shape right now. We know obviously there's a lot to clean up still from some of these wins I think we had. We're a little lucky, I would say, but so it's good to still win and know that there's stuff you can improve on, I feel like, and be better for Worlds.
Yeah, I think what is exciting as well is that next week on Friday there's gonna be a huge patch, obviously the anniversary as well. So I hope you guys are prepared for the patch and adapt to it as well, because obviously it's gonna be a big patch and it's probably gonna change somewhat the meta.
Yeah, I want him to gut all the guys I hate playing, like Suicune and Buff Decidueye and other snipers.
Decidueye.
I'm bored of my role, man. This role's boring. I'm playing support now.
Play like Intel and Intel only. See, that's the thing. I wanted to play more things. I wanted to play Mr. Mime, but Husky said absolutely not.
I hate Mr.
Yeah,
Mime.
see, that's what I tell Kratos, and he says, no DPS, triple glasses Hoopa, you're Intel only. No melees allowed.
Let Flareons have fun.
Yeah,
We need to
Kratos,
bring
like,
back
what's wrong with you?
the bot path attacker Gengar, I think. That's going to
Yes,
be our goal.
yes,
for Worlds.
please.
But my next question for you is what does it look like for the next month or so preparing for Worlds, especially after winning this tournament?
Yeah, definitely still a lot of scrims. I think soon we should, hopefully groups get pulled soon so we know who we're playing and we can do some research on them. Just researching other regions in general and then figuring out what the patch is, because this patch should be pretty huge for Worlds, and figuring out what's good there and being prepared to be good on those mons and be good against them.
Big patch, big releases too. Obviously, we're gonna get Latios and eventually Latias. I'm not sure if Latias is going to be.
I'm one trick in that thing
afterwards,
once it gets banned.
but there is that potential that Latios may be available for Worlds, and I know we talked
You
about
for
this
real?
at NAIC. It's potential, right? I mean, 2 months, or
I
it's
hope,
like
man.
it'll be like a month, right? Like
Maybe.
possible,
Unless it's dumb and they keep it
unless it's dumb.
banned. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
But are you excited to play that one? Do you think that you'll
It
get
is.
to play it at Worlds, or?
I will be hard grinding. That is one of my favorite Pokemon ever, man. Like I have not cared about a release in so long, man. So I'm so excited to play this thing, and it's my role. So super excited to play this thing. I'm gonna be grinding it nonstop. I'm a gold badge it before Worlds, and then it's gonna get banned, and I'll be sad.
Yeah.
That's a good
That
idea.
would be a feat, gold badging it that quickly.
Yeah, stuff the gold badge in.
All right, I have a question
My
because
team is
since
begging.
the World Championship is in America, right? Are you bootcamping in America or are you just playing with your team?
I'm going like 4 days before, I think. Most of our teammates are already in Cali anyways, so there's not really much reason to boot camp, I would say. The ping doesn't bother me just because I'm pretty close to Cali anyways. Maybe some of my other teammates, it's different. Maybe they need to go a little earlier, but I think we're going to stay where we are. Just go. I'm going a little earlier than my team just because I want to be there, see people, and do cool things. My state's boring, man.
And how is like the 5-stack situation in NA? Because I was recently playing a lot in NA, and I felt like there were like a lot of stacks. Do you get games?
Yeah, we've been getting games. I've been getting a lot of 5-stack games. I think a lot of like better players right now are playing a lot more 5-stacks recently, which is super cool. Like queues have been pretty short. There are some dead times, but there's also times where you just get queue after queue, pretty short queues, and you're running the really good players. So I feel like I've been getting a lot better from them. And I haven't trio queued like just what I used to do in like forever. I feel like I've only really 5-stacked.
That's nice to hear.
Husky, I think it's your turn.
I think that. Yeah, maybe.
Hi, Husky.
Maybe I'm supposed to talk.
Husky's
I don't
scared
know,
of me.
but I think we filled enough time. I'm so scared of Flareons. I like.
Fair.
Yeah,
What the-
I'm terrified.
We went crazy in
we
the
did
EV side
win
event tourney,
our-
bro.
I know we did so good. I was even better than Kratos on Leafeon. We can remember that. But
Yeah,
all
no,
right,
we're
Flareons.
dropping
thank you
Kratos.
for
Husky's going to Worlds.
interviewing. I know. I'm big. I'm being picked up, guys. My performance at NAIC got me a world spot. So anyway,
pretty good.
Flareons, thank you so much for for interviewing with us. Congrats on the win. For the rest of the team, congrats as well. So that is gonna do it for our interview, and Shiv has given us our script for Ghatlue.
Okay, anyways, guys, thank you everyone for supporting the second year of Unity Clash. Our second year began with the Autumn Showdown, one of the biggest grassroots events this year, the Unite Legends Showdown, and we had a lot of events in our winter and spring 2025, as well as we successfully hosted the tournament in the West and in Asia. Thank you all the players for participating in our event. It's always a pleasure to host all these amazing events. We had almost every Worlds qualified team in the Western Summer Showdown, which was a huge thing. And thank you everyone for accepting our invites and playing. And obviously thank you everyone for behind the scenes for making this tournament a successful and enjoyable experience. Thank you so much everyone for watching as well. Really appreciate it.
Well, you heard it here.
Kyle?
I think this is our time to go. But before we go, gotta give some big shout outs to everybody involved to make these productions happen. Thank you to our casters for the Summer Showdown. Both myself and Husky couldn't do this without the support of obviously the wonderful community. But outside of us, Tano, Magical, Lobo, Kello, Fu, Nitera. Big shout out to our observers as well, making sure that there's smooth camera operating to give you all the vision. Mermage, Bina, Yaman, Rose, Ander, Bemco, Pasta, Tangerine, Tiddly, and Nats. And there is more. Shiv just said there is more. We have more producers, Shivam, Dilo, Antiporta. I think we also had a couple of side streams going. I know Finns was also doing the Brazil cast. Quito Unite was doing, I believe, French. Some of our admins, Sam and Dwayne. Yeah, just it takes a lot. I was talking with Gary about this when we were doing some other stuff. There's a lot that goes on, not only for just a tournament to happen, but a tournament series. There are a lot of people involved, more than just the faces and the voices that you see. So big thank you to everybody that participated and helped out making these shows run.
And big shout out to Ghatlue as well for allowing us to host this on his channel. Thanks to the chat for being active, welcoming us, being very supportive and appreciative of everything that we do. And yeah, what a great tournament.
Thank you everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much. One final things. He says graphics to Shabam's best big bro, aka Gatlue's brother, Corrigan, and then Stinger made by Calypso. So a lot of fun stuff. But I think with that said, I think we go ahead and send this one off. Thank you, everybody.
Stay tuned for the next Unity Clash event.